Good morning, fellow catfish. Good morning indeed to all of you, and welcome to King Cat Time. It's King Cat Channel, and we are King Catting here on the bottom, and believe it has achieved that price. So I'm going to kick it on out of here and let King Cat Tyler take things over. We'll see you soon, everybody. But I want to first say, we got a who's going to be the King Cat of the day. Come on and bring us some good info today, whoever you are who's digging up this info here on the bottom with us. And we're going to make you King Cat of the day. Yesterday, it was King Cat Day. And today, who is it going to be? Well, we hope it's you. So, that's going to be it for me for here now. Let's get on this show and get over to King Cat Tyler while I go out and sniff out the latest, greatest information. We'll catch you guys later and have a good time with King Cat Tyler. Bye-bye.
Well, there we are. Hey, everyone. Welcome today. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for showing up. And let's just get right on here. We got the display capture up front. But the headline I want to say, Sofi, higher high, how high will it fly? That was yesterday's headline, folks. We need to change that headline today. And what I'm going to say here on this headline is, wait a minute, we jumped off of that. I don't want that. Cancel. We want headline. Boom. There we go. And we're going to change this right here. It's going to say, Sofi, let's see, what's next, right? Or let's say, what's on the horizon? Question marks, all right? Sofi, what's on the horizon? I think that will be good. We'll put that up there, right there, for what we're talking about. And for the, we'll have to try to see if we can do a screenshot. And a screenshot preview. What's on the horizon? And let's do it now with you folks here. And I'll take my glasses off and do another one. Screenshot preview. There we go. What's on the horizon? Who knows? Right? All right. Well, hopefully I can tell you by showing the history of what's been happening. So we're going to bring this display capture right back up here. And I just want to make mine a little bit bigger and say hello, everybody. Good morning. And yesterday, as I told you, I was mowing my yard, and on my rider, I turned, and the wind, what I had just cut was thrown out, and the wind drifted it right back into my eyeballs, all the little particles of grass and stuff. And I should have been, I guess, wearing goggles. A good thing for you, maybe. Wear goggles while you're mowing. Might not be a bad idea. I always do wear earplugs anyway, which I would suggest you do too. But at any rate, that's what I did. That's right. Let's get this display capture is up underneath us, and we're gonna get on with the show because we got some things to show you here. And thank you for whoever might be here with me right now. Yeah, there you go. Shaniza, welcome. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your presence. And so I guess some people probably start wondering when they see this thing dropping, oh my gosh, when's Tyler going to come on? When's Catfish coming on? Please come on here because, well, this is why I came on right now. This is exactly why you see the price where it is. I think they're trying to achieve an 813 price. That's where I'm going to be buying a little bit more here if they can get there. But that's still very good for us because it's going to be a good hour, a lunch hour, I think, for us as well. And by the way, this whole market being down today is a little sketchy, and I'll explain why. Because NVIDIA just had great results yesterday. They were up to $5.13 a share in after hours last night, I saw, for the high. And look at them now. But see, NVIDIA, as one of our cats has mentioned, is a big swinger and carries a lot of weight with it. And so when they come out and it says NVIDIA earnings crush estimates, and you can see what they call crushing. Look at this right here, how much they beat estimates, right, on crushing estimates. Well, let me show you, folks, right here what a real crush of estimates is, okay? Just a second, and we'll get there. Crush of estimates. Let's see, crushing estimates. And what happened to us when we crushed them this big? We dropped. It's happened every time. But, man, let's get over here to the main page because we're going to show you this is crushing estimates. See this right here, folks? That was 2 quarters back. We crushed That's twice the gap you see on their gain. Am I making my point clear? They're calling this crushing, folks. Ours is 3 times that gap almost. All right, are you with me so far, everybody, Sofians? And I'm going to get this page here. I'm going to copy this. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it very much. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to copy this so I can put it over on my other page here. Copy, boom. And now we can move this page over here. Boom, just like that. How sweet that is. And now we're going to come here and add a page. Boom, right here. Doop, bop, paste, boop, and send. Boop. And then we should be able to have YouTube right here too on this one as well. Be able to watch the comments that are coming in, the chat that's coming in while we're looking at the stream. So here we go. Back over here and look at PLTR today too. Look at everything. And by the way, this is all after hours now. I'm refreshing for the first time on these other stocks. Look at that. PLTR down almost 6%, folks. And this is all very surprising with NVIDIA beating the street by the amount that it did. So very, very, to me, not just surprising. I guess it's not surprising because nothing ever surprises me. I tell you, I never am surprised by what they'll do, even on excellent news with excellent earnings by one of the biggest companies, AI, leading the industries, one of them. And folks, it's just amazing sometimes to see what happens across the market on certain events that you just can't understand. Tesla was even up, as you can see, 1.73 in after hours last night. And now, look at it, down 3%. So, sometimes I think people get caught off guard by reports that come out, and then they want to get in on the market, but they want to make it have an appearance of a falling off beforehand. And that's just my opinion. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about, folks. I really don't. I'm just a poor old guy who's just wondering that sometimes that things that look awful odd to me, awfully odd, right? And I want to thank you all for being here with me. I want to say thank you very much for your time. I know there's other places you can be, and I know that right now the shakiness of this market, I'm trying to get to the home page to figure out what they're saying on Yahoo and what would be the cause of this decline, because they've always got some reason. Here's what Wall Street is saying about NVIDIA's monster quarter. Okay. Almost ended up wearing that. Hole in my lower lip right here, I guess. It's a little hotter than I was expecting, so I apologize for dribbling on screen. Let's get to where I can see things. Thank you for being here with me this morning, Shanice, and I'm going to show you a few other things that's going across the market. Look at AMC, still getting trounced down. And folks, they did, look right here, a 1 share per every 10 you held. Right here, splitting 110 to get their price back up here to this price. So you can see that it must have been around $1.30 yesterday, $1.37. And it was $1.80 or $1.70. It was really getting trounced down yesterday. Then they decided to do a 1 for 10 split. Yike. Never attempt to catch a falling knife, people, but I'm showing it to you right now. This is big news about this company and their share price, just to try to make them look like they've got some sort of, mustard. They're worthy of a price of $13.74. Folks, believe it or not, I used to own this stock. When it was at this price, it drifted down to 11. Then it ran down into the low 8s, mid 8s, around 880 is where I bought it, 888. And I started in there on it. And then it went a little bit up. And then we got back up to 11. And then it went back to 888 again, where I bought more. And by then I had a boatload of shares when it took off and went to $63. It busted over $63. And I got out. When it started to fall backwards, I thought it was going to 66 for sure, so I had my biggest clumps of orders there. But when they didn't fill and it didn't get there, I just started putting them out, market order shares, 1,000 at a time, and did real good on that. And so that gave me a lot of money to come in on over on. When SoFi was getting trounced down, I said, and when I started doing my coverage on this channel, AMC is not supported by Robinhood anymore. Wow, that's big news. Shaniza breaks out that AMC is not supported by Robinhood anymore. They've been kicked out. Yike. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, maybe this 1-for-10 effective split is trying to be part of that. I don't know, but wow, what a wipeout. What a loss. What a major, major loss. They also went heavily into Bitcoin. They bought into a Bitcoin company, I remember, AMC, back about 8 months ago. I think it might have been BTIF. I don't know what's going on with them now. By the way, yesterday I happened to notice on my live feed, after I had put it off, someone came on there, jumped on asking for advice about maybe I did it wrong, BITF, but BTIF. There we go. That must be it. No, what is it? Well, I have the letters mixed up here. If I put them up here, maybe they'll come up. BTBF. IT. Bitcoin price. BTB. Bitfarms. BITF. That's it. That was right. Yike. Wow. 1 year chart on that. BITF, you can see where it was and where it is now. Yikes. Okay. Anyway, I saw some people come on. Hey, thank you for being here with me, and thank you for the heads up on that. I appreciate that very much, to keep that knowledge there. And I'm also going to be taking a look back here. We were looking at to see why the market was falling like it is right now. But this to me is a big head fake right here. And we're going to see a positive green day today. You'll see. You'll see this thing all turn around. And right now, that was 3:44 p.m. yesterday. So don't get confused by what I'm showing you right there. This is the current now. I'm doing the summary page now. And this was as of yesterday. I have a lot of pages that I keep up on this. And here's another thing I've already said to everyone. That as we make this recovery, it's going to be very similar to the last time. We're going to see days where they pull it back a little bit. Okay, it's not just going to keep spiraling upwards. But that having been said, let me get back over here to SoFi on this page. We're looking good here, and I'm going to show you why. Just give me a second. Thank you for being here. I want to show you why we're all in a very good shape and why others are not. Okay, so here we go. Now, my second page, I like to make my historical data. Now, there's a reason I came on when the price hit 816, and that's because I thought they were going to go for 813. I've got orders in there at 813, 814, and I didn't go any higher than that because I already own for higher than that, so there's no point really to do that at this stage of the game. But I do have those orders in because I expect them to possibly try for that number at lunchtime, during lunch. We know what happens every day at lunch. I've told everyone it's a good time to buy, and it has turned out to be recently. So this is the bottom forming right here. This is really interesting to see. There's the first bottom, then the same bottom, but a false. This is absolutely a falsie, right? They're trying to, now here's where they get people to surrender even more, and then they pull the triple dagger, right? So you've got the 1, 2, actually this is the quadruple dagger right here. But after quadruple, folks, it's usually over, all right? I mean, I've seen this done before, and this is a good way for them to gather shares at the lowest they can get them. But what was the low here? If we go to historical, and we're going to refresh this page just to make sure we're correct and right, what was the low yesterday on this stock? I think it was 12 cents lower than where we are now, I believe. Let's see. 806. Well, we're at 818. And today they can only achieve 814. So already we're seeing an improvement on the low. And I told you this is exactly the way it will work. They'll swagger this back and forth. One day they'll take the higher and keep it retained like they did here 2 days ago. because it was the third day up. They couldn't afford to have a fourth. But folks, this in the after hour went to 857. Okay, 857 yesterday in the after hour. I saw it might have even been 859. But I'm telling you, folks, that this number you're seeing here, this 817, pipe dream for them because it isn't going to last long. Yesterday, when the price got to this 806, which was only there to try to get below this 808 2 days before. That was just a statement. That 806, those prices, those shares were gone in seconds. Gone in 60 seconds, if you ever saw the movie. And that was the case. They were gone. All 806 was just a statement number to show their constituents that they got the low a little bit lower. But then look at the low here. Look at the low here. Look at the low now. All right? It went to 662. 662. Wow. All right. Well, I'm trying to now. I'm trying to follow you. Are you still on the AMC thread? I don't know. Let me get back over here. Where did it go? I had AMC up the top here. Let's put it back. Keep an eye on them, because everything gets oversold. Everything gets panic-driven, oversold. Oh, if it went to 662, or if you're talking about AMC, or 862, okay. All right, gotcha. I gotcha. 10-4. I'm with you. Got it. Acknowledged. Appreciate it. But folks, we were at 789 on this stock. And by the way, now I'm trying to compare to the last lows. We've seen an 808, an 811, then a statement low by them. And by the way, look what had happened from the previous day's high of the before 829, 833, 847. They could barely stop that. It went higher in after hours. And then today's high, 850, folks. I've told you this. I've said it to you before that this was going to be the trend. And there will be days that they try to pull us back a little bit. But even the low and the high are now again at higher numbers. Even at this number we're at here, folks. Do you see it? So I just make sure you're aware of that. And this is the chart we're going to get in on. And this is going to be the telltale here, right? Because what I'm going to show you folks now is how they've gotten this down to where they have on the 1 day. We're going to click on the 1 day chart, and we're making sure we're at 1 minute intervals. Coming over here now, we're going to see how they just got it where they got it to. 8:15 I'm seeing here. The call is 8:13. I hope my order fills. And then we'll see it turn, and it'll be going nowhere from there. Look at this chart, though. Golly. You had to know they were going to come at this thing this morning after 4 days, the fourth day of a higher high, folks. They're going to take some method and try to drive people out. And it should be of absolutely no surprise at all that we're right at 11 o'clock to 11:15. This is their daily tactic. Look at the time here, 10:39 they started. And they actually started here, right? 8:36, now 8:14. You know what number they're going for, folks? I just filled. Yep, I just filled right there. 20 shares at 8:14. Cha-ching. This is a good percentage down. 3%. This is as far as they usually take it. 8:14 has filled, and I don't know if I'll get 8:13 or not, but this is where you should. There we go. I don't know if I got that because usually, like I said, sometimes they hit that number just for a statement and then it's gone so fast because so many other people know about this tactic and what they're trying to achieve. And they don't fall for it. They just buy it up there, just like they did yesterday at 8:06. They just came in and swallowed that up. Look at it going. There's the bottom, folks. This is where you should be picking some. I'm telling you now, if you got any spare money sitting on the sidelines, and you should if you've been here long enough watching my channel where I talk about keeping most of your money on the sidelines for buy opportunities like this one right in front of you here now. Here and now. Awesome. I like seeing it happen this way. This is a good day for us. It's going to be a green day, folks. You might not believe that seeing this, but I'm going to put in another order here. This time it's going to be a market share, though. Market. Place order. You know, when you sit too long, they make you put in your password again. Okay. Place order. Let's see what we are able to achieve here. Come on, man. Oh, man, not 818. I don't want that. What am I at? Filled at 815. Filled at 815. And we're not even at lunchtime yet, so I'm only doing 10 share orders here, folks. I'm just trying to accumulate at what I think is going to be the bottom. And I like all these 8s. Look at that right there in that buy. 8s galore. I still got an order at 813 that hasn't filled. I'm going to put another one in. I'm going to reuse that one that filled at 814. Place that. Let's see if we can fill at 814 again. We'll see if we can pick up another 10 there. Look at this. Look at this here. See this? They're showing 813 because that 1 second it was there. Yep. Isn't it almost laughable? I think it is. I find it, to me, I don't know. I don't know why they make it so obvious and why it becomes so easy to make money off this stock on the numbers that they try to attain, in which they often do, but sometimes fail to, because people know too. They're onto it. People are onto it. They see what's happened every single day at this time. If they've watched me and they've been listening about what happens here right before lunch and during lunch. That's why I told you I was waiting for the lunchtime pullback. And believe me, folks, what would make them even happier if they could pull it off was to get this price down below 806, all right? That's what they really want to see. But let's see if they have the gumption to do it and they have enough desire, will, strength, or capability, right? They can have all the will they want, but if they don't have the capability, it won't matter. Desire and will not make it happen. The only desire and will that we're seeing is the desire and will of people to buy this stock above that number, 813. And the reason that it's actually bounced right off of it, and I think this is the absolute lowest, and I think this is a place for you to come in, is what I'm saying. So I know we have a few people, all 3 of you who've given me the likes. I appreciate it while you check out what I'm showing you. And I'm showing you some other stocks here today. Let's run across the top. Look at PLTR down 7% on this NVIDIA news. I'm telling you, folks, this looks like all the way to me. Total manipulation here. Dow down 109, NASDAQ down 121. Sell on the news my ass. It steals shares from gullible people day right here. All right? Trust me. Ridiculous, this right here. It's a slap in the face, folks, of logical. Look at Tesla down. Look at agro, my stock agro down. AMC just smashed another 30%. Now 50% over 2 days. And Slaughterville today. AMC's understandable, but these other ones certainly are not. And let's see our competition. Look at UPST, because see over here, under this stock that we follow here, it says people also watch. Look at that, down 6%, 6.2, down almost 5% Affirm, down 7.2, Lucid down 4, folks. Hang on here, just be with us. Ride the wave of deception. There's 810 now. This is why I'm only buying 10 shares at a time and not 50 here yet and hundreds. I'm not adding zeros, Sean, and I'm not adding zeros, Gary. Not adding zeros here. We're just putting in small increments. And since I believe this is going to be the low, I'm going to get it here at 811. Reuse order. Review order and place it. This will be a fast one. I don't have to put my password in because I was just ordered. Market share order filled, 811. Very nice. I like that. And I'm sorry for those that are not seeing continually run up, but this is how this works. I've already said it to you yesterday. The fourth day, you can expect some pullback. We've had 3 good days. We're going to have some pullback a little bit here and some shake of the tree. Very, very healthy right here. And they did it before, folks. Let me go over here to this historical way back to when it started recovering off the 15th, all right? Make sure that you're aware of this. So you can see these higher prices, but here, folks, after it got to this number here, you can see a pullback, okay? They pulled it back here from a high of 514 to 513, and you'll see some pullback. See here, this day it went to 499 after the 507, okay? And here from 520 it went to from 524 it went to 520. Be aware there are going to be some pullbacks as this ascends. But you have to understand this is just the way the method works. There's an ebb and flow to it. It's like a high tide, low tide type of thing. Right now it's at low tide, okay? And you have to snap it up at these low numbers like I'm doing here. Got it at 811. Going to reuse that because you can see right here the volume, right? And I know they like this number a lot. 811 is one of their favorites. I've seen that many, many times for a low on this stock. Okay, there we go. Reuse order. And it was going to do a limit. I mean, not a limit, but just a market share, 10. Fill that 811 again. All right, good. Because I just saw an 812. There it is, 812. It's toggling now. And when it starts that toggling, then it's there. It's there. In most cases, it's there. As long as you see it, the ascent, descent. But when the toggling begins, is your first indicator. When it starts to toggle and it toggles at that number, then toggles up 1, and then you see another 1 toggle up, then that's where you start to get a little bit more. You might raise your bids from, there you go, see, toggled up again. Let's see what happens here. Watch this volume. We're already, by the way, at almost 10 million shares. That's good. At this time of day, oh my gosh, that's very good, okay? Because I keep a comparison of the time of day and what the volume is. I know you know I do that. You know I do that. We're going to see where it is. Because see, the volume at 2 in the afternoon 3 days ago was 12 million. We're already at freaking almost 10 million, folks, now. All right? So we definitely got more volume coming in here, just so you're aware of that. It's called follow the money, folks. It's called flow. Money flow. And by the way, this volume here, this is what I refer to and commonly call profit-taking volume. So now we've got to almost 10 million shares already to profit take, meaning that of the 16 million they roughly get each day to work with, they now have 6 million left, okay? So, but why is it stopping here is what you have to ask. Well, maybe they don't have 6 million left. Maybe that's why it is stopping, and it just stopped at 810. And that's a good number, folks. 810, that's a good number. We like that. We sure didn't see 808 or 806, and not yet anyway. It's the lunchtime isn't over yet, but that looked like, whoa, look at them gobble up. Come on over here. Let's get in on this chart and see what's happening with it now. You watch this volume. Look at all those big red candlesticks. Look at that. You can see the methodology and exactly how they do this, folks. And Clark just joined. Been tied up this morning. Damn, taking a beating. I said no beating. The market's being manipulated, folks. The whole market's being played with. Every single stock across here. PLTR down almost 8%. Look at these. Look at all these down. They look identical, these charts. Red. NVIDIA barely even a gain now after that awesome beat of the street, folks. This is as clearly manipulated as can possibly be. This NASDAQ down, the Dow down. in Clark, I want you to know, just as was stated by Gary yesterday, NVIDIA on its shoulders shall ride the market. Well, it makes absolutely no logical sense that they could beat the street so big here. NVIDIA earnings crushed estimates. How high can it go? Well, it went to $513 in after hours last night, I saw. 513. And then we see the rundown from the people that want to get in on it. See, they want to get in on it, but they don't want to pay 513 the high. They want to be catfish. They want to be catfish is what they want. Thank you all that are for being here. Don't forget to like this video. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to hit the notification if you like the things I'm showing you. And what I'm showing you now here is another bottom on this stock at the same price that we've seen so many times before. You don't believe me? I'm going to show it to you right here on this 5-day chart. Look right here. 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 Okay? This number is nothing new to us. We've seen it and been resilient off of it before. Look here. There it is over here. On Friday, they got to 806. That was their dream number. The smart ones got out, and now they're stuck. They're still stuck in this bear trap over 8, and they can't get this thing to drop below this figure right here. See it? See it again, see it again, see it again, see it here. Desperation move on a Thursday. Trying to dump it on retail is what all their options that are worthless. This is what's pointed out by my friend Hurricane Lopez, by the way, people. So I point that out to you. But this doesn't stand, none of this stands in the way of all the upgrades lately from everybody saying we're going to 12, going to 13, going to 16, some say 20. Many of these are analysts with great ratings, not chia pansies, okay? Not chia pansies. And look at this thing right here. I'm going to make clear that you understand that today's high, they're showing not that what it is or was. Look at right here, the price. And it is, you can see right here, the high, 850. So did I call this or did I call this? 829, 833, 847. It was 859 last night in after hours, so that was even higher. And then 850 now, and this is all what I told you was going to happen in this exact way, shape, and form. And I told you that if they couldn't stop the high from being a higher high, they were going to shoot for the low to get it to be lower. This is the tactic they've been using a long time. Even when you go back to here into May 1st and all this, they would go after the high or the low, or the high or the low. You can see what I'm talking about here. There were days when both the highs were higher, just like we've had recently. But there were days, look at this, they made the low go lower at 512 from 538. Am I right? Yeah, I'm right. And then it went to 493, then 445, Chiavrini Day. And even as it started to recover, there were days when it had lower lows. See, 492, 491. There it is. Here we go, 522, 513. So it's not just going to propel upwards without these lower lows occasionally. That's the way the market works. But I can tell you right now, you can see where it is already, and they could not hold it at 813, could they? And that's good for us. Jay Reezy, GM, guys. You know, GM is a slug. I hate to say it. I'm going to get over here and look at it again, but I see very little movement in the stock, and that's because, well, it's a blue chip stock, isn't it? I think they're in the but at any rate, yeah. Well, it's a buying opportunity, perhaps. But I keep saying, Jay Reezy, I look every time you tell me because I don't want to get caught off guard. If there's a pop or there's a drop, I want to know. And there's a drop right now. Look at that 6 month, man. Where was this thing priced? $40, $8 down. Well, that's 25% roughly. Yep, Jacob is sad. I wish I knew more about how to put things up here that I could put like teary eyes or something. Maybe I can click on this and hold it down and it gives me options. My heart feels saddened with you, but I'm not sad, man. This is just a buying opportunity for us on a market manipulation day. Great news from NVIDIA that was up to $513 last night. And look at it getting hit at the bottom right there, though. As NVIDIA does, says Gary, as NVIDIA, as the market. So there's the bottom right there at 1106. today as NVIDIA, as the market. How high will this run from here? Because they had a great earnings, caught a lot of people off guard. They had to run it down. This is the same thing. It's the same scenario as SoFi. It's just amazing how much power somebody has to make these things happen, right? Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, because there's other places you could be, I know. But I'm here and I'm talking about this stock. Yep, I see GM. It's a good buying opportunity at the bottom here. If you want to go in, it might be a good place to nibble at it. Do not dive in. When you get the shallow water, you can break your neck diving in, I say to people, so don't do that. You're better off here at this situation to be picking up this stock here. Jay Reezy, I appreciate your bringing that to our attention for a buy opportunity. So I appreciate that. No, there's never any, from me, there's never going to be any hard feelings or bad, running anybody off for talking about another stock buying opportunity, because for many of us, it has been very good to be on top of some of these other movers. And I've pointed out some of them to you in the past that have done really well, including this one here that's down the same amount we are right now. See that? There's no surprise to this, folks. The reason these charts all look identical is because they are. The whole market is following. It's following the market. See all these indexes? They're being worked down right now, believe me, for entries. Turnaround. Is the market preparing for Fed direction? Shit, I don't know. All I see is NVIDIA just crushed the earnings, and they say crushed. This is the interesting thing about it. Come over here and look what they call crushing it, all right? I'll show you. This is what they call crushing it. See that estimate? Here's where they were estimated to be, where the clear circle is. This green one is what they actually achieved. They're calling that crushing estimates, right? But let me show you, folks, what real crushing estimates looks like, okay? Look over here at SoFi, right? Come on over here. This is crushing. Folks, this gain is almost 3 times, and that was 2 quarters ago for SoFi. That's crushing it, people. And the stock dropped. Dropped on this earnings like it has every earnings. It dropped. It's just amazing. But I've proven to you folks that while all the dropping was going on, the institutions were piling in. I'm going to show you here. Let's close this. Don't need to be there. Boop. Bye-bye. We'll go over here and go to bookmarks. Right? Doop. Bookmarks. Institutions. Boop. Popping it up right now for all of you that are here to see if we've had some more institutions buying into SoFi. Because they've been coming in, folks. They have been coming in. Man, I'm so stuffed up right now. I took an allergy pill, but I can't even breathe hardly. Pollen everywhere in the air here, I guess, and including dust. No, I don't want to sign up for anything. Come on down here. Let's get in on this. MX, right here, SoFi. Come on in here. The water's fine. And we go to shares. Here's what we're looking at. Who owns the most of it? Huh, that's the least of it. Let's do the most. There we go. Oh, yeah. Any new ones come in? Let us take a quick, brief look. Any new entries in the top? I don't remember Citadel, people, I have to tell you. And I'm going to be honest with you. This was on 8/14/2023. Citadel, I know for an absolute fact, people, is a shorting. They were shorting the crap out of AMC, okay? Citadel, and they've jumped in here. They're a new one. Did not have them on my list, so be aware of what their tactics are and probably why we're seeing what we're seeing here. They picked up 10,138,000 shares, and they're part of this volume right here, folks. Today, I call it out right here, and why we're even at this number, and see how many shares they got. Citadel, be aware, this group right here, and if I look at the, shorting positions has gone from 20, and I'm going to go back here to this last page I showed you here. Look here, 21 short only. I call these people out. Citadel, you're aware of it. You know it now. They're in here in the game. They're in the mix. They're a shorting company, and they're going to try their best to be a part of this beatdown here with those shares. That's my call. That's what they're doing with them right now. And how do you like that? Discovering Citadel coming in on our stock. They're a bunch of buzzards. All right? That's what they are. They try to manipulate down. They're shorting. They're well known for it. I'm going to go over here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Maybe we'll see. By the way, this is a very powerful company with a lot of capabilities. And I believe they are a short or hedge fund. Let's see down here. Well, this might not be updated yet, but look at all these shorted positions, folks. This is what they do. Citadel Advisors, LLC, short position history, current active short positions. And you can probably add to this list right now. You can add SOFI right in here. All right? Most recent shorted positions. 4D Pharma PLC. Let's go look and see what's happened to them, just for kicks. 4D Pharma. Is that how they spelled it? Yep, 4D Pharma PLC. Just kind of curious. Just give me a second. "4D Molecular Therapeutics." Molecular, not seeing it. 4D Pharma. FD. Huh. Interesting. Well, something isn't jiving. PHARMA. 4D is together. There's a space in between it. Well, I'm trying to find it, folks. I'm kind of curious to see, but I'm not having any luck here. Well, I showed you enough there. You can see Citadel's a shorting company, and I showed you the one added. That'll be them, and that'll be them working their magic right here. I believe I'm right on that. I don't know that for a fact. I can't say it for an absolute fact, but I find it quite interesting that they swooped in and got 10 million shares of SOFI, and they are a shorting stock. And I know this absolutely because of my history with them, as I said. So you can all be aware of that. That's where we're at. And you saw how many shares they came in and got, and you can see the volume already. We're right there almost. 10,831,000, folks. Let's just see what happens now. I'm curious. Very, very curious. Now, during this part, this was profit-making volume. This wasn't the takedown volume that they used. Then they came at it again here with it again. All right. And each of these has all been the takedown. So we're getting very close to that 10 million now, folks. Just so you're aware of it. Pay attention to this institutional ownership and the fact that Citadel has now come into the list. And I get to add them over here. And they bought a lot. They're now in about the top, they're in the top 10 They've just passed Morgan Stanley, Citadel, and they bought in, hold on just a second here. Here it is, SoFi, MX SoFi shareholders, 694. And by the way, the total has now gone up to 694, which is an increase in two. But one of them we know is a shorter. Know that for a fact. Yep, increased in institutional ownership. Here we go. We'll get down here now. We're going to get to shares, because I want to see how many shares Citadel, the known shorters, came in and bought right here. 10,138,000 for. Okay. And good for them. They made 3% today on that investment. Shorted it probably last night in the after hours. They probably bought that many shares in the after hours when the price was at, what was it at? 857 I saw. So this should be of no surprise to you here. Just got to figure this out, how they're doing it and with what volume they're using. And everything's fine. Just sit tight, be patient. You'll see all this work down volume, and you know where it's coming from. Big time short and Citadel got in on the act today, right? You heard it here first. And that's why. And so you got to understand why these things happen. You got to understand why these things happen, everybody. All right? And the reason that we're seeing this price run down here now is because a lot of shorts and hedges and stuff that are hedging short this market that expect it to collapse and go into complete obliteration because they're heavy shorters, heavy hedgers. Folks, they're caught off by this NVIDIA news. They were. And look at NVIDIA now. Where is it? Let's take a look. Just turned green. Bounced off a double fake bottom and stair-stepping up. If you got the money to buy this, if you got that kind of rich blood, go right on in, because this is the point to be picking some up. Mark where it was at 479.77. I'm going to write it down. NVIDIA. The date, 23rd. Yes, sir. I'm going to write it down. 24th. Here we go. Priced at 479.51. Well, it was at 477. But anyway, hey, the low that day, I'm going to write down, was 479.42. That's what they're showing now as the low, but let's check and see, because it's below that now. 470. Okay. What a nice, cute number. 474.70. Right. We'll see. We'll see where that ends up. Now breaking 480. Told you so. And this whole market's going to rebound with it, right along with it. Don't worry here. 809 is still not good for them. 808 isn't either. We'll see the whole thing turn here. Look at the whole market. Watch them all start to cover up as we see NVIDIA start to cover up here. You'll see it. They'll all fall in line together. And by the way, the volume is already at 12 million. That's how much we were up at yesterday. Let's take a look over here. Yeah, 2 days ago at 2 in the afternoon, we were at 12 million shares. And we're almost there already, folks, at this time of day. Be wary. Be wary of what Citadel's doing here, because they shorted it up there. They're bringing it down now, and they're going to turn this around. They're going to go long because they've now gone out of those. They've made a bunch of money already. They made a good 4% gain. Now they turn that around with a 6% the other way, and they made a 10% gain today. That's my call. Citadel's going to work their magic and play this game and make money off SoFi just like everyone else has done here recently. A lot of companies making a lot of money off of SoFi playing this game right here that you're seeing. And it is no game when people are suffering and seeing their accounts go down for no expected reason when it should be going the other way, with NVIDIA reporting great earnings and the boost that it should have for the whole economy. This is just a takedown move. The DD Files. Hi there. Yeah, right on. Welcome. Hello. Greetings. Thank you for being here. Showing everybody the bottom right here. Catfish came on and said, get it now. And people are buying it with me. People are buying it with me. And I want to let you know also that this is by no coincidence. NVIDIA just beating the street and now turning off the bottom here. You can see there was a double bottom on it and a good point right here to be getting in my opinion, because this thing's going to go right back up over 500. This is all a manipulative move here. And as NVIDIA does, so does the market, is my call. You watch all of these. You see them all dead red here across the top. I'm showing you now, folks. Look at how dead red they are. Now watch when I refresh the screen. You see the NASDAQ down 147, Dow down 135. Look at that. The Dow just increased by 20. All right? You're going to see every single one of these follow suit with NVIDIA, including all of our stocks. Right? This is their last Peter dippity-doo. Good for them. They did it. They got to 809, 808. Whoopty-frickin-do. This is no new number for us. We've seen it dozens of times. And yesterday we saw this number. And what did it do afterwards? 806 and whoosh. Right? All those shares were gobbled up just like all these shares being bought right now. Kimchi Bacon, what's going on with VinFast? Auto, VFS. I appreciate you coming over and bringing it up. I have no idea. I'll look them up. Let's go look. I'm looking at some others that have turned, all of them flattening out now. Look at Tesla rising. Carnival's hit the shelf, and they're done with that. That's called, that right there, capitulation. I've already mentioned this to you before. It's over for that. NVIDIA is rising, and everything else will rise with it. RBT is rising now, too. All of them will follow suit. Look at the bottom reach there and now climbing. Everyone is following suit. They'll all follow. SoFi will not be the one to defy the market. They'll be right along with it. Trust me, everybody. You'll see. You'll see where they are after this 10 million. I just showed everybody, by the way, over here that Citadel has taken up a position. They took up shares, and what did it? 814. Did it just drop? I just wrote it down literally. I just wrote it down that Citadel had taken 10,138 shares. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I'm right here. We're doing the shares. We got to click on shares. That's the least number. Here's the most number. And here they are, Citadel. This is a shorting. This is what these people do. They're shorters by trade. Citadel is a shorting, and they bought 10,138,400 shares to short with today. That's why you're seeing what you're seeing right here. And they're in on this rundown by the whole market. They're a shorting company, and they have made right now 4% gain on it already. And look at the coincidence of the amount of volume to run it down just over the 10 million mark. And this much of it right here, between here and here, was people buying in, not Citadel running it down. They weren't selling it during this stage. They were not selling here. This was investors saying bottom was at 824, thought it was. They got the head fake going, and then Citadel said, now, here's how we're really going to do this. And they jogged it down, quadruple, now 5 cinquento false floors, right? But the false floor was hit and met again at the same number that we've seen repeatedly here on this stock, and it's right here at this number right here. And I show you that because I can go in here on the interactive chart and show you what I'm talking about. How often this one has been achieved, this number. Look at this. Let's get to the 6-month chart. So here it is. I keep telling people this. You can see a spot right there. Look at it at 812. You see that little resistance before it shot up and went to not 974 they're trying to show you. It went to 1023 right here on June the 14th. I've shown everybody this dozens of times. But we're going to look at VFS now. We're not in a rush to get over there because this channel is about SoFi, but we will. VFS. Oh, goodness gracious. Delete. VFS. Let's go to it. Show me a runner. We've clicked on this before. Must have been on your VinFast Auto. There's this climber. Look at their volume. She's got some good volume. Man, look at this price of this thing. Freaking August 18th, $11. And even before that, $9.11. And now $44.30. Good one to call our attention to there. No. Cancel. I don't want to do that. That's a good one to look at. But, this is scary because I don't always tell people. I'm known as catfish, so I'm a bottom feeder. Let's go to the summary page on it. Okay. Well, it hit its bottom too and ended up at 18%. The volume looks good and strong. Look at the high on this, 57.80. Was that right here this day, right there? Yep, I'm guessing it was. Because they always show you what the price really was on that day. They're showing right here. Oh, that was this morning. Golly, it hit its high today then, right? Let's go to the 1 month. Nope, right there it was. August 24th. In a pullback phase here and then making a nice move off of that. That's a good looking shelf right there. I like that shelf looking very strong. I like it. Good call. And look at the number they have it at right here currently. 44.13. Just sitting there. But it's nice. You can see this thing is definitely making a nice little move off of that right here as we talk about it. So keep your eye on that one, folks. If you're in an elitist, have a little bit more good one to keep an eye on. Let's go look at down here what they've done. Don't see anything. Okay. VinFast Auto Ltd. What's the news? VinFast shares slip after hitting record high. Plans to open Vietnamese plant yesterday. VinFast. Why VinFast Auto stock swung wildly today after doubling yesterday. Can't see anything on financials on them over here. They don't show any numbers, no revenues, no earnings, no estimates, no analysts, no nothing. But worth looking at. Look at that, 45.08. Scaling right on up, folks. Just going right on up. Keep an eye on that one. A very good one. Thank you for bringing that one to our attention, Kimchi. I appreciate it. It's always worth taking a look at and leading people to things that are climbing and going up, because that's what we're here to do, is make money and then, buy on the lows. And if you look at this 6-month chart, there's no low here. It's just running right on up and now past 46. The market loves this news, apparently. All right, we'll move it over here. Next to NVIDIA, which, by the way, is belaboring along sideways after being yanked down. That's just, that right there, folks, is just pure and simple manipulation to accumulate. You'll see this thing continue to go on up. You just have to be patient with it, and you have to have a lot of money to buy shares of it, obviously, when it's $470 more per share than SOFI, right? And we see the low. There it is. Hey, thank you for being here with me while we look at the low. And this is a number that I've just been showing you. If you look at these charts, you can see this number is something they're so in love with. There it was, right in this range. Here it is, right in this range again. Right there, that's the low, folks. Get it? Low. That's the low. That was on July the 7th. And they keep going back to that number, or trying to. And today you can see, we're refreshing the page. Right now, they're trying to get a lower low than they had a few days ago, and it isn't working. They can't get to 806 again. Their market cap is bigger than GM and Ford combined. Good to know. Good to know. Yep, it's worth it, folks. If you want to involve yourselves there, because to me that chart looks promising and a good possible entry point. Just a new company. Okay. Well, And they're expanding, moving into the Vietnamese production market. And cool. Good for them. I am glad to hear that you mentioned this. You've been always pretty good about picking some good ones. So when you call me up, my attention to them, they do look good and worthy of possibly making a move into, especially when you see that kind of thing going on with them right now. And look at this. It just continues to scale right on up, folks. 46, 41, 61, 22, up 9.120, up 9.39. Watching it close. 9.43. And they could force some 30% stop losses, because 30% is a number a lot of people will put in and cave. They may have done that yesterday or a couple days ago when they reached the highest high. This might have been at 30%. But it still looks very strong here. Keeping an eye on it. Good one. Good call. Good little niche it's in. It caught that little low right there of today, which everything did. Everything is doing as NVIDIA is doing. And right now, you can see they're plateauing here. This has got nothing more than a cup and handle right here, folks. You'll see it go off of this up again. My contention. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. So never take my word for it. I am not a certified financial advisor licensed to practice in finance, but I do know what charts look like and volume looks like. And right now, folks, the volume has surpassed where we were just a couple days ago. And what we're going to be doing here is looking at what the lunchtime low is. And I'm going to mark it down because I've been tracking each day's lunchtime low. And yesterday's lunchtime low was a very significant increase from the previous 2 days, which, by the way, were 808 and 811. I have them down here, right here. On the 21st, 808. On the 22nd, 811. Yesterday, 831 lunchtime low. Right? Well, we're going to hover in between there today, it looks like already, because I'm going to have to call the lunchtime low, what we just saw, whatever it was, 810. Because it looks like it's already ascending, folks. So I'm just going to call. I'm going to give them a little hedgy here and call the lunchtime low 810 today. Even though that didn't happen. I'm also going to write down the real lunchtime low. Okay? 824. Lunchtime low 810. And that was really, we're going to put down at 11. What time was that? Can only assume it was right about here. Yep, 8:10. 11:30 exactly. We got to make sure we highlight that it really wasn't during lunch. These numbers up here have all been at during lunchtime. Okay? All right? Just so you know, I'm keeping track of it just for you folks. And also keeping track of this one we just took a look at. Oh, look at that. 47.50 now on VFS, folks. 47.01. As again, I'm not a top feeder. I'm not a top feeder. I'm a bottom feeder. And so my suggestion is watch, observe, look for another dip. Be careful. That's a lot of money for that stock. And as you can see, as NVIDIA goes, we go. As you can see, they're rising now, a cup and handle. I told you, now we break 480. Boom, we just did. And there it is, breaking 480. Now 480.24, 480.31. Look at them coming in. As this stock does, so does the market. Go up here, refresh the page now. Look at the Dow down 178. NASDAQ down 160 almost. Let's refresh it and see where it is now. 178, 160, 168. Dow's improved by 10. We're at the bottom on the NASDAQ. SOFI is turning north now at 812. Congratulations if you bought at the low again today, which was the same as it's been over the last 3-4 days. They've really been aiming for that number, and it's always been a turnaround and run after that. Let's see how long it takes to get to 823 today. Yesterday, after it got down to 8:06 in the morning, it was at 8:23 within about 5-10 minutes. I'm serious. I brought it up and I said, look at the low right there, 8:08. And when I came on, it was 8:23, and literally there was 5 minutes that had passed. So let's see what happens again today if history's going to repeat itself. And we're keeping an eye on this one here. VFS, now 46.24. NVIDIA, still climbing. Look at the volume on this thing, though, by the way. Big time amount of volume to run it down in the sequential effort. Just see this thing, see all these fake bottoms they used? Then it got to the real bottom, and then here's the double bottom right there, folks. So I say up from here. My call is up on NVIDIA rest of day. Even from this number, I do. I could be wrong, but I think I'm right. Yep, I could be wrong, but I think I'm right. And I'm very impressed with the volume that we're seeing. As I said, I keep track of the volume and where we are and where we've been recently. And man, oh man, wow. I'm also keeping track of the volume at 10 till. The ringing bell I keep track of. But like I said, on the 17th, folks, right here top, on the 17th, the volume at 2 in the afternoon was 12,506,000. We just surpassed that already now. And I believe it's because this entity, Citadel, bought 10,138,400 last night in the after hours when the price was $8.57 and shorted that, and now selling them all morning, all of this 10,138,000, and you can see how coincidentally the volume is right here now. It already reached 12, which was where we were at 2 p.m. 2 days ago. And the day after that, we were at 13,728 at 2 p.m. Folks, where are we going to go by that? I'm just letting you know. It's an uncanny and a coincidentally interesting number that the volume, how far it fell on all that 10 million worth. Was that them using it right here? Was that them selling them and dumping them in? Has that been them all morning? And now they go long. Now they go long again here. Because Citadel doesn't always just short. You know, they're not crazy. They play the market. And they've just played this thing this morning, fiddling it down 4%. And they're doing it on the shoulders. It helps to have the whole NASDAQ and Dow and everything else crashing, doesn't it? Right? Of course it does. Look at the losses of some of our others here, though, with us. 7% plus, almost 9% for PLTR. Someone asked me about PLTR yesterday. I'm glad I didn't buy any more. But then again, this is a good place to be buying more of it here. I might step up and do that. But it sure is nice to see this thing holding here right now where we are holding. Very nice to see it because the number they want is this, 806 and lower. Right? Actually, they'd like to see it down below this. But now, unfortunately, it's hanging above this, and it's going to break above this, and it's hit a new high today. Just as I told you, look at that. 1, 2, 3, and this was a new high yesterday because in the after hours it went over 850. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row. I don't know who called for that to happen, but it sure shit did. Higher highs. And you can absolutely be certain that they did not want to see that happen today. That looks horrible for them on paper. Horrible. Just like them not being able to hold this below 813 is going to look today on paper. You'll see. It won't stay here very long. This is just the regular pre-lunch rundown price. Lunchtime low. Here we go. But yeah, Citadel took up a new position. They are now in let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th, 13th. They're in 13th position. Lucky 13. They bought that many shares to put them in 13th spot. Sometimes, truth is more hard to believe than reality or whatever, fiction. It really is. What a coinky dink that they cited on that volume amount that would put them in the 13th spot. The Citadel, the shortened company that really has been behind part of AMC's demise as well, because they've shorted the shit out of that stock, AMC. Oh my God. They've made billions on that company. I know at this point. They have been always the thorn in the side of AMC. And I guess there was a day when the AMC ran up to $63 that Citadel probably took a pretty big, that would have been painful. But they're still there, aren't they? And they got enough money to buy $10 million shares, which would be a lot of money's worth. I point out to you and show you all. Let's go see Citadel value. Percent value went up 140% value. Citadel, they must have already had some shares. Yike. Man, oh man. But you know what's interesting? Look here, and I missed this. It says here this is a call. This is a call on this by them, 10,138,000 Citadel. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Don't know why anybody else didn't mention this to me, but there it is. It's a call. 10,138,000 for Citadel just joined in. Just joined the flock. And they might want to be picking up another 10 million or so shares today while they use the 10 million they bought to get it down this much and buy 10 million more. And then on up it goes. I told you there's going to be certain days where it was going to pull back. The stock isn't always just going to keep skyrocketing up. And what a good day for it to do it on. Look at the Dow down 186, the NASDAQ down 185. They're continuing to surrender. It hasn't stopped yet, but SOFI did. SOFI's bottom's been reached today, in my opinion. And I want to thank all of you that are here with me and watching what I'm showing you right now. I know that we have people drop in, drop out, and take a look at what's going on. But I showed you that Citadel is normally a shorting position company, and they did come in, and that was an amazing amount of volume to make it go down that equals the amount that they got. So I don't know. You look at NVIDIA, that's still now trading sort of with a cup and handle and capitulation. That's its building position. That's all it's doing. Building strength there. You can already see the low was here. Another effort at the low to drop it, and then it stayed, and now it's just building. So, you can trade sideways for a little while. Looking at some other stocks. Tesla still a cup and handle on that, doing the same thing that NVIDIA is doing. They're all doing the same thing here, and it's just a war of attrition. How long will they keep trying to shake people out today on really no news? That's the thing I'm trying to show everybody. Other than NVIDIA beating the earnings, here's what Wall Street says about NVIDIA. Wall Street says, what a surprise by the shorts who need to get the shit and price down so they can get in on some of these things before they really let this thing fly off the handle. And we've seen way bigger drops, 300 points on the Dow recently. And this is just pure nonsensical, illogical move here is all it is. That's all I can say about it. Shaking the tree, big time shake. Tomorrow the Dow will mysteriously be up 400 points. And I've called this before, folks. You've heard me call it, and it was exactly, I called it out like it was, and the next day, sure enough, mysteriously uppity up and up. And by the way, the futures up last night were up, like the NASDAQ futures up 157, and all this futures up and futures all across the board were big up. And then today, games people play. Oh, yeah. Just all games that are being played here. And accumulation, by the way. And accumulation. See right here, I think it's interesting that Yahoo, they're trying to foresee the future, showing the close at 8:13. And what's the date they're showing? On August 24th. Well, isn't that today? Yeah, I think it is. So they got a close over here at 8:13. Isn't that interesting, folks? Okay, just thought I'd point it out. I don't know why they decided to pick that number for their closing number, but are they trying to say that obvious that I point out to people all the time as well? It's quite interesting, isn't it? Quite interesting. NASDAQ opens higher, the headline for Yahoo. NVIDIA surges after blowout earnings. I'm not so sure I could use, number one, the word surging, up 1.8%, or blowout earnings when you compare those to that of our company, SOFI, which I showed people. This is, by the way, them calling this right here, this was a blowout right here, okay? That's a blowout. But when SOFI, by the way, when SOFI has this kind of jump and beat on the street, the only blowout is what happens to their price, their share price. It's pretty much as simple as that. It's the only blowout is their share price. And I'm going to show you what I mean, because this is a blowout over here, people. This is the main page I'm supposed to be on, the summary page. And here we go. Look at here. Over here, this is what blowout looks like should look like to you. See the estimate there, and look where the green dot is? That's a blowout, people. All right? And it dropped. The price dropped on that day. Fourth quarter earnings. Let's go back and see if I'm right. I bet I am. Google. SOFI. Fourth quarter earnings report. Just for kicks, let's go see what happened. 2022. In the fourth quarter, full segment revenue, $86 million, grew 61% year over year. What's the date that this came out, please? I'd love to see. January 30th, 2023. Well, good. Let's go see. January 30th, 2023. Year to date. November, December, January 30th. Look at that. Look what happened after they released earnings on January 30th, folks. And had a 66% growth. What a coinky dink. This is a common trait. Look at the price they're showing on January 30th, $7.46. I'm going to go over here to my historical and go to January 30th, all the way down. January 30th, 2022. Wow, we got a long ways to go. I don't know if we'll get to that even. Shoot. Oh, man. See, because they don't really show you the real price on it. On here, they won't really show you on that chart. They don't. But what a coincidence. January 30th, and I'm going to use this number, 746. And they pulled it down to, what was the low here when it hit here? Let's say 445. 746 to 445. And they shorted the crap out of it at 746, and they're buried on those positions now. 7.46 minus 4.45 equals, divided by 7.46 equals, times 100 equals 40% drop. A 40% drop from January 30th over the next 3.5 months. And folks, when I show you this institutional ownership over here, when we go to the main thing, let's go over here, bookmarks, and we're going to go to this one. Look what was going on during that time. Look at the massive amounts of shares being accumulated by institutions from December 2022. Goodness gracious. Wow. And even before that, folks, there were heavy institutions coming in. You know, before I had a chart here that was showing the price movement too. They took away the price line because it went from here at $25, boom, down, 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 down. And it was just horrible. All the while they were piling in on it, folks. Man, it's too bad I don't see it now. But at any rate, interesting, huh? Let's go over here to this one right here. Maybe I can find it on this page. Maybe this is where that chart pulls up. Here it is. I think this is very, very, very important chart because it shows the price right up here was $25, $24, $23, $22 all the way down to $4 here. And look what was going as the price dropping. Look at all these institutional ownership up here. Look at it increasing, folks. Do you see that they were all piling in here, making the price drop with this massive accumulation of shares? All during that time. While it dropped, they bought. That's how they get rich. Yep. And now it's turned around on them because so many of them were shorting it in the $7 range. I'm just showing you. Look at that, 813. I told you, already rising, and if they couldn't hold it here, then good on right up to 823 very quickly here, very soon after lunch. And lunchtime low, I guess I could already write it down. The real lunchtime low is going to be 813, period. It's where it is right now. Haven't seen it any lower, so I'm going to write it down. I gave them a benefit on a lunchtime low, but the real lunchtime low is going to be written right here, 813. All right, and you just saw it bounce right off that to 815, didn't you? So lunchtime low, and it might have been updating. We're just going to see. And what we're seeing here, folks, is a lot of volume already. We're at 14 million. We're about to surpass the highest level of volume. That was at 2 in the afternoon, and that was 15,113 on the 21st, right? At 2 p.m. For some reason, I didn't write it down yesterday at that time, but it was very close to the same. It was very close to the same. Yep. But actually, this wouldn't have been on the 21st. This would have been the 23rd, because this was when I wrote this down. The price was 844, and then 15,113. And folks, we're a million away from that already, and that was at 2 p.m. And here we are already. We got 2 hours away from that, folks. We're going to see more. We're going to see more volume than what we've been seeing, and that's good for us. Volume coming in, price going up. And what do you mean? What do you mean price going up? We're down 3%. No, we're not. Nope. I want you to look here. Well, we might be today, but I want you to look here, folks, at this chart right here. And it becomes very clear and very visible and very undeniable where we are right now. We're up higher than we were because the high was 850 today, 847 yesterday, 833, 829. And isn't this exactly what I said would be going on? And I told you if they couldn't get the low, if they couldn't get the high, they'd go after the low. Well, they tried like hell today to go after the low, didn't they, to break it below the 806. Did they get there? No, they did not. They failed. They only reached 4 days ago low. And I already told you, if they couldn't stop the high, they'd swing at the low. But they've lost them both today. That's horrible for them. Very, very bad scenario for them. I guarantee it. And when we see this higher high today, even than where it was already, because this is what I told you yesterday would happen during lunch. that it was going to go past the high that it already was at 847. I told you it would, and it did. It went to 857 in the after hours even, but I told you it would, and it did. Right on. And I really like that here we are again. They had it now. There's just out of reach for them. It's unattainable. And again, look at the volume. Look at the volume, folks. Watch the size of the buys here. People know about this lunchtime game. They're catching on. More and more people are catching on to the lunchtime low. And they come on with catfish and they go, shit, I'll buy that. Let's get over here and see what's going on with VFS. Like I said, catfish says beware. Catfish is a bottom feeder, not a top feeder. I'm sorry, but I'm watching it. Now let's go see what's going on with GM. Had that brought up again today, so we'll look at it. Let's go to GM stock. Boop. Take a look at it. Enter. General Motors. So what are they doing now? Yep. Down. Oh, boy. This news, I guess, they just didn't like it. They didn't like the market news. Two hours ago, GM shuts Innovation Center, cuts jobs. Look at their revenue going up, though, over the last, or were they not? Who knows for sure? I need to get this mic out a little further in front of me, I think. Maybe get this to be doing what it's supposed to doing more. Right? Doing what it should be doing a little bit more of. Picking my voice up in front of me. There you go. That might have picked up that. I want to thank you for being here while we take a look at the SOFI continuing to rise. And it's the same movie that we saw yesterday during lunch. And what happened afterwards? Off she went. And I've been showing people on this 5-day chart. It's a typical lunchtime happened. See right here, from 11 o'clock, boom, down. Then they got it to 12, down a little during lunch, and then up by the end of the day. And then look here, during the time it was 11:30, they had it, and then they came again at lunchtime at 12 until 1. Then off it went on Monday. And then what time was it here? 11:30, folks. How does this become so patternized? Well, it's computers, I think. Computers just seeing the pattern and just think, okay, this is what we're supposed to do again today. And here we go the next day. Came out at 3 p.m., 3:45 yesterday. But boy, howdy, man, look at them. This number here achieves that low, and they know it's time to go, right? That's it. They've seen that so many times, they know it's time to go in long there. And they've done that now, and to anybody that are left hanging out there, I feel sorry for you. Feel sad for you, because you're going to be left out there to dry, just like you were yesterday. Folks, I'm telling you, this thing is most likely, or could at least, turn quite green by end of day here off this lunchtime rundown. And I say that only because of the fact that I think Citadel might have just spent their whole 10,800,000 shares they just bought to short this down to where they got it to. And congratulations to them for a lunchtime low of 813 today, which is yesterday's was 831. So I'm just making sure you know that 18 cents, 17 cents low today during lunchtime. But man, that's still not good for them. That lunchtime low 813. They had 808 a couple days already during this past week. So this isn't good for them. This low holding up here. It's not a good sign for them at all, and I like that. I'm just going to point it out to you, folks. Anything that we're seeing that stays here above 8 for this longest period of time is better and better for us, because there's a lot of shorted held positions paying interest on that. And they'll keep throwing in the towel, and it'll just keep riding right on up. And look at this now. The Dow is changing a little. Let's go and see where it is. We were down a 180, 166 now. And forget about 189 down with the NASDAQ. Look at NVIDIA. Where it is. Where's it? Ha 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 ha. See? Look at this thing, folks. All right. As NVIDIA does, so does the market. and this was called by Gary yesterday. The takedown maneuver is over with NVIDIA, and everyone will be piling in here. We'll probably see 100 million shares in today. Price back up over 500 possibly. All right, not sure of it, but it could be very, very, very possible, because I tell you, this whole morning has looked like absolutely nothing more than shake of the tree, manipulation, turn around, and then suddenly tomorrow up, market up 400, new gains, the next day up 500, and suddenly we've got the most incredible comeback week that we've ever seen, and nobody knows why. Totally unexplainable, unless Tyler's here explaining it to you. Right? It starts to make more sense when you see what I'm showing you here. When I show you why they want these numbers and how sad it is for them that they're not going to be able to achieve them. And folks, today's low, a higher low. And I want you to see higher low now, higher low, higher low. That's 3 out of 4 days. It's the exact same thing that happened the last time. You don't believe me? I'll go back and I'll show you right here to May the 15th. See if I'm right. See if I'm right. Higher low, higher low, higher low, down a penny, 4th day. See it? Okay? Just so you can see the pattern. Just so you can see it. Higher low, higher low, higher low by 30 cents. And a nice pop there, by the way. And the same as yesterday. We saw it. It's identical. These things are repeating, folks. That's what I try to get across to y'all. Okay? That's what I keep trying to repeat over and over to you. History is just repeating itself. You're going to see the same activity, the same way, the same screenplay. It's all unfolding just like it should. Be patient. Be Warren Buffett-like. Right? You're going to take advantage of the fears of others and those that get scared out of stocks and buy them at these low, below 9, below 10. You can already see bouncing now, toggling 813, 814. Here during lunchtime and soon 814, 815. And then it'll toggle right on up and everybody will be surprised but me and you. Right? And it won't be a surprise because, folks, you got to look back at the history. May 15th. I mean, even after that, the next day, it was actually, the high was down the next day. Not like us this time. Right? And I show you here, the high was higher, the high was higher, the high was higher, and then lower. It's the 4th day. Does it make sense now to you? Okay? It's the pattern is being repeated. Higher high, higher high, higher high, lower, 4th day. What do we got over here? Not the same. Higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high. Oh, man, folks, it's just going up, up, up. It's different. It's better. It's stronger than the last time. I'm trying to show you that. And then you go back to the lows on that date, on May the 15th. Look at the lows. And I like to show you the similarities. Higher low, higher low, higher low, lower low. Okay? And then it went. It just went low. There was one more drop here of 9 cents and then 4 cents. 14 cents off 522 and then boom, off to the races. Higher, 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 1023. Less than 1 month of the May 15th rundown to 445. It was at 1023. That's almost a tripler, people. And by the way, our CEO, Anthony Noto, piled in on this date and bought, right? He bought a shitload. He also bought on this date here, right here, he bought a shitload. And his wife bought a bunch. They own, the whole family. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Does that say 819? That was at 1216. That's not right. But it's close. Holy shamoly moly foley. Look at this thing, folks. Well, did somebody call this out? As NVIDIA, as the market. Watch where SOFI is in the day, people. Watch that. Watch where it is in the day. Pick up some more here. Buy 5 shares at 816, 817. Put those orders in. Support it from the bottom up. It's already running, folks. It's going to 8.19, and I told you it was going to toggle 8.13, 8.14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Look how fast this is happening, folks. Let's get on over here. I want to see this interactive chart and who's buying and how much and why the run up. Let's get over here. Come on. You can see it. Oh, yeah. Look at all the greens now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 7 of those were green, folks. Only 4 reds. Watch it close. Watch it close. Look at it. Watch the volume. 15,069, folks. We are just about to blow past where we were at the highest volume of the week at 2 p.m. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And so, am I right? Am I right that they used up those 10,800,000 to sell down? Is that what they did? These institutional shares bought just now by Citadel? Am I straight up? Am I right on? Did I guess it? Did I figure it out? I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I'm not saying that that I know this for a fact. But folks, this looks mysterious to me to see a known active shorting Citadel, who, like I said, basically took and almost drove AMC out of business. Citadel did at one time. Because they had started in on that, and man, they drove that thing right into almost oblivion. And they're probably part of it moving it now down. I wouldn't doubt it all. Because we're going to go here to these shareholders here on this, and we're going to go to how many shares they're holding. And I'm going to show you what you might have just caught on to. This company was not on the list before, and they sure have jumped onto the list now. And they have a bunch of shares. And here they are, right down here. Citadel. 10,138,400. They were not on my list yesterday. They have taken up a shorted position, and this explains to me and should possibly be the reason why we saw this happen this morning. And the amount of shares that it took to get here was right at that 11 million share mark that that's what I said to folks here just 30 minutes ago. Look back and go back on this live one and see what I said. I told you that. I said, I had just discovered, oh my gosh, look who just came in on our stock. A known short attack company, Citadel. So you're aware of that now. And it makes sense. This makes more sense than ever. All that work down volume. But I could be right. I could be wrong. But Catfish hasn't been wrong too often with where the low was. And that's why I came on here when I did, and you saw where the low was and where we were at 810, 809, and putting in orders there, because why not? Let's make some money today off this great stock. Look at that, just broke 820. Cha-ching! And folks, this is just like I said at the beginning. Just wait. Just be patient. Be patient. Watch the volume. Watch how they work it. And now that Citadel used that 10 million to get down to here, and they probably bought another 10 million shares just now, right? A long. Now they're a call position on it. Got a long position on it, and they don't care how high it goes from 808. They like the number 8 apparently just as much as I do, right? Yes, sir. And look where we are at lunchtime low. I already told you, the last time they got down to that low that they did, it was only 30 minutes later. The price was up 23 cents to 823, off of 806. And I said it yesterday morning when I came on live. I said, well, that didn't last long. The 806s were all gobbled up. And today it happened again when they got down here at this time, and the price, those things got so gobbled up. And look at the volume just getting away from them now, and the price getting away from them as well. And it's the combination, the double combination. See what the whole market's doing now. I'm going to look at the Dow, NASDAQ, down 172, 139, down 171, 139. Isn't it mysterious how things turn around and how things change and why? There's no reason. I wonder what they're going to say now. Dow, market turns around on what news? What's Yahoo got to say now? They still talking about NASDAQ? Stocks reverse lower. NASDAQ falls 1% as NVIDIA rally fades. The NVIDIA rally is faded, or as it gets attacked. That might be the proper word. Nvidia's rally has just begun, folks. All right. I got news for you. This little pullback we saw, and look at now, SoFi accumulating. They're accumulating for this major run to $13. I'm telling you, it's coming. And folks, more and more people will be cutting this loose here, shorters, because they're going to want to take profits right now. They're up. They're finally up after being down 3 days in a row. And so they want to take some profits here. They're going to run over each other to do it. We're going to see this price keep climbing because they got to buy to get out of these profit positions. Right? We're going to see that. Thank you for being here with me. I've had 64. I got 11 now, just hanging around, checking out what I'm saying, doing, and sharing with you. And all we're doing here is just sitting watching the dang price go right back up. And Shaniza's here with us too, I think, still listening. And she's watching her coffers start to raise too. Even though we're a little red today right now, along with the whole market. I've already shown you what history did before and what it's doing now. We're sitting right where we should be. We're in a growth phase, just like SoFi is. And, every once in a while, storms come along and heavy weather, hail even hits and knocks things back down. But that just makes all the plants stronger in your garden. It really does. As a matter of fact, it's a well-known fact that you should somewhat suffer your plants to keep them more resilient and strong, and immune systems get stronger. One of those is in watering. You don't always just keep watering them every 2 or 3 days. You got to take a break on the watering and make them drought resistant, so that they, if you don't water, if you go on a trip or something, like I often do, they come back and they're just hanging out going, all right, I'm okay. I've had this before. But many times you've seen it, the experience, you go to the horticulture place or where you're going to pick up your garden supplies and things. You buy these beautiful plants and stuff hanging in there. They look gorgeous. And you get them outside and suddenly they just start to die from day one, and they just keep dying from then on. Especially those hanging baskets. My wife gets them every single year, and I tell them when they come home and I pull them out of the trunk, prepare for a long, slow death. If I was to go out and take a picture of one of them now, you'd see exactly what I mean. Even though we've been having a lot of rain and we've been watering the crap, they just can't handle that. They're so accustomed to the comfort of the indoor modified light, being fused, diffused light and temperature control and so forth, fans and mist and everything. And they come out, they just can't hang. They just wilt away, die. And it happens every year, sadly. And but anyway, what we're seeing here, folks, and I'm keeping an eye on the overall market as well, the Dow, the NASDAQ, Russell, because, see, I think this thing's just been manipulated down today all day, just like NVIDIA has. For everybody that missed the boat, missed it, don't know, and are now wanting to come on in the market. They saw NVIDIA, they saw, this is definite proof, the market is improving, but they don't want in at these high numbers. They want down low, and they did it today. Citadel knew they could make that happen. They bought 10 million shares to work with to get it down to where they did, and here's where they just went long again at 808 today. I like that number. Citadel, I like you guys because you like that number too. And that's where you bought it, more of it today, I'm presuming. And I'll be able to find that out because I wrote down how many shares they own as of today. And I'm going to see how many shares they own as of tomorrow and the next day. And I'm going to keep an eye on those guys because I would be not surprised at all to see that they doubled down right here but went long instead of short, took up a call instead of a put. And so we'll see if I'm right or not. We'll see. I don't know for sure, but I think I am. I definitely think I am, and I like this. This is just going to turn into one big, huge smiley face. Maybe we'll be up here around 843 right there. There's got a flag. Maybe that's what they're predicting is the close. I thought it was interesting earlier that SoFi had made they had made a decision to put a closing price on this chart right here. On the historical chart, they had already put 813 for SoFi's closing price was over here. They had it there. And at the time, it was interesting. The price was around 807, 808, or whatever it was, 808, 809. And they had a closing price over here, 813. Well, they've adjusted that now. They missed that. And so do the ones that saw 813 come and go. the ones that were trying to hold it there had absolutely no success, just like the ones that tried to get the price down below 806 and had no success. Only ones that were successful were us who were buying at 808. And that's called success, folks. Those are the steps to success, right? And we can already see now mid-lunch, and look at it breaking 820, mid-lunchtime. Because, like I said, people have caught on to this. When you start looking at this chart day after day after day, and it's the exact same method, same time, same channel, same bat time, same bat channel. And then everybody sees what happens afterwards, up and up and up. Let's go over here and look at another in-depth chart. Let's go to the 3-month. And look at right here. Look at that. Look at that flat line right there. Oh my goodness. But you can see how steep this angle was down. Look right here. I'm going to put a draw tool in. Maybe it'll let me. Boom. Yes, indeed. This is very, very clear right here. Look at that turn of that 10-day. Look at it right there. This is the aggressive move down by hammering at it for these days and days and days down. That's the angle of the dangle, the angle of the downward move. You can see how it plateaued. It made a little hump, then straight along that line there. But folks, look what is happening now. Look in there close. I'll move this out of the way down here a little bit. Look at that. That's the 10-day moving average since when? Since the 18th, folks. Since the day of the low. Look at that turn on the 10-day and look at the blue. They try to slam it down and it's turning and they're going to cross back up over the gold right here too, because this is right here, this convergence. It's called convergence. So you can see it. And I want to point out here, look at this down here at the bottom, the 200-day green moving average line, people. Look at that thing. It just keeps going up. That's long-term vision, folks. This is a 3-month term, and all it's done is gone up on them, regardless of what they've done daily and over the last 14 days. This is the long-term average. Look at that green line. Look at it. The more I pull out, the better it looks, doesn't it? See that? Well, you should be able to see it. You should be able to see it. And I want to compare this angle here, right here, to this angle. See how steeply they attacked it here after, what was the date here on Chivrini Day? Was that it? Yep. Look how steeply they attacked it then, right here. And then look at this attack effort here. How gradual, and I'm pointing this out to you, folks. And this angle is even steeper than this because the price wasn't here at 974. It was at 1023. The angle, folks, was different. I'm going to pull this back where I can get a chance to move it over, maybe. Boop. This one I can move. And then this one I can get rid of. Because, see, the price was really up here, so that angle was that sharp down. Look at this one here. I try to show you relative strengths by what I'm doing here. Draw. And not just relative strength, but relative weakness. So, relative to the last major attack that came here on C Day, Chiapanzini Day, this is a much different, less acute, less severe, and I've tried to tell everyone that this has been not as severe and as steep, and therefore it shows an indication of the strength and resilience of SoFi becoming just stronger and stronger. Here they got the hailstorm that knocked some of their limbs off of them even and broke the top off the finial, and then it recovered, and now this is the strength it has against this move down. All right? So it shows a strength sign to me. I just pointed out the charts are interesting how they can show you things like this. But I sure like the look of that 200-day moving average right there. There's no denying this thing's flying. People are coming in and buying. And And let's go to NVIDIA now and see what it's doing. 484, could have had it for $4 less just moments ago. And look at that plateau and that cup and handle, and I told you where it was going. Anthony Walker, you should take a look close. Look at HIMS. I think it's a great company. All right. With you, Anthony. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, I always look at when people tell me, hey, go look at this or that. I do. Because I don't want to miss any opportunities. All right. I've been here before. I've looked this one up in the past. See, it's already highlighted. I have looked at this. Turn my phone off here. There we go. Yep, I've looked at it. Let's look at the 6 month. Well, you know one thing I do. I am a catfish, and I do look for the bottom. But, folks, this is, although he talked about it, Anthony, the 6 month doesn't look real good on it. I don't know why he pulled that at HIMS. Maybe you meant to put HMIS or something. Because right now, that does look like it could be at the bottom. That's the 6 month. What's the year look like? Was once at 12, now 6. That's a discount. But how is this number relative to any other cliff at the past? Right there it was. 714, and it fell from that. Okay. 753. Okay. Well, to me, honestly, I'd have to see this thing break back up over 7 to get any of it. And I'd actually probably buy, if it broke over 7, it would pull back to 693. So that might be a good number too, or it might pull back to 688 even over 7, and then 688 or 693 or 697. Those are all numbers that we've seen and know they like. But we'll see. We'll see. I appreciate you talking about it, at least getting it to my attention, because it definitely looks like it's down. It's definitely down, and down more on a down day, which is no surprise. All right. Oh my. Look at this, folks. Jump back over here and see this thing starting to propel already at 1234. Look at their earnings. Well, with you. And they beat every time. Looks very familiar to SoFi. They beat every time. And I just showed everybody a little bit ago what happened the time that SoFi beat here, right here on this massive beat. They got taken down huge after this humongous, and they're calling NVIDIA's a crushed earnings. Look at NVIDIA's climb from the estimate to what they actually attained, and they're calling this crushing. This is SoFi. This is crushing, people. But I went back to that date. It was January 30th. And they got crushed after January 30th in price. Just like they always do. Look at back. Oh, I couldn't show it to you on this one. I did it on this. January 30th. Look where the price was on January 30th, folks. Hold on. I'm going to show it to you. 2022, January 30th. Oh, man. Here we are. Boom. Right here is the price. October, nope, we're close. We're close, though. December 20, it was 2022. I got to get to the right month. January 11. Boom, come on in. Yeah, it would have been fourth quarter earnings of, yep, that's right, January 30th. 3 month. January. December, January 30th. Bam, look at it right here. January 18th, January 25th, 27th, 28th, the 31st. And then they popped for 2 days, and then wham! Look at that massacre down. And folks, they were shorting from $7 and $7.20. See that? $7.72. January the 30th, That's 131, January 30th. Come on, get to the January. That is it. That's it, folks. What a similar run, huh? Went from doggone five around, what was his price here? 570, made a nice pop to 772. It's another $2 increase on the earnings. And then to run it down probably 50% again. The same thing again. 772 to what number did they hit right here? 540. 772 to 540. This is our earnings record that they just keep playing over and over, don't they? 7.72 minus 5.30 equals, divided by 7.72 equals, times 100 equals 31%. It's amazing. It's exactly the same. It's virtually exactly the same. 31.34%. 31.34% down off earnings when they slaughtered it. So is this any surprise to anybody? I bring it to your attention, folks. These things we're taking a look at. I see this over here with HIMS. I see them beating. And all I see is the same similar thing. Look at these revenue. Wow. Just scaling up during COVID too. The same as SoFi. These guys are twins. But this is taking even worse of a beating, it looks like. All right. Got my eyes on it. Hey, Gary. As does NVIDIA, as does the market, right? Thank you for being here. I'm with you. Thank you. All right. Welcome for jumping in on here with me. And what we're looking at, Anthony Walker, he's a longtime cat, telling me to take a look here today at this one we're looking at, HIMS. My God, we look over here at their earnings. That looks very similar to SoFi, and we see their revenue. That looks very identical to SoFi, but we see their share price, and guess what? It looks identical to SoFi over the last 6 months. How do these things happen? Well, it's called manipulation, people. That's what it is. Manipulation. But what we saw was manipulation today at lunchtime on SoFi again, down to the price we saw it go down to. And congratulations everybody that bought cha-ching with me, buying market shares at lunchtime at 8:08. Thank you again. And that was the same number they had for the low, for lunchtime lows, many days now. For 3 days they've had the lunchtime low at that number, 8:08. So it's no surprise. And every time I bought it there, I made money, so I bought it again. Hopefully you did, folks. I wish you all the luck if you didn't and you're shorting this thing, because, folks, this does not look good for the shorts. And why do I say that? Well, look at the gains from off of the day of the low of 789. It's not good, folks, for them, because you had 792, 825, 840, and then 8. These are the opens, by the way, but look at the highs. You had 829, 833, 847. They're saying 847 yesterday. I don't know if that's true, because in the after hours it was over 850. And then today, 850. But it looks good to us because now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row with a higher high. Now, why do I say that's good? Let's compare that to this chart. All right, we'll get there. Whoop. 5 days in a row, higher high after the lowest low, right? Come on back here to the 15th of May. How many days did it have higher in a row? After May 15th on the low, it was what? It was lower the next day. All right? So that's one good thing. It was actually higher 5 days in a row, and there was lower, then up. That's 2. Then up. That's 3. That's 1. That's 3 days up. Okay? 82, 98. And then fourth day, down. All right? And this is the highs, folks. And we didn't do that this time, did we? We're higher. We try. It's like a similar. It's so similar, folks. It looks so good. It looks exactly like what I thought would happen. It's really history repeating itself, as I've told everyone. So, Gary, yeah, we last night in the after hours, Gary, I saw. Yep, I understand what you're saying there with HIMS. Gary says I would stay away from it, and I understand the reasoning. I've always told people when I looked at that 6-month chart on HIMS, there's one thing I do know, and that is don't try to catch a falling knife. And to me, looking at this 6-month chart on HIMS, it looks like a lot of hedge funds and shorting folks have this on their target. They got it. They're going to try to drive this thing completely out because they're doing the same thing that SoFi's doing. They're making lots of money. They're profiting when they shouldn't be during COVID. They're beating the estimates every effing time. That's what they're effing doing. And that's what they do to companies that do that. They've got them in their sights. They got them in their target. They don't want them to continue to succeed. And so they're doing the same thing to this that they did for SoFi for freaking the last 2 weeks on SoFi. And SoFi is just continuing to accelerate and gain and grow market share, grow their deposits. And this is the same tactic. But they're even more targeted on this one here, HIMS. It looks to me like, it looks like they just got this thing in their sights to just crush it right on down. Be careful with it. That's all I'd say. If anybody wants to buy any of that here at this low, that's what Catfish usually does, is buy at the low. Look, put in your order at 6.66. And maybe you can get that. But that would be it. That's Tyler's suggestion. And other than that, and by the way, do not dive in at 666. I'm not saying buy 5,000 shares. I would say buy 20 if you want to risk $120. All right. But look here, we just broke over 820. I called that was going to happen before the end of lunch, and it is happening. And as this gets on up here, folks, they're going to keep leaving this position. They're going to keep getting on out of here. All right. They're going to keep leaving because as NVIDIA does, so does the market. I told you, and when it got to this number, I told you time to buy more. And I wrote down what the number was, and I wrote down the time, and I had it because I wanted to keep track of it. NVIDIA was at 474.70 when I said pick it up, and it was on this date, 8/24. And I wrote that down because I figured once it ran off of that, it was going to go back up over 500 possibly, maybe by the end of the day. And so as NVIDIA does, so does the market. And you will see what happens to SoFi. And you're going to look over here and see UPST has gone now, regained 4%. Affirm is almost going green. PLTR was down 9% now, back up 3%. Folks, this thing's going to keep climbing. We're going to be green. Don't worry. Just sit back and watch it. What I told you was happening. Let's look at the NASDAQ down 160, NASDAQ down 114, 170, 114. NASDAQ definitely improving here, and it's going to be green possibly by the end of the day. And that's what I called this morning. All just a big freaking head fake, shakeout, scare everybody. The market's doing fine. NVIDIA's doing great. SoFi is doing great. And watch this thing be green by the end of the day. That's my call. And even if it isn't, I still like the fact that we've gained on another higher high today. Some people might not have caught that, but it did happen. Right? It happened. Well, look at this. 829, 833, 847, 847, 850. Bam. And who called for that? Who called for that? And I also told you on days that they couldn't knock the high down lower, they'd knock the low down lower. Well, they couldn't do that today either. So this is a very, very positive sign for us, right? Right? Even yesterday, they got that 847 high until after hours where it shot up. And then, but they achieved that lower low, 5 cents lower. And this is a number I keep telling you, 5 cents is the swing numbers for them. When SoFi starts going up, you pick up those 10 cents. When it drops 5, you got your orders there, because then it's up another 10 cents and drops 5. It's a 5 increment they like to use, 5 or 6. I see it very, very often. I've shown you that in the past, folks. All 14 of you, I want to thank you for being here. Why I show you, then why I believe that SoFi is right on track right here where it is, and doing perfectly where it should be, based on the history of it before what happened after the May 15th David Chiapanzi downgrade. Okay? And now you can see the price is at 819. Gary, I heard you say that HIMS is very similar to SoFi. That may be the case, but there's a very important difference. The trend, the upward trend of SoFi is still intact. HIMS is in a downtrend. That's what I said. I said don't catch a falling knife. Never try to catch a falling knife. And as I already said about this stock, it looks like they just got this damn thing right in their crosshairs. Somebody's dedicated and determined to knock the crap out of this. Let's go to the 5-year chart. It must be the people that were buying it back in 2022 that had it at 404 here and stuff. This is very I say this is similar. It is very similar. Thank you, Shaniza. Shaniza says MULN. Take a look at it. Gonna do it now. And yesterday, man, what a pop. I saw it. I had it, watched it. Where's it now? It was at 80. Nice. Yes, indeed. Very, very strong still. And it says here, this was 22 hours ago, that this guy who's the CEO, David McCherney, publishes an open letter to shareholders addressing declining stock values. And suddenly it turns around and jumps up freaking 93%. Hey, Anthony, ding dong. How about a little open letter to shareholders? Anthony, if you're listening, or anybody that's associated to Anthony, we could use an open letter. I'd like to see an open letter regarding the recent shareholder downgrade price. Please? That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Just a simple little letter like that to make ours jump 93%. See, Shaneza, I want to say something to you about Mullen. I don't see that as enough strength for this pop. I think it might be being manipulated. So be very careful with that one. Because that's not all that big of news to me. If Mullen had signed a contract to deliver 5 million units to some electric car company, or UPS or somebody, or I think they're a battery maker. They're and they have a very highly advanced battery that charges and lasts much longer than the current that's out there. And so that was the plus that made them pop a long time ago. But this stock was at $9, folks. $9 and $10. Be careful. But it's good to keep an eye on it. Definitely, it definitely is, because, man, making another surge. I don't understand it, though. And if like I said, if the CEO just needs to write an open letter to shareholders addressing the declining stock values, and that can be done by Anthony Noto, and see this thing go up 85 or 90%, more power to you, Anthony. Get it on out there. Tell the shareholders why it got ran down. That's what I'm here doing on your behalf right here. I'm on this channel telling everybody and showing everybody how they've done it in the past. Every single earnings call is a 31% drop. Every single time. It's repeated now. I showed you what happened on the January 30th, right? And on this date, when they did this and they beat the street estimates by a whopping 9 to 5 to the upside, that's a 14-cent beat of the estimate. 14 on the 30th that they announced it. And then we go back here, and god dang, I wish this thing would go all the way back to the 30th. Let's see what it does. Maybe I can change it. Ooh. 5-year. That would take a long time to do. Start date 01/30 is what we want. 01, and we're going to put 29. 2022. Done. August. Why didn't it do it? Try this again. We want this to be start date January 29th. End 8/24. Done. I sure would like to see this, man. Shit, it stops on August 24th. Maybe I could. Oh, here it is. I got to click apply. All right, here we are. Here we are. Let's see what we got this time. Yes. Hold on, folks. Here it is, January 31st. It got 2 days after to 1355. 1355, and let me guess where it was 2 weeks later. 1355, 15 days later, where was it? 1117. Look at these prices. Look how fast they attacked this down to 882. By February 24th, that was a long duration to run it down, folks, to 882. $13.55. I want to see how far they had it down 15 days later. 1192. 14 days later. 2 weeks. How did I guess? It hit the low. Right? Oh, yeah. This makes perfect sense. Let's see what that was. 13.55 minus 11. Look at this. They had it even in 4 days. 1, 2, 3. Third day. 11:16, folks. Minus. And this is just proof again of what they do every time. 1355 minus 1116 minus 11.16 equals, divided by 13.55 equals, oh man, times 100 equals, they knocked it down 17%. 17%. See, when you get these numbers get up here higher, it's harder to make it fall more. Cookies code 51. Can you look at KO and tell me the outlook? Is it a falling knife? Or does it move like this time of year? If that makes sense. Yes, okay. And I think you may have done a little change to Mrs. Cookies, right? To Cookies code 51, because I've recognized the number. So, hey, yeah. I will. I'll take a look at KO. But speaking of KOs, again, they come out with a great earnings call on January 30th. They absolutely slaughtered it over here, folks. This was the date right here. It was Q4 results. They beat by 4 cents. It was a nice jump above estimates. And again, on that date, I just been going back to each one of their earnings calls to see what's happened every time. And this pattern is so repetitive. Look at that. It was at 1355, and they ran it down to doggone 1116. Took them 4 days. 1, 2, 3, the third day. So 1355. I'm going to make sure I did the math right. 13.55 minus 1116, 11.16 equals, divided by 13.55 equals, times 100 equals. And that is indeed a 17% drop that they did to get it to 1116. And that was in 2 weeks. And then off it bounced and started running right back up. Right? And then it got back up to 1328. Folks, it was making a move. And then at that price on February the 16th, from this right here, the shorting started full scale. It was an absolute, and you can watch, there was even, it made a run at 13 right there. They stopped it. And then on they came at this thing down, 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 down. Piling in here, folks. All right. I would say stay away from KO. Gary says, there you go, Cookies code 51. But we're going to look at it. And we're looking at this HIMS too. And we're just going to keep an eye on it. I'm not going to tell anybody to get in, and I wouldn't anyway to dive in. But KO. I've had this before. I've had it on my chart. I tell you one thing about you, cookies code 51. And I don't know if you're related or if you are the same and changed your name from Cookies, Mrs. Cookies 51. But anyway, it's kind of ironic. They both have similar numbers and similar names. But I'm looking at it and, man, look at this year to date. Jeez, oh, Pete's. Rough. Well, what I see here, unfortunately, is it made its run to $63. All right, and then it hit a bottom here, and then it had a false bottom, then another false tip, a double bottom. This is called right here, and then this tip, which it correlates exactly with this one here. And can you see what happened after it hit that number? It dropped from 63.40 all the way down here to this. All right? That's what it did, 58.86. So I'm showing you here that this right here is equivalent almost. It didn't even get there this time. And they've already started taking at it. Now here's the key. If it was at this price right here, Carlos Rodriguez, hey guys. All right, there you go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 bum, bum. Thank you for being here, Carlos. Yeah, we're checking things. SOFI is finding big support, 806. Yeah, it's done. They're toast. They're not going to get it below that number. And I have already told people that this is exactly what I was going to expect it to happen. It is happening. But I'm going to go a little bit further with this KO. And that is here. See when it was at this price, 63.40? And then even here. And that number right there is very close to where we achieved today. It showed 63.05. Well, folks, after it hit that 63.40, what did it fall to? What was the amount that it fell to? Well, it fell to this right here, 59.81. All right? So when we look over here to this 63.05, it's fallen to a number that isn't quite there yet. Now, I'm going to warn you, if this thing were to break below this 59.81 number here again, you better have your butt out of there quick. All right? I'm telling you, because if it falls from that, it's going to drop all the way to here. All right? Right there. 58.86. Okay? So this is still a dropping knife. I would avoid it for now. To see what happens when it gets to this number, 59.81, you might put a buy order in there and make some pop money to 61. But then after that, I'd cash that out, right? Because this is important. This is an important number. You've seen it here before. Right here even, you've seen it. Boom. 60.31. There it is again. All right. Yes, Gary. Gary, would you like to hear a quick summary of my theory of why to stay away from KO and HIMS? Yes, Gary. All right, Gary, lay it on us, bro. Aaron, lay it on us. I try to catch everybody as their statements are being made here. But what I'm wanting to get back over to is my stock because I want to see what it's doing. Yes, indeed. 817 at 101. That's a hellacious, that's a 9-cent increase off the last low they were capable of. So nice. And bouncing off of that right there, very nice. We'll see what happens here, though, from the rest of this afternoon. And, yeah. Yep, no problem. I'm just trying to keep, I like to use history. I use history. Look at this number, 88866. Yep. A good number to get on Mullen, perhaps. But I've been weary about this one. Because this news of somebody writing a letter who's the CEO making the price jump 90% seems a little odd. A little bit odd to me. Look at this. Here's the letter day. Boom. Letter came out. Yay, the letter came out. Meanwhile, SOFI is talking about increasing and the jumps that they do and all this real news that's positive. And this guy just needs to write a letter. Send it off in a letter to yourself. Tyler Self. I didn't get the memo, and I missed a 60% pop. But is it really a pop or a fake pop and drop? Who really knows how low it could go? But as I said, Mullen was over $9. Now it's at 90 cents. Yay. All right, but we're over here. We looked at these other stocks closely. We're looking at KO. We're looking at KO. Get over here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, GM. Where'd my KO go to? Did it get knocked out already? KO. Where did you go? OKO. Where did you go? OKO. Where did you go? SOFI. SOFI, the stock that always gets attacked. Coca-Cola. Yike. 5-year chart on Coca-Cola. It's fairly solid. But let me tell you a little bit about KO. You can see by looking at this 5-year chart, that's certainly not a volatile, heavy swinging stock. Think about it. At $60, $5, that's a 10%. 10% right here. And this is one of the biggest swings it's had, is a 10% swing. Not even 10. It was just below 9.5. Here we saw what? 58.40 swung down to what? 44. 6. Again, that's a 10%. It's roughly a 10% swing. You know, this stock we're here in SOFI can move 25 to 30% on any story that breaks here any day now. So that's why I like to be into SOFI, because it swings. And I'm a swing trader. I'm a swing day trader. And I think SOFI is a far better target stock for swing trading. I'll just say it. And we're seeing here again another effort, a weak effort to try to get to 813. And we'll see if they can achieve it. But folks, I'm here to tell you right now, and I'm waiting. You can tell Gary's working on a nice little write-up about why you shouldn't be messing around with KO or HIMS. And we're all going to see it pretty soon. And Gary, we appreciate your insight. And pointing out yesterday about NVIDIA, I watched him in the after hours go to $5.13. I still see that they're now pulling off of that recovery they've made this morning, but still up 3% is good. So if I'll follow this trend, you'll see where we'll be up in the day. Don't worry about being down 3.33%. Okay, don't worry. 3.33, 3.38 is nothing, folks, because I point out to you again, this is the main thing you need to pay attention to. Right up here at the top. Pay attention to this. Right here at the very tippy top, where the price was 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 day ago, and where we are now. High after high after high, repeating this, and I must need to refresh this because, folks, it's changed now. What are they doing here? Oh, I have the date to the 24th, and they're not going to show me that anymore? I don't know why. I just move the date to the 25th, I guess. I don't know what they're not letting me do here. 25th. Is that how I do it? Apply? All right. I got the 24th back now, and you can see the new higher high. 829, 833, 847, 850. This is exactly what I said. Wasn't going to completely go straight up. I told you that. There'll be maybe a day or two we'll have some pullback. But the trend is the same as the last time. It's even better than the May 15th takedown. Because here we have 4 days up in a row. We go back here to May 15th, and how many days was it up in a row? Well, after the May 15th low of 445, it was down the next day. All right? So we're already showing a stronger pattern than the last time. That's what I want you to be aware of. Very aware of it. And we're doing this on much lower volume than the last time, by the way. Look at the volume here, 42 million, 35 million. We're not seeing that now, 38 million. No, we're not seeing that. We're not seeing that. Look up here where we are right now. Where's the volume levels? Look at that. 22 million, 23 million, 21, 17. This is the kiss of death for these guys. I'm telling you, this low volume compared to half of the amounts we saw before on these increases. Does that make sense to you? Okay? It perfectly should. It definitely should make sense to you. All right? It makes good sense to me. And I point out these things that should be obvious. Look now at the Dow down 218. Man, why? No reason for it. It's uncalled for. Uncalled for. Pure and simple. NVIDIA beating the street. Caught people off guard. They want in cheaper on every stock they can get in on cheaper today. And it'll turn tomorrow. You'll see what happens. Watch what happens in the next days and the next days and the next. Mysteriously, the market will be up. And by the end of Friday, it'll be the biggest gain that this thing's had in freaking weeks. And nobody will be able to figure out how or why it happened. Well, you know what, folks? Many of you have heard me even a week ago call what was going to happen with this stock after they got it to the low and that they were just taking a longer time to achieve the same amount. And when they got to that low, I would be buying it, and we did. We bought it at $7.89. We piled in a couple thousand shares. We were smart. And now, folks, repeating of history, 4 days higher high. And they make it look like it wasn't by showing you that one number yesterday the same as the day before, but that's deceiving because yesterday it went higher in the after hours. Just so you know it. But today's going to be a different story on volume. Today's going to be an increase in volume and an increase in the price continuing to rise through the remainder of the afternoon. And if you can buy at 8.18, you should. And I'm going to. Oh yeah, I gotta log in here. And we're gonna go to position, SOFI, add to position. We're gonna do a market share order, 10 shares here. Yep, just 10. Market share. Review order and password. I just put it in. This is what I hate about this. It takes so long to put orders in on this. You can't just hit reuse order and bam, do it on this Charles Schwab. There we go. We got it in. Let's see where we fill. Let's see where we fill, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's going to be 8.18. And sure enough, 8.18 it is. Nice. I'll take that. Thank you for being here with me. Now we got this thing here. I removed the MRS from my name because I'm on here to learn and make money, not meet and greet. Ha 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 ha. Damn right, I hear you. There you go. Cha-ching. Right. Yep. The MRS was drawing too much attention. Got it. Not on your channel, but otherwise channels about stock market. Okay. Got it. I'm with you 100% there. I'm glad you let me know that. It makes perfect sense. And so there you go. I like what you changed to. I like your new identity, which will keep you more, what's the word I want to look for? Under the radar. You're flying under the radar. There won't be anybody. Me, I guess it's pretty easy, you know. They can see me. They know who I am and what I'm doing, what I'm all about. I'm 100% pure male. And as Catfish Lopez often says, I'm packing some cannons. And I have more strength than a lot of these wimpy chimpanzee, David Chimpanzee analysts who said SoFi was going to be at less than a 25% of where it is right now. And folks, we're just going to see this real nice, gradual, slow, long, delayed, drawn out rise like we did over the last month when they had it at 445 and ran it to 1023. And when they ran it back down just before the earnings call this time, I know these numbers now because I've done them so many times, they're in my head. They're in my head. And so you can see all this. They ran this down just before earnings, and they were able to get the price just before earnings to this 894 figure. And amazingly, then it went up to 1170. What a surprise. And 210 million shares used to run it up to that, where they shorted the shit out of it. And then again, said the same thing they've done for the last 3 earnings reports, ran it down 25 and then 30%. And they're going to run it the other way now. That's my call. I don't see why they wouldn't. It's worked so well for them right now. Why would they change? Why would they change now is what you should be asking yourself. Why would they change this tactic for them, which has been so successful over the last 3 earnings calls? It's worked like a charm for them every time. They're making buku bucks doing this, right? Gary, in the stock market, prices go up and down in the short term and the long term. You can break down these ups and downs into phases. Yes. Well, I've been showing people the history of the last 3 phases of this stock. And folks, they came out with a phase, and again, they're only showing to August 24th. I'm going to take you back further. I'm going to take you back to 3 earnings calls ago. And I want you to see here, folks, that 3 earnings calls ago, this company annihilated the street. Not what NVIDIA did. They blasted the earnings. This is here, this one. So this is the current one. This is 1 ago, 2 ago, 3 ago, all right? And this one here occurred on January 31st when the quarter results were out for the 4th quarter. And they beat by a huge amount, not by what NVIDIA did. Look over here by how much they beat. They beat by that amount right there, NVIDIA. And they also got attacked today. But what I want to show you about SoFi is this, that even though they beat so far on this January 31st, 2022 report they came out with, they were slaughtered down again. They were slaughtered down. And I'm going to go here to change the parameter of this historical date. And I'm going to change the start date to 8. Instead of 8, we're going to go January 01. And we're going to do 28. Maybe let's do the 27th. And then we're going to do 2022. And we're going to hit done and apply. Boom. And then I want to show you on that massive beat, when they beat the street so much, by so much, when they beat it, look what happened to their price. They popped on January 31st. They popped the next day to 1355. And then within just days, they had this thing hammered down to 1116. All right? Isn't that interesting? 1355 to 1116. And I've already shown you how much that is down, but I'll show you again. 13.55 minus 11.16 equals, divided by 13.55 equals times 100 equals. They ran it down 17.5%. 17.5%. See, it was harder to run it down bigger amounts because the price was much higher then. It was almost 3 times where we are now. So they didn't have as much muscle and power to run it down as much, but they did, in fact, run it down on the earnings. I'm showing you this after the earnings date. So this is a very, very common practice, and they're making boatloads of money because after 11.16, where was the daggum thing 10 days later? Oh, my God, it was all the way back up to 13.28. Have we seen that before? So they made 17.6% and 13.28 minus 11.16 divided by 13.28 equals times 100 equals, and they made another 16%. So there they made 32% right there when it got to 13.28. Then they went again at it. After February 16th, look at the price drop all the way down to $8.82. I'm telling you, folks, they've been swing trading the shit out of this and making fortunes and fortunes and fortunes. And it's not going to stop. They're so in love with doing this, they're going to keep doing it. And so why would they change the pattern that they keep doing over and over and over, running it down, running it up, running it down, running it up? They're making 30% swings, 40% swings, 60% swings. Folks, this is a dream stock for them. And they're going to keep doing this. We need to take advantage of it, period. We need to take advantage of it. We need to be doing the same thing they're doing. Because we can see the commonality. You can see the history and how they've done it every single time. They run it up. It hits the high. They take 2 weeks to bring it down. They take another 2 weeks to run it up. It hits a high. They take 2 weeks to bring it down. This is the series of pattern. And where's the price now? Where's the price now? It's at 817 and we're seeing it rise. All right. So Gary's going on. Phase one is consolidation. This means that the price is moving sideways in a price range, and this can last for weeks, months, and sometimes years. Gary, phase two is when price breaks above the consolidation of phase one and heads up to higher prices. This is when prices usually continue to go up and away. Yep. And Gary, and this is when we want to be investing or trading in that stock. Eventually, phase three comes along, prices go flat in a certain range. Gary continues, this is the time to take your profits, because if you don't, phase four will take away your profits. Phase four is the downtrend. So these downtrends can wipe out all gains and more. Yep, they sure can. Phase 3 and 4 are not a good time to invest or trade. In regard to KO, it's in phase 3 now, he thinks. In regards to HIMS, it's in phase 4. All right, and Cookie says, code's 51. Thanks, Gary. I took a 10-plus hours course on option trading. Took me 3 months to finish. I'm in the hands-on phase monthly. Okay, I got this. I want to just give you some... Thank you. I didn't get a chance to give you all the kudos on your points there, Gary. But I can tell you one thing. With all that valuable information coming our way, Gary's going to get changed here into the King Cat category for today. So we're going to take out... Thank you for being here, D-Day, yesterday, Day-Day. Today's headline is going to be someone else. King Cat Gary, right on here. Boom, boom, boom. Guru. Here we go. So when I take my break, King Cat Gary's going to be the one to let everybody know that I'll be back soon, which I'm going to do fairly soon because it's getting close to 2 and I like to get lunchtime here. But that's where we'll be. King Cat Gary, congratulations. You're the King Cat of the day. Look at that. You look cute. You look so cute. All right, here we go. Back over here. Talk about what the important things are. And we're going to get back on here now. And so here we are at 120. And folks, yesterday from 120 to 130, we started seeing people trickling in. And so let's see if we start to see the same thing today. We're going to get over here on this SOFI chart. Man, that thing just looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Hot damn, that thing looks good. And look at this attempt. This is the third bottom attempt. But this time, the two bottoms before were on ascents. Now they've run into a bottom on a descent that they can't stop. See that? And now we climb. This is the third time is the confirmation, folks. The third time on this number to me is the confirmation, and kiss it goodbye. And they know this too. They know this too. It becomes very defined that this is the bottom and they can't break it below it. Very, very defined. So I like what I'm seeing here. I like what I'm seeing a lot. And I am not concerned one bit about the volume being way higher than it was yesterday at this time. I keep track of it. I'm going to tell you that yesterday at this time, 2 p.m. volume was yesterday 8:23, and the volume was at 15,113, 15 million, and now we're at 18 million, and we're not even freaking up to 2 p.m. yet. You watch, you see, you'll see. Thank you, Gary. Yep, I appreciate it. Yep, appreciate it very much. Very, very grateful to you. And for everybody that comes by and checks out my channel and sees what I'm showing everybody and why we're riding, why we're running, why we're going up, why we will continue to do it, and why the history book shows that. PLTR starting to gain again now. Oh my, look at my RBT. I told you folks to get in yesterday on this at 60 cents. You better have. I hope you did. I told you to get in at 35 cents a month and a half ago. 2 months ago, I did. Looking at VFS, we're keeping an eye on that one. A pullback and a plateau, and it looks like a very nice platform building on VFS here. Looking at NVIDIA now. Trying a double bottom right here in the afternoon, double bottom. And it's happened just here, just after lunch. There you go. And we see the double bottom on CCL. Looks good there. I like that. Tesla's reached its double bottom as well. All of them look pretty much identical here. There's the bottom, double bottom right there on Agro. And Mullen, retracing. Watch that one, folks. Be careful. Told you, from what it looked like, that news was just a news story, and a letter doesn't do that much to me. I'm suspicious of it.
Jim Smith.
Hey, got my buddy calling in here. Hold on a second. What the heck are you doing, man? Haven't talked to you in a coon's age.
I just been busy and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you getting a little break with some of the rain?
Yeah, I got wiped out the last 3 jobs.
Yeah, I figured as much. Hey, by the way, folks.
Forecast of rain, and then the rain came in. What do? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, you're here on my program, and I've got a bunch of viewers here with me on my live feed on YouTube as we speak. We're up running, and we're showing some good gains lately for this stock that we're following and others that we're following. And I wanted you to know, I'm going to tell everybody about you because we have some listeners that are here in the Michigan area and viewers that are here in the Michigan area. And if you need to have your driveway taken care of, if it's got some cracks forming, you need to have it resealed, this is the top dog, folks, around this area. He's been doing this longer than anyone in this area by far and for his whole life, really. This guy, when he was a youngster even, plying his trade, was working for some of the biggest companies and doing some of the hugest jobs. This guy practically paved the whole place of a place you know of, a city called Las Vegas. And he's every one of those hotel parking lots, if you've been in one of them, every one of them virtually is one that he did. And he's now doing commercial. He'll do both commercial, residential. He'll do it all. But mostly he makes his living here on residential driveways. And he's the top dog. Everybody knows it. He's been here so long, they just call him. Everybody. His word of mouth business is outrageous. And and he does such a good job that when people want to have it redone, they call him again. They don't even think about calling anybody else. What's the name of your company, Jim?
Jim Smith Ceiling.
There you go. That's pretty easy to remember. Jim Smith Ceiling. All right? And I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is the absolute truth. Just like I've told you about Award Design and his cabinetry skills and abilities and his great rating on Google, go to Jim Smith Ceiling and make a call. What number can they call you directly, bro? Or do you want to put that out over the airwaves?
I don't want to put that out on the airway right now.
All right, that's fine. They know how to find you. There's the name. And that'll work for people that need to have driveways done. But I'm going to tell you, folks, this is what I do for all of my friends and family and anybody else. When they call in here, I like to tell about what they do and why you should probably get over there and be working with these quality folks that I mentioned to you. So, but anyway, right now, and another thing about this gentleman, he's a collector of collectors, and we have done a lot of collecting over the years because of my pawn shop years, and we just like to get old things, especially when it comes to Indian stuff, American, Native American, or any history. We're into it big time. And I don't know if you've ever heard of a guy by the name of Doolittle Raiders, but the Doolittle Raiders were a group of people that flew over and bombed Japan. They never thought they were susceptible to being bombed because they were that island in the middle of nowhere. But we put a fleet together and went over, flew the planes over, bombed Japan, and Doolittle was the guy that ran the whole thing. Well, I happened to have a guy come in my pawn shop one day, and he had an old Civil War sword, and I pulled it out, and my God, it had the name Doolittle on it. And I had just seen the special on PBS the day before about the Doolittle Raiders and the bombing of Japan. and how people in Japan were so surprised to see planes coming in to bomb. They thought they were Japanese planes. They were waving to them at the shoreline. They were all waving, hey, hey there. And all the pilots were coming in, oh yeah, wave while you can. And so anyway, yeah, I ended up getting, it wasn't James Doolittle's, I can't remember if that was his name, but that wasn't his sword. It was his son's sword, who was a top member of the Knights Templar. And I had the sword and sold it to the guy that does America. What's that show that that's on TV? The trading, the Antiques Roadshow. And the guy that is their big guy who analyzes all of their weaponry from the Civil War, and he saw that thing on eBay, and he called me. He made me answer about 5 different significant questions about the sword, and once I gave him, he said, I'll take it. And he actually paid me more than I had it on eBay for, believe it or not. And so to make a long story short, that's some of the stuff we like, old collectible stuff like that. And that's a good old story I have. It didn't always turn out that way at the pawn shop, but we had some great finds there. And there were some times we stumbled across some nice relics, some nice things to add to our collections. So
yeah, you got to tell them about the gun I bought from the Harper's Ferry. That gun was in the arsenal at the time John Brown was going to invade that arsenal in 1848.
Yeah, John Brown, who he basically was the one who instigated and fired up the coals to get the flames burning for the Civil War, had gone down with a band of individuals to create havoc, and they were going to invade an arsenal down there and take all the weapons. And this one rifle he got from Harper's Ferry was one of the rifles that was in there that they were aiming for to take possession of. And so, yeah, it's a very historical piece. I've also had in there some other incredible guns. One was a shotgun, 12-gauge shotgun with a 30-round clip on it. There were only 2 known in existence that I had my hands on, and that one went for a pretty penny, as you might imagine, as well. And that one was made by, I'm trying to remember, it was a very famous name. It was either Colt or Winchester that had made that. And man, that one went too. And then all of those Marlin rifles from the 1930s and 40s that I had, I must have had 30 or 40 of those. My gosh, man, it was amazing.
The Winchesters, the 73s you had.
Oh yeah, those Winchesters, the 73s. And folks, these guns all went for $2,500, $3,000, $3,500, $4,500, $4,700, numbers that you wouldn't believe. And I sold over, I think, about 230 of those guns in that one person's collection. And wow, what an eventful 8 or 9 months, or maybe even up to a year of doing all that and selling them.
I'm glad I got one of those guns and I still got it in my possession. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yes, indeed. Well, hey, we've got a lot of people commenting here and leaving some comments and some good ideas on this channel that I'm on. I have people that stay on here and kind of listen to what I'm talking about during the day, and they come in and add things. They tell me and they notify me of breaking news, and so I get to share that breaking news with people here on my channel. And the biggest breaking news is today, NVIDIA. Last night after the market closed, they reported earnings and they crushed it, man. They made a lot more revenue. They had a great growth. They had a great forward guidance, and they are affecting the entire market in the opposite way. We would all presume that as NVIDIA runs, which is a big leader in the market, the whole market would run. But I see the whole market crashing, unfortunately, Jim. The Dow is down 261, the NASDAQ down 165, and Russell down 16. Jim? Jim?
I gotta go look at a couple more jobs, so I'm gonna let you go. It's good talking to you, good chatting with you, and we'll touch bases again.
All right, well, mark my words, tomorrow the Dow will be up 400, the NASDAQ will be up 350, and it'll all be just a big surprise for everyone, okay?
Sounds like a winner. Okay, Ty.
We'll talk to you later, Jim. Have a good one, man, and be safe.
See you.
See you, bye. All right, well, he's up there. He made his comments. He said what he said, and he's out plying his trade. Well, where are we at? We're hanging good here, folks. This is horrible for them. Again, I want to point out this is another new day's high. So no worries, no sweats, no problems. We see the whole market the game that's being played on this entire market right now. And just be encouraged by the fact that when I come over here and I refresh this historical data page, you can see another higher high today. And I don't understand. I guess it's because I went back to show you what happened here on the first. Let's see if they're going to let me go all the way back to it again. So, yep, here we go. January 30th, they came out and beat the streets like I showed you on this chart over here on January 30th. Look at that massive beat. They beat by a huge long shot. And then what happened on January 31st? The price tumbled from $13.55 on January 31st, on February 1st after the earnings report came out, tumbled to $11.16. These folks are always coming after this stock on every earnings. I'm telling you, folks, it's a repeated pattern that they're making money on. And that we can even take this back further. Might as well go back to the one before that, which would have been, let's do it just for fun, Google. And we're going to put in here on Google, SOFI earnings, EARNINGS, third quarter, 2022. And I already showed you, folks, that they had already beat the street on the third quarter of 2022. Let me see what that date was. November 1st. Let's see what happened after November 1st. And now we're going back, folks, to this one. When they beat the street on quarter 3, 2022, they beat the street again. Let's go see what happened November 1st, 2022. Okay? So how do we do that? We have to move this parameter up here to November 1st, 2022. And hopefully you're learning something here even, folks. We go to November. That would be 11. I wanted to do 10, 29, 2022. Done and apply. All right, here we go. What happened on that date? I wouldn't be surprised to see the same dang thing so that we can see this is the fourth quarter in a row. All right, here it is. November 1st. Look where the price was here. And this is so similar. Look, it closed at 544. They came out with earnings. It went to 547, only 647. So here you go. This is a big climb. It went from 544 previous day, opened at 646, $1.12 up on this earnings beat. And then hit 647, only a penny higher. And this looks identical, folks. And look, down to 494 within 1 week. Golly, this is just so patternized. And now you can see this time after time after time. We must take advantage of this, folks. We have to do this on the next earnings call. God, 6.47 minus 494 divided by 6.47 equals times 100 equals 23% drop. Is this starting to look very, very familiar to you now? It happens every time. And then how many days was it? I want to look at 14 days after 494 on the 9th. So we're going to go to November 23rd. 494 to what? 471. Okay. And then finally it took them 3 weeks then. I'm just looking here. It took a long time for it to get back to that 494, folks. December 14th. Then they pulled it back down off of that, 492. They said, no, we're going to keep suppressing this. And look at that same number there, 445. Look down here. This is the lowest it ever was right there, 425, folks, 424 right there. Gary, there's a typo in regard to NVIDIA. It didn't good yesterday after hours. Let's see here. The other thing to consider is Powell's speech tomorrow at Jackson Hole. Yep. There's a typo in regard to NVIDIA. It did good yesterday after hours. Yeah, it sure did. Yeah. It was very good after hours. It's up to $513 is what I tried to show everybody, or I told everybody here a couple times. Yep, Gary. Yep, it did good yesterday after hours. Yes, it did. I know that it did because I was watching it. You had said you better keep an eye on it, and I dang sure did. I saw how much it went up, and I've got my eye on it even now. And I saw it when it hit the bottom today. This was right here when I told everybody, and I wrote that number down so I could keep it for my track record. Yep, saw that. And what I'm seeing now, I'm going to see this attempt again at SOFI at maybe here in the last 12 minutes before 2. Because yesterday I called we might have a double power hour, and I think it's heading our way again, just like we saw yesterday. Don't be surprised by it, folks. And another thing I want to show you interesting about SOFI, I'll try to do these side by side. Just a second here. Yep, KO. Watching it, though. What we got here going on, GM dropping on another bad news report of having to cut back. They said right here, GM, they cut jobs. They shut their innovation center and cut jobs 3 hours ago. So good maybe time to come in if there's some overzealous selling, but be careful with that one too. But we're going to go over here, and we're going to get rid of this one. I showed everybody SOFI had a new institution come in, a big shorting institution, Citadel. They bought 10,600,000 shares today, Gary, and then they used them to run it down this morning. That's my call. That's because it was about 11 million shares when it was right here at the bottom at 810. And that was when they kind of started moving right on back up. They're using a little bit more of them now maybe, but still, folks, I let you know Citadel is a shorting stock. They shorted the shit out of AMC, almost put them out of business, and they have put other companies out of business. They've shorted them out of existence. And they took all the profits away and didn't even have to pay taxes on them because the company goes up belly up, then they don't even have to pay the taxes on their gains. And that's how they really get rich, folks. 100 views here. All right. 100 views today. Thank you for being here. I thank you for sharing. And what I'm showing you right now is that this is a resilient number staying here at 814 above the 813 they prefer to see it at. But here's the lowest it ever was here back on December 7th after they had beat the street on November 1st and attained a price of 647. And they just came at it again. Look at them just coming after it, running it down, 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 down. The same tactic they've used over and over to 426. Took a month and a week to get that low. And then the next day, 424 was it. The very bottom. Done. Finished. Toast. Stick a fork in it. December 7th. Write it down as the lowest price this ever was. 424. Right? So it is absolutely a pattern every single time. SOFI, and there it is. I put down here, third quarter earnings release, November 1st, generated a 11% margin. They were up, it says here. New members, addition of over 584,000 brought total members to 6.2 million by quarter end, up over 1.9 million, or 44%, and down they fell from November 1st, just like so many other times. And I proved it to you right then, showing it to you. It's fun to look back at this and see what they've done every single time to this stock, so you can understand the perspective and understand why and how, the hows of it and the whys. So there it was the day before the closing price, 545. They came out on November 1st with the earnings, beat the street, as I showed you they did over on this right here. This is the November 1st, beat the street right there. They did it. Quarter 3, 2022, beat the street. And there I am showing you again what they did after November 1st, 647, ran it all the way down to 494, right? Then it started to turn around and was back up to 570. This is a pattern we've seen before. Look at back up to 613, right? Then they came at it and took it to the lowest low that it's been. Man, they have been pounding away on this thing. And by the way, all during this time, I've shown you on this institutional holder thing, they were buying the shit. They were buying in, buying more, piling in on this thing. To 424, you see where we are now. Double that amount. Folks, double that amount. Almost. And we will be here soon enough. You'll see. We'll see. The repeating of history. It's been happening over and over and over again. And they probably don't like me showing you this, because I'm exposing this activity that becomes clearer and clearer that this is their favorite stock to make bucks on, buku, when they can. And they do. They've done it repeatedly, every single earnings report. And it becomes something that we can learn from and gain from this knowledge. Okay? So hopefully you're doing that with me. Hopefully you're seeing what I'm showing you and it makes perfect sense to you. And that is why you should know that this is the time to be picking up some more shares on this little dip-de-doo. And Gary, but if the dollar and yields go down, the market should take off. Yep. We're going to see what happens. We certainly will. We certainly will. And I showed everybody yesterday an interesting thing about Google. If you put in Google and you put SOFI target price raised, yep, raised to 260. Who the hell? This is automatically defaulting. I like that. Right, here we go. This is recently about CNN. Is their top thing, saying the 17 analysts offering 12-month price forecast for SOFI have a median target of 10 with a high estimate of 16. The median estimate represents 18.48% increase. I can deal with that, and you could too, and we all going to see it because they forecast it and it happens. Here you can see that SOFI 7 days ago, Citi analysts raised their price target. Look how they put twin and 12 and then 10. They try to make you think that they dropped it. If you don't read this word here, and it says inched. I like that word, inched. From $10 to $12 is an inch, folks. That's inching, not 20% inching. All right? And here we go. You got another price target here. The average price target, $9.74, but they say, screw that, man. Their forecast is $16. And that one is the truest. Here it is right here. Market beats, and we'll see it. Here it is. You'll find it in a second. Here we go. July 31st, folks. They raised it from, and look again, 16 to 11. They try to make you think they're dropping it by saying it that way. But they've increased the price target to 16 from 11. So they should say increase his price target from 11 to 16, but they word it this way specifically. This is for a reason. All of these people are part of this, folks. They try and have been and continually to diminish this. Cookies Code 51. I'm copy and pasting all the good information in Notepad. Smart. Yep, it's good. Keep track. I keep track of all this information. I write down. Everybody knows how much I write down all the time. And I'm absolutely going to write down the volume level that we have right now because it's the same time I've been writing down quarter till. Quarter to 2. Where's the volume today? 2 p.m. Here it is in my sheet. And where's the volume? Yesterday at 2 p.m., the volume was at 15,113. 8:24, 2 p.m. That's actually, it isn't even there yet. 1:46. We'll put 2 p.m. And we'll guess. Look at that. We're already at 19 million shares, folks. 4 million higher than yesterday. Be aware of that. Follow the money. And we're going to be over 20 million by then, maybe. So we'll wait until 2 p.m. I'm not going to write it down yet. Because, like I said, we're seeing daily increases. 2 p.m. on the 17th, 12,506. 2 p.m. on the 18th, 13,728. 2 million yesterday, 2 p.m. yesterday, 15,113. Today, 2 p.m., we're going to be at around 20 million. There's a reason I follow these, and the daily lunch lows are written down. I have them. Today's daily lunch low was $8.10. $8.10. And then they came at it again, and they were able to achieve, what was this right here? Well, that was it. 8.10. I wrote it down. Boom, 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 right there. But this morning, don't ask me when, must have been pre-market, 8:08. Doesn't matter, though. That 8:08 was for a flash second, just like yesterday's, or day before yesterday's was. A flash of a microsecond, and then off it went. Because that's just a statement number for them, folks. It doesn't mean anything more, anything less. It's just trying to achieve a number that looks better on paper for them, okay? So today, even on this one, when I'm showing you here and it says 8:08, I should refresh this screen, and you can see what's happening with the rest of the market now. The Dow's dropping to 232. NASDAQ continuing to fall away. All a big head fake today, folks. All fakery. You'll see tomorrow and find out, and you'll find out the next day, and the next day and Friday's closed, and they'll say an amazing week. Markets recover off fake drop on Tuesday, on Wednesday, Thursday. We'll see where we are. And I want to thank you for being here with me, folks. We're at 8:15 and rising already. Same thing happened yesterday. Between this time and 2, we saw a 5-cent raise yesterday. So watch what happens here between now and 2. They're not going to sit around and watch it run off on them, I can guarantee you that. And it already run off 8.13. Can screw that. And that's done for. I'm going to get over here on the 1-day chart now. And oh my goodness, look at these green candlesticks pulling in here, folks. Who bought here for freaking $1 million? Right on the heels of that, another million. Then the 10-day moving average started saying, going back up just like yesterday at 2. We're going to see the same thing again. 3rd day in a row, 2 o'clock p.m., triple upside crossover. I call it right now. Calling it right now, folks. Buy with me here. I'm buying in here. Definitely going to be buying some more here. Because I saw what happened yesterday and the day before, folks. Enter. Okay, let's go over here. I'm just going to put a market order in. I don't give a shit. It's easier to place a market anywhere. Place. Oh, my God, my password again. You guys are just so brutal on these passwords. Goodness gracious, sometimes it's just annoying as hell. Folks, I just entered it. Stupid asses. Okay, here we are. Coming in, James. All right, here we go. SOFI ad. There we go. Perfect. Here we go. We're finally up and running here. Let's go. 8:18. You order and place it. Man, oh man, a triple whammy. Triple ad password. Okay. Manus, FPV. Are you buying shares to hold long? FPV. Don't know. got a lot of channels here open. We've been looking at a lot of different things. FPV.V, Silver Pursuit Resources. That's nothing. That's not pulling me up anything. That's not helping me, man. FPV. What am I missing? Let's put it in here. VIX. Oh, private robotics. That one's private. Help me out a little bit more there, Manus. Oh, wait. Are you buying shares to hold long? Oh, I get it. I thought you were talking. I misunderstood. That's part of your Mantis FPV is who's talking, asking, am I buying shares to hold long? Oh, you bet I am. I got over 5,600 shares long. I trade 2,000 in and out each day, or have been recently until recently. Now I haven't been, but I have been. I sold at 1166 the day we hit 1170, and then I've been buying all along each day on these pullbacks. I buy a couple hundred shares each day, and now I've gone from 7,500 shares down to around 5,700, and I want to get back up to over 7,000. So each day on these lows, I just come over and start buying it, like I'm going to do right here. This one at 813 again. See, this number here, this is a number they've already seen a double bottom on, and we just bounced off of that already, 814. There's a double bottom again, 813. So just I have a lot of shares I'm holding long. Now, that being said, I still have a boatload of money on the side that I haven't done anything with at all. A boatload. I usually keep about 60 to 80%, 75% in cash on the side for days things drop like shit, and then I buy the heck out of them. And I look at this RBT now. I told you yesterday at 60 cents when it was down 10%, it was going to regain quickly because this is owned by everybody who's the company inside ownership and institutions. They can't hold this thing down when they run this one down, folks. It goes off. Look at that thing popping. You'll see. So everybody that got in on RBT, and remember, I told you about this 2 months ago. Look at the 6-month chart. I told you when it was here, 32 cents a share. So many people have doubled their money on this one too, folks. Just so you know. And this one here, VFS today, someone brought this into the fray and said, keep an eye on it. And it is propelling right on up here, looking very good. VinFast, the news, VinFast stock rebounds, says. Rebounds on group's plans to open a Vietnamese plant. All right? So there we go. I guess everybody likes the fact that they're going to go and start making these cars in Vietnam. It's funny. 813. What a number, huh? Who would have ever thought they could get that number today when they, by the way, it means so little to the reality of the situation, because the reality is that they're in big old doo-doo trouble here. And I'm going to move this up from this date here to August 25th because they don't seem to want to include it now anymore for us. And we're going to change this to and done. And we don't even need this anymore. We've shown y'all that we need to show you there. So we're just going to hit done and apply now and show you the high today. There it is. Higher high, just as I predicted it would be. And a higher low, just as I predicted it would be. All right? And don't pay attention to the fact that this whole market is being manipulated down here today. This is absolute manipulation if you've never known what that looks like before, because NVIDIA just beat the street. A lot of people got caught off guard by this. They don't like it, and they want to buy into this market, but they have to get in lower. So they're working it down today. They're massively working it down, and you're going to see, in my opinion, we'll see if I call it right again, but that is tomorrow, a gain on the Dow of 350 to 450, maybe even a gain on the NASDAQ of 250, 300, 350. All this is just setting up. We saw this also the week before SOFI had its earnings, its last earnings report. We saw this accumulation on it. We saw this on SOFI on Thursday. It was exactly on a Thursday they did it. Look here at the 1 month chart. What they did on Thursday. Look here. Boom. It was July 25th. And then here was the day. That was Wednesday. Then Thursday. Wham. This is a Thursday, July 27th. I guarantee you. Look over here on this here and I'll show you. July 27th. What day was it? July 27th. A Thursday. There it is. See? So this is a duplicate of what we've seen before, but then look at that pop after that. So no worries about a Thursday rundown here, folks. This is typical, atypical level. Atypical. Right? And as I've already said to you, folks, if you go back to the last time on May the 15th, when David Shivrini Day, the price actually went from 468. The next day, the high was at 484, then down the next day to 482, right? Then up, then down, all right? So there's some downs in here between this constant ups, but after that, it was up and up and up and up and up. So watch out this here. Right now, we're seeing the same thing. We're watching the history repeat itself by going all the way up to the top of this, and you can see the same thing. 829, 833, 847, 847, the high of 850. This is even better than last time. And here's 789, 808, 811. There's a little pullback. That's very similar to the last time. And then we got another one up higher. All right? And it's going to stay higher. And all this 158 right before 2 o'clock, price at 813. You see what happens here between 2 and 3 and 4. Let's see. We'll see. I see this daggone market right now, the Dow down 250, the NASDAQ down 162. They should be following NVIDIA's lead, but people got caught off by NVIDIA, my call is, and that's why we're seeing this happening right now. And we're going to see this pull right back up tomorrow on the NVIDIA wave. And NVIDIA will be over 500 tomorrow too, a good close over 500 on Friday. It's my call on it. And, you know, it's interesting. If you look here, you can see on the 1 month, it looks like we're being defeated here, but you already saw the bottom reach there. We're pulling off of it. And then look at the 6 month. Folks, all these shorted positions are still being held here at half where we are now. And they're paying interest on them. I keep telling everybody that. Yep, here we are, 159. We're coming into a double power hour now. And we are already at almost 20 million shares. We're going to write this number down at 2 because we've been writing it at 2. And yesterday the volume was 15,113. Today, 19,2. We're just going to put 19,3. 19,3. 4 million more than yesterday, folks. It's money coming in. $4 million more. Let's go back and see what happened on the because what we're looking at now on this chart here is it's now 1, 2, 3. We're on the 4th day. We're on the 4th day. Okay. Let's see what happened to the volume on the 4th day after May the 15th. Right? Let's look. 38. There's 1, 2, 3. 4th day. The volume was lower. When the price got to 491, it was 10 million less as they drove it on down. You see the comparable here, people? These are the reasons I show you these things that make sense. They prove that they're weaker this time. All right? I'm showing you exactly how they did it the last time from 445, 461, 69, 492, 491. This is the 4th day after the big takedown. I compare it to this one up here, going up to the 4th day. Here's the big takedown, 789, and then up 1, 2, 3, 4th day. And on the 4th day, we had a new higher high. Right? So I make sure you see this, folks. I want you to be very, very aware of it, okay? It was the 4th day, and I'm going back here again to May. After the 15th, the 4th day, there's 1, 2, 3, 4th day, volume. Look at it. After this, 1, 2, 3, 4th day, volume 25,737. Price descending. The high was lower by a penny. See, 514 to 513 on only 25 million on the 4th day. Okay. Interesting now to see where the volume is. already at 20 million. And I'm very sure we're going to be over 25 million on the fourth day here. At least I'm pretty sure of it. Could be wrong, but I think so. I know one thing's for sure and certain. That on the fourth day, when I look back here, here's the big day down. One, two, three. The volume was 25 million. 10 million less than the day before. Okay? That's why I'm showing you this. Because here's the low, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 million. Right? Fourth day, we're not 10 million less this time. We're going to be beyond yesterday's total. And that's a big difference, folks. A big, big difference. Just so you're aware of it. And I point out all of these things to you so you can be aware of these subtleties. But they're not all that subtle when you start looking at them. They start to become more and more understandable. More and more understandable. This is a stronger comeback from the rundown on the 15th than we had on the 15th. And it's very easy to see that when I go back to the 15th and compare the numbers, May the 15th, to where we sit now. 445 to 461 was the increase the first day. Then to 469, then to 492 on the fourth day. On the fifth day, they pulled it back 1 penny. The same the next, then up. Then they pulled it back 9 cents, then 4 cents, then on up it went, day after day after day after day after day. And we're going to see it again. We'll see this run right back up. All going to happen right here. Just have to be patient. Play it nice and low and slow. Buy every day on the low. That's what we need to do. Just keep buying every day on the low like we did today. And this is defeating for them. Very, very defeating for them. And this is going to be a defeated day for them because they're going to have to go and call their constituents and say, shit, don't look at the numbers today. And they'll go, what do you mean? And they'll say, well, was the low lower? And they'll go, no, it was higher. Shit, no. What about the high? Was that lower? No, it was higher. Damn, you're kidding. Well, what about the volume? Did it fall away? No, the volume was higher too. It's a tough phone call to have to make to people that are expecting dropping. Hope you understand what I'm talking about here, people. It makes perfect sense. And I'm going to step away here and get me some grapes, and I'm going to be right back. So just to hang on, I got to get something to drink along with it, and I'm going to get some grapes to munch on. And we're going to put King Cat Gary right there. We'll be back soon. Hold on a second. Literally 3 or 4 minutes. And I don't need any more coffee, so I'm going to leave that here.
he said, forecasted that King Cat Tyler would be back, and in fact, he did arrive. So, I'm going to turn things over to King Cat Tyler, and hope you don't mind, but he's probably going to be doing some bottom feeding right here and now while we're doing the presentation. So I'm going to get on my way, and here is King Cat. All right, I'm back, folks. Thank you. Thank you for being here with me. I appreciate it. And like I said, I know there's plenty of other places you could be, but sometimes it's kind of fun to hang out here with King Cat Tyler and listen to what he has to say, and also to look into other stocks that some of you have mentioned. Here are two more important factors to consider: the dollar and yields, 10 and 30 year. If these go up, they'll put pressure to the market to the downside. Yep. So we're going to be watching those. We got some announcements coming out. Got a lot of things going on. I want to thank all of you that are here still hanging with me while I took a little bit of break and I grabbed a little something to munch on. So I'm going to get this screen up so you don't have to watch me eat. Well, at least you won't see much of me eating. All right, you won't see much of me eating. All right, there we go. And let's just see where we are. All right, now, update the screen. Look at the NASDAQ. Look at the Dow. Everything being buried on great NVIDIA news, which should be a market accelerator, and instead it become a decelerator. Makes no sense, but it happens all the time. Look at these grapes, folks. Gigantic grape. You know, many people don't know this, but the state of Michigan has a fairly well-known grape community. And in fact, if you go up to Traverse City and you head up from there north along the inside of the thumb, you see from Traverse City up along here, I can't remember, on the side of the lake as you're going up, but if you ride up, there's a lot of vineyards there, and you can go pop and shop each one of them. Vineyard Run, and it's a very beautiful drive up along the lake, and beautiful homes where all the rich people live. Yep, that's right. Where the rich folks are. So I'm having some grapes and some watermelon. How happy do you think the shorters are to see this low right here at 829? I mean, the high at 829, then 833, then 847, then after hours 857, now 850. You think they like seeing that? Or do you think they like seeing 789, 808, 811, 806, back to 808, and then it goes off of that? And it will. History is going to repeat itself, folks. You're going to see right here. This is capitulation. And this is what you call right here, what we're looking at on this chart. The exact word for what you're looking at right here is convergence. This is convergence. And I can absolutely 100% guarantee you people right here and now that after this convergence is going to be a break. It's going to break off of this. And they're either going to push this thing straight on up from here fast, or it's going to take a dive. So watch this. This is a convergence point. You can see everything coming very tightly packed together here on this one-day chart. And we're not the only ones that can see this. Look at that thing shoved together. It's just packed up as tight as can be, man. This thing is wound up here. Man, it's compressing. It's compressing, folks. I'm telling you here. You'll see
will see them. They're going one way or the other from right here. I'm telling you. And already you can see the RSI is too low to take it any lower much. It's at 42, folks. When it gets to around the 37s, that's done. 32 was the lowest I saw yesterday, I think. And even here, you can see what happened after they got the thing, the RSI down to this level. Boy, it popped right off of that. So right here, that's the level you need to see on the RSI to maintain. Right there, 34, folks. And look where we are now as they try to drive it down right here at 37. We're 3 away from bang. It's going to pop off this 813, I'm telling you. It is for sure. Mm-hmm. And here we go. As we speak about the crossover 20 million. 2:19 p.m., 20 million. Here we go. Interesting that yesterday we were at 2 p.m. We were at 15,113,000. And we closed at 10 till we were at 19.4. At 10 till close. Folks, look where we already are. We're at 19.8 right now, folks. I'm telling you. Follow the money. And they're making things worse for themselves trying to hold this here. They have to keep throwing in shares, and that just builds people's desire to buy it at a lower price. People are like, yeah, I'll take it there, and I'll take it there. They took it all up at 806 2 days ago. They swallowed it all up at 808 twice. They've swallowed it all up. Every time 808's come into play, bam, it's gone. And they saw it again today. 808, poof, gone. And by the way, look here. I want you to pay attention to something here. This is kind of interesting. When you go back to May the 15th, Chavrini Day, the price hit 445 and closed at 477. That's 32 cents? 445 to 477. 4.77 minus 4.45. 32 cents. So it hit a low of 445, and that day it closed 32 cents higher. Well, what do you know? Let's go back here and look at this one here. They came out with the earnings. Price hit 11.70. Then when they got it to the lowest low they could get it to, 7.89. Not 445, 7.89 this time. From 7.89, where did it close? 8.22. 32 cent last time. 32 cent last time. 8.22 minus 7.89. 33 cent up this time. You don't think there's any consistencies in this market that you can find and look if you start really crunching the numbers and you look closely at things, folks? You dang sure can. You see a lot of similarities, and we should take advantage of this, obviously, the next time. If they come at this and they knock it down to the lowest low they can get it that day, you think you're going to see probably from there around a 32 or 33 cent close gain when it gets to the low. Let's go back now to May the 15th, and how many days after that did the closing numbers increase? Well, on the 16th, it went from 476 up 20 cents the next day. So the low was achieved on the 15th, 445, closed at 477. The next day, 476, then 20 cents up. How does that correlate to now after the low? After the low right here, 789. 822 close. It didn't close below. It went up 7 cents. Closed down 14, coincidentally. I'll show you that number, interestingly enough, 14. Huh. Quite interesting to look back to see what the future is going to be. Look back to see the future. And I've already shown everybody so many times how many times they ran it down to 445 and then up to 1023 and now to 789 and now it's going to go to 13. And speaking of 13, did you see that number just disappear off the face of SoFi today? I did. And I knew those numbers would run out, that the shares there at 813, and they're going to run out at 814 too. You'll see, because this volume is going to start coming up here. Here we go. We're going to jump over 20 million here any minute. Just see, watch. And as we do, it'll be at 815. So we're at 19, 9, 10, 220. It looks like it's frozen there. 19, 9, 10, 220. 19, 9, 11, 1,000 at 914, 1,000 there at 814. People said 914. Holy shit, they jumped off of what they were doing and ran to the screen. No, we're still at 814, folks, but that is damn good. And look at the whole market here. Now down, just continuing to descend. Down 250, down 149. And what are we doing? Beginning a slow push to the upside right here. Look at it. You can see that has already happened. And it's going to increase because these numbers, they run out at each number they try to hold out of. They shove a bunch in everybody's face, but everybody's buying them up here now. Everybody's swallowing them up, just like they swallowed them at 808. They're swallowing them at 813. And that's why it's going to 814, because they're swallowing them up at 813. They just keep dumping them in there and keep dumping them in. But hey, I'm going to show you how they do it right here. Let's get over here and look at what's happening with these charts. There we go. See, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep you involved in what's going on with this minute by minute play here and the candlesticks that they use and the minimal amount of volume that they're trying to use here now to keep this in check. But it just doesn't work for them. That this thing keeps, and there we have a dump right there they just took in the last minute at 225 of very little shares, folks. 26,000 here to try to hold this. Wait till the money really starts coming in here in a minute. 19,944, 532 is where we are. 19,945, 46. 19,946, 607. 400 there. 20 shares just bought at 812. And look at the size of these here. 19,979. That was 10,000 shares. 19,997. 19,000 shares at 2:27 p.m. Now busted 20 million. Now 20 million 10 at 812. 20 million 10, 945. 20 million 11. There's 1,000 shares. Still holding 812. 20 million 12. 20 million 12, now 13, now 14, still holding 812, 811, 20 million 016, 1,000 there, 20 million 017, 1,000. The price is still holding 1112. It seems impenetrable for them now. 20 million 020, just saying 20 million 036. There's 16,000 shares, folks. At 813, we're starting to climb. 20,038,137, keeping very close track. Price is rising. 20,038,188. 20,038,188. Now 400 shares bought at 813 and rising. 20,039,99. There was just 10 shares, another 10 shares. Price holding nicely at 813 while the little ones are coming in. SoFi, App People, and the Robinhooders. And by the way, a Robinhood, I found out, has been taken off. AMC took Robinhood off their platform. In case you haven't heard about AMC and what happened to them, they decided to sell their APE shares, their preferred stock, APE. Because, see, all the AMC shareholders, when I used to own it, we were called apes. I sold it before they ever even did the ape stock thing. I sold it way up there. But anyway, let's go look at them. AMC Entertainment. And boy, howdy, what did they do? They just did a split. 1 for every 10 that you had. And look at it dropping like a rock. So for 1 to 10, it would be $1.41 right now. And by the way, it already was like $1.38, so it's improving a little bit. It was down 30%. What do you know, 30%? But there it is right there. August 23rd, they did a 8.5, 7.5 stock split, and then they did a 1 for 10 stock split. Oh my gosh, folks, look at this price. It was $21.70, now $13.30. Folks, this thing is just absolutely churtling, tumbling, and these prices never were. This is because of the split, so they get reflected by that. This is just horrible for them. But anyway, that's AMC in a major downward spiral. They decided to go into the Bitcoin business. I know that, and bought into that. And but that is not working for them either. So there they are, talk about getting killed. And you know, if people come on here and say, "Man, we're getting beaten up today." Well, that's nothing. This is a happy feeling right here with the Dow down 264, the NASDAQ continuing to slide off here on a Thursday at 2:30. I see a run building in from here on. I'm calling positive, man. I call bluff. I call a big fat bluff today. And I'm going to see if I'm right. We're all going to see if I'm right here very, very shortly. Yep. Yes, we will. It's going to start now, folks. That's my call. We're going to toggle up to, there it is, 8:14. I knew it. We're going to toggle up to 8:14 for a bit, 8:13, 14, then 14:15. We're going to keep toggling all the way up this afternoon. And once they see this, people start realizing it, they're going to fall out of this thing. They're going to go, fuck, I'm not in love with this stock anymore. I've made enough, 3%, take it. They're going to get out. You'll see. They're going to run it up. It's already starting right now, 20,100,961. Price is already raised, and it's going to keep rising. And you're going to see that because of the time of day this is happening already at 2:32, just after 2:30. And I've seen that time before be a time that they all decide to start coming in 2:30. The ones that want to get on early and don't want to miss out. And they are. They're coming now. 20,103,464. 20,103,564. 100 shares, happy to pay 814. Watch how fast, too, if we can get, before we even get to 20 and a half, if we're at 815, and then you got to look at the amounts of volume to get the numbers to run up. If we see smaller amounts pushing this thing's really going to take an explosive move to the upside. So I'm watching it real close here, folks, right now. I want to thank all of you that are here with me now. I had 124 present during the day and 4 currently And I'm not worried about the fact that it drops off during lunch because I had to stop and eat something, and everybody has to stop at some point and go somewhere. But I'm gonna pull I'm gonna pull the plug on this thing because I think it's gonna run. I think it's gonna start now, and I can already see that it's begun. At 2:33, we're up, and we're gonna keep going up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Those shares are going to run out fast at 8:13, folks. If you want one, put your order in now. At least 10 for 8:13 and see if you can get it the last time you're going to see it, maybe ever. I could be wrong, and I'm not a financial advisor. I look at the charts, I look at the volume, I look at the tactics, I look at the history. And once I look at all of those things and combine them, look at that. It toggled to 8:15, folks. And don't be surprised to see the thing jump by 2-3 cents here real quick. 20,189, 20,190 now. Watch this thing spike up in more than 1 penny at a time. 20,202. That was a 12,000 share buy. 8:15, folks. 20,203. And I'm telling you, this is going to unfold on them. They're going to start leaving on each other quickly. 20,203, 204. Up another 1,000. Happy to pay 8.15. These are folks happy to pay 2 cents more than they could have bought it for 3 minutes ago. That's telling me something, folks. That's telling me buy time. Because if they're happy to pay this, they're going to be happy to pay even higher this afternoon. And they're going to. Here we go. Yeah, I'm going to start buying here. Hell yeah, I'm going to start buying. Putting it in right now. I'm going to try and get it at 8.14. We'll see. But it's already toggling, folks. Up, cha-ching. Unfortunately for me, 8.15. Yep, and I thought that was weird because I didn't even think it was going to fill as a limit. I had my last order as a limit, but this time I actually got, oh, I see. Dadgum, I'm making a mistake here. I got to edit this. Edit. I have a sell order in, that's why it doesn't fill in place. I don't know how that would be, how it would default to that when all I've been doing was buying, but there we go, review order and place it. Let's see what we get here now. Now maybe we can execute. Filled at 8.14. There we go. Well, that's better. Excellent. Nice. And I'm buying here, folks. I'm only buying because I see no way for them to maintain what their desire is. And I see the volume already, and I know we're going to go higher on volume today than we did yesterday. And when I see higher volume, I come on into that because I'm a momentum buyer. Pardon me. Pardon me very much. But I am a momentum buyer. And I can see when I look at this summary page what the volume's doing here and what it did yesterday. I know we got money flowing in here. I'm not fooled by the numbers. I'm not fooled by it being down. I'm not fooled particularly by it being down 13 cents and then seeing the amount that it's down 3.1 at the same time. See that? The 1.3, the 3.1, the reverse for a little bit of a time here at 2.37. There you go. These are the things, the subtle little tiny things that I bring up to people's attention that sometimes they might miss otherwise. But then all of a sudden, up it goes from these numbers, and it's going to go up from this afternoon. I called this yesterday at this time, and I'm calling it now, up from here. No matter what they try and what big candlesticks they try to dump, we're up from here. We're up from here, and we're going to stay up from here. And as I said, you're going to have to expect days when it doesn't go up because that's how the market works. It doesn't always just keep going up. But you can see right here, look at that massive buy right there when the price was at 8.15, didn't have a fear in the world. And then the shorters come in and say, well, let's just dump the half that much. And then someone says, yeah, dump that half a much. And they still get no result. The next thing you know, right on the heels of that, a green candlestick again. Green candlesticks going to be coming here from now until 4 p.m. Watch how many green candlesticks you're going to see across here by the time we get over here, right? You'll see by the time we're at 3 o'clock how many green candlesticks have come in between now and then. I promise you, you will. Just be patient, folks. 20,334,000 now. They're coming in faster. This volume is increasing, folks, because we were just at 19,156. And that was probably just, what was that? It says 238. That's not right. 19,136 is where we just were 10 minutes ago. And already, where are we now? 20,337,000. Another million in 10 minutes. If we keep this rate up at 1 million every 10 minutes, folks, that's pretty dang good. And we will be over yesterday's volume, it appears. And even if we're not, my thinking is we're not going to see this number hold up right there that you're seeing right there. Those two numbers, they'll be bye-bye, baby. Bye-bye-bye, and by the way, folks, the reason I say this is merely because of where we've seen history before. So let's just take a look here right now quickly at this number right here, and then see where we were on the closing. We saw a low of 806 yesterday and a close near the high of 843, right? And I want you to see something else. You see where the price is right now, 813. I guarantee you that this close number you're going to see, it isn't going to be what they're showing under the close, okay? That isn't it. They're not a predecessor of what the closing price is going to be, especially when you see this kind of volume starting to come into it right now. You'll see what happens here. Look at this, 20,387,000, 388, 392, here 397. We just got 10,000 more, 20,397,000. We're at 20,397,000, 716. There's 200 bought at 812. 20,398,000, 227. A small buy, and now 813. Price rising. 20,399,000, 116. 20,399,000, 116. Big buys coming here to make it run up. 20,401,000, 403. 813 still holding nicely. 20,403,000, 405. We're toggling here. 20,408,000, 412. And the price 812. 413, 811. 1,000 shares that dropped at a penny. But we're coming into 241 right now. We're 19 minutes away from 3 o'clock power hour. I say power hour because it's coming, folks. You're going to see the real volume start picking up here. Yesterday's volume, 21,761. We're about to go over that now as we speak, folks. And this is going to be money-making volume you're going to see, not money-taking volume, money-making volume. That's my call. You'll see that. You'll see that here very, very soon, and everyone else will witness it because this isn't going to hold up for them. This dinky little rundown before power hour will be their last gasp effort to try to achieve a low below 806 yesterday. So watch this 19 minutes surpass and see where we end up. Right? Hang in here with me, folks. We're going to have some fun here into this close. And my guess is we're going much higher. I'm telling you, my thinking is we are going much higher. And how in the world I just turned my camera on, setting this damn thing down, I have no idea. I have no clue. That's kind of funny. Gives us right down there in the corner, and if you click on it, bam, it comes up. There we go. Now we got to get it to go away. All right, very good. We took a nice little picture. Now, how do we get the dang thing out of here? Click on this, and then we go like that. There we go. Yay, we got it out of here. Very nice. Bye-bye, camera. Yep, and you click on that, and you click on it again, and boom, it goes away. Doop. All right, just kind of figure this out. Okay. Very nice. Well, where are we at? Oh, look at them, 8-10. Whoa, cheer for them. Let's cheer for the shorts and for us to get buying opportunities right before the 3 power hour. Let's see if they can get that daggum 806, man. Come on, let's cheer for them. I tell you what, I'm going to put my order in now. Another one. Here we go. Well, Catfish is here for a reason because his name is Bottom Catfish. We buy at the bottom. I've already seen this number several times today, and I know it is the bottom, so I'm buying here. Market order. Place it. Filled at 810, folks. Filled at 810. 10 shares. But I'm about to go back up over 6,000 total owned. I'm going to go again. And that'll be good. I'm approaching that. I'm going to pick up some more right here, right before the power hour, folks. This is going to move the other way. All of you who are here with me, watching me buy these shares, I want to thank you for being here. I appreciate it very much. And you can see what's going on. I'm actually down today right now, of course, with everybody else, down a considerable amount. But that's okay. I'm all right. Yep, down 1,600 as we speak. Don't mind telling anybody that either. I don't care. That might put a lot of fear into some people, but for me, I'm relatively used to it with this stock in particular. Here we go. Let's get some more. Man, it's already making a move. Okay, let's see what we get. Filled at 811. And again, folks, the reason I'm buying at this number is because I know how to look at an effing chart, folks. And I know how to look at a 6 month or whatever. And I know how to look at a 1 month. And I really want a 3 month, to be honest with you. But this number right here is something I've seen so many times right here. Look at this. Right here on July 6th, they've never been able to penetrate it below that number. They never have and hold it. It never has happened, and it's not going to happen now. You can look at all these dates where this has been a familiar number for them. It's never, ever, ever held down here. There's 810 on July 6th. We saw it already today. We saw where these numbers never hold for them. This is a profit spot. Buying right here is profit every time, folks. I promise you. I shouldn't make any promises because as I said, I don't hold a crystal ball, but I sure as shit know what history shows me here and why I'm buying here. Well, it's virtually a no-brainer. I mean, good Lord, how long do you have to? My order just filled. I bought at 812 that time. 10 at 812, and now I'm right on the heels of having 6,000 total shares. I get 20 more and I'll be there. Yes, sirree. And I'm going to fill up this number again here at 246. I'm slaying the dragon as Drew Brew. Here we go. I might not get it this time. I don't care. I'm just going to put in a market order. Because it's going to toggle to 13 now, 813. Filled at 812. All right, I am now 10 shares away from owning 6,000 again. Reuse. Place it. Filled at 812 again. And now, folks, I have regained up to 6,000 shares of SoFi at that price. And I'm very happy to have done that because I know where this is going here and now from this number. And I would encourage you to pick up some with me. Now, you just saw I didn't buy thousands of shares. I bought like 40 shares there, folks. But we'll see where it is at the close. Yes, we will. Wow. Folks, there are a lot of stocks here being hurt way worse than we are right now. Way, way worse than we are. I told you RBT yesterday was down when it was down that far that there was work too hard. You ought to pick some up of it, and you should have. When it was down 60 cents to 60 cents, I said, man, this is a good place to buy a bunch of it, and you should have. Because this company is owned by a bunch of insiders, folks. Brew Tank Outdoors, I'm slaying the dragon. You're dang right. We all are, folks. And it's funny, you must have heard your ears ringing because I just said something about you. Just did. Brew Tank. I said brew. I couldn't remember it was exactly the ID, but I said brew. I was thinking Brewmeister. No, I knew that wasn't it. But man, you popped on right after. Yeah, hell yeah. Woo, woo, woo. I don't know what I'm doing here. There you go. Bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom, boom. Well, all right. There you go. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the like. Appreciate the share. Appreciate the showing. I've been showing everybody this is such history repeating itself. It's not even funny. And now they're going to make one last desperate effort. And I've shown them here the problem they have run into today. And let me show you something, Brew. Let me show you something. And by the way, look at AMC, by the way. Oh my God, what an absolute disaster. A 1-for-10 share split today to get to this number. And God, what a complete catastrophe. And they already did a split 4 days ago. And then this releasing of their APE premium stock shares are gone now. And so it's all over for this. This is catastrophic and a good buying opportunity. But that's not why I'm here. And that's not what I'm going to show you, Brew. I'm going to show you this. And everybody else here who's been and seen, I'm going to show you again. I'm sorry. Bookmarks, and we're going to institutional shared ownership. All right? And here's what I want you to be aware of about this day, or absolutely, it must have been yesterday that they decided to do this, or probably when the price was at $7.89, okay? I don't know for sure, but it could have been even last night that they shorted when they came in, because I'm going to show you who here, Brew. I'm going to show you who, Brew. See 692 owners? Once you get to 692 owners and you scroll down, you have to get to this page here. You got to be patient and wait because it takes a while to load up. But then down here you click shares. And it allows you to see the least number of holders and the most. So now we just hit the most. And here we are, the most shareholders and the amounts they're holding, which I keep track of. But look who just came in the top 10. Do you know who this is? Citadel bought 10,138,400. Do you know who Citadel is? I'll tell you who Citadel is. Citadel, by the way, look at RBT, folks. Good Lord. Citadel is one of the biggest shorting hedge fund companies out there that's known well for have shorted AMC almost to non-existence. Citadel, they're the ones behind that. And they've run many companies completely out of business, shorting them into non-existence. And they're a very, very, very big heavyweight player. And it's an interesting thing that I happen to point out about Citadel is that they bought that 10,138. And then today, when we saw the volume coming at it this morning, when it got to here to the daily low volume, coincidentally, the volume was at about 11,500,000 when the price was here at the 08. And that's when it was at the lowest after about 11 something million shares, which I thought was very coincidental with the acquisition of this shorting company who bought 10,800,000 something. Okay. So I'm just showing you that, just a little bit of interesting bit. Now, also, it doesn't help to have the whole market tanking off, Dow down, NASDAQ down, Russell down, even in the face of NVIDIA having gotten such a great earnings report. And look at this, they're barely even green now. They're being slaughtered down this afternoon, all by, we don't know why this is happening. It seems extremely suspicious to me, and I have an inkling that tomorrow the Dow's going to be up over 400, 500 points, the NASDAQ up over 253. That's my call. And you've seen me make calls before. In almost every instance when I had a gut feeling and I made a call, it would happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen now because I don't know that for an absolute fact. I'm just telling you, man. Yep. I got news for you, shorters. You now have 7 minutes. You better shit or get off the pot. You now have 6 minutes as I sit here and eat my watermelon and my grapes for my mid-afternoon lunch. I don't actually eat breakfast. Many of you have watched and seen, I sit here, my wifey poo comes in and gives me muscle milk for breakfast. I didn't have that today because my wife wasn't here. She went to be with my granddaughter, Maisie. And I've told you before, one of these days I'm going to be showing Maisie how Grandpa got so rich. He was buying this stock when it was down in the 8s. And by then it'll be in the 80s or 180s or 480. So, you saw how fast that 809 went away. Folks, it never happens for long. When they throw out those low prices, man, they get snatched up so fast here, so rapidly. And now we have indeed surpassed yesterday's volume. We are at 21,251. Look at yesterday's volume. You can see it, 21,761. We're going to then, aren't we? Let's refresh this page. And we're going to see right when we blow by it, and then we're going to ring the bell because it's more volume and more money flow into this stock. Okay? So we're only 200,000 shares away right now. And at the rate people are buying this stock right now, that's not going to be around for long. 21,297, 309. There was 12,000 shares, 311, 312. Look at this, 21,312. I already told you we're going past 21.7. I ring the bell. 21.314. 21.315 is coming next. No, 16. 18. Now we're going in 2,000 shares at a time at 8.13. That won't last, folks. It just can't. It can't. They don't have that kind of resilience to hold it there with that kind of volume coming at it. 21.322. 558. There was 9,000 shares someone happily paid 5 cents more than they could have 2 minutes ago. 21,344, 507. Look at that huge buy. Oh my goodness, what is my bell doing? Yeah. Starting to make a run, folks, and it's coming off this 213 number. Watch it, 21,347. I call it within 1 minute. It'll be 8:14 or less. I mean, you know what I mean, or 1 minute or less than a minute. 21,348. 812, huh? Not going to work. Just 1,000 shares to push it back up, and now over. Here we go. 21,349, 539. We are now less than 300,000 away from our goal of 21.7 to beat yesterday's high in volume. And that's what we want. And there it is. Bingo. I told you it would be within the minute. And there it is within the minute, 8:14. And that's just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. We got an 8:14 over here. Let me see. I have an 8:15, 8:15, 8:14, 8:15. Give me an 8:15 over here. Everybody, we got 15 people over here watching. We got 134 for the day. Hey, we got an 8:14. I'm going to see 8:15 right here. Hey, it's going to come fast, folks. It's going to come fast. It's going to come easy. Look, we're 2 minutes before. 2 minutes before 3 and already a rise. Folks, there's not going to be a stop to this. You're going to see it. It's going to keep climbing. It's going to keep going. It's going to be growing. You're going to see it. It's going to go and going and going and growing, and everybody's going, and they're all going to be knowing it's going, and they're going to see that it's growing, and they're going, holy shit, I'm making some serious money now. And that's what they've been doing off this damn stock now for, I've shown you, back for the last 4 earnings in a row. They've always, on every single earnings beat, they've dropped the price 30%, folks. I swear, I'm telling you what I know is true, and it is true. So right now we're seeing this thing start to run, and I want to tell you, it's fixing to take off. It's going to be going higher and higher, and despite their desire, and all they can do is watch it go higher and higher against the fire, because the fire's been lit under them at 258. And folks, they're going to have to pour a bunch of water on this fire, and that means basically throwing away a bunch of money to try to stop this thing from getting ready to run here. We're at 21,433. Keeping track of the volume yesterday, 21,761. And folks, there's no way they can stop that from being surpassed. We're less than 200,000 away, and we got an hour to go. We could see another 9 million shares exchanging hands from weak to strong, or strong to weak. And that's what I mean too. And we're going to see what happens right now, starting at the very moment that I ring this bell. And it's already tapped on 8:14, and it's going to hit 8:15. This is going to come fast. It's going to start now. Watch the volume, 21,441, 734. There's 2,443, 21,443. I'm looking for some big green spikes here, folks. 21,443, 608, 300 shares to make it go a penny down. Yeah. 21,448, 136. 21,448, 136. 21,448, 268, 130 shares to make it pop up a penny again. 21,448, 382. 21,448, 382, 813 is the price. 21,450, that was a 20,000 share purchase. There we go, 814 popping upside, 21,466. Watch this thing run, folks. It's going off, just like my bell is starting to do over here. It's Tutu the toy train, or whatever it was. Dolly the trolley dolly. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Brute Outdoors says he's slaying the dragon. I have been too. A lot of other people came in here already and bought with me here, and this is very, very promising this afternoon, seeing a break over 814 at 301. 814, it will soon be toggling to 815, I promise you. And we're going to see this happen. And Jay Reezy, I just bought 124 more. Oh, yeah. Ho, ho. Look at all the love. Everybody piles in and says, yes, sir. Well, you got good timing to do it, my friend, because this thing is going to make a great power hour close. You can already sense and see the toggling. It was at 812, 811, you saw that, 810, 811, 811, 812, 812, 813, 813, 814. Hey, we're going off. It's going off this afternoon. Watch them make, this is their last ditch done effort, Friday Friday. We're going over here to the summary page, and I'm ringing the bell a little bit preemptively because we're supposed to be ringing it when we break past yesterday's volume level. And we're almost there. We're less than 150,000 shares away from breaking, and look at it pop right there. Look over here at this thing popping up, folks. The head is already starting to expose, and it's going to continue to grow. This thing's got legs, right? There we go. 8:15 now. 8:15, called it. And you're going to see this be a power hour close, people. Thank you for being here. And Jay Reezy, It's part of the reason that it just went to that number that it did when it did. Had he not bought it already, it might not have got there that soon. So thank you for being here, and that might make you King Cat of the Day, J Reezy 1. I know we've got up here right now, Gary brought up all this awesome information earlier today, so I think I'm going to have to keep him up here as the key. And we've had some people talk about some other stocks today that maybe we could take a look at, and one of them was HMIS, and one of them was, another one I've been looking at is Mullen. Look at this thing, 84 now, up another 5%, man. It's holding up here somehow. Volume is very strong, only on a CEO's publishing a letter to shareholders. I don't get it, and I would suggest, because you can get this massive move, which is now a 90% upside move on a letter to the shareholders about declining stock values. Wait, Anthony Noto, catch a whiff of this, right? Let's hear a letter to shareholders about our declining share prices on every earnings call. Like I'm doing. I'm out here sounding the horn on his behalf, folks. I'm the soundboard, Catfish the soundboard here. 15 of you, thank you for being here. We're going to rock this afternoon out, man. We're going to have some good times. You know, it's been a long time since I rock and rolled, but we're starting to rock and roll right now, everybody, aren't we? Yes, we are. Let's get on over to YouTube and let's play some rock and roll. We haven't played any music in a long time, and I'm ready for some now because I think it's going to help pump up this run, and I'm going to put on some good killer tunes for us to get this thing going, man. We're going to rock it out, right? I don't care. I'm going to put it on now. One of my favorite albums of all time, and I hope you like to punch out some solid rock and roll because that's where we're headed right now. Van Halen 1, everybody. And I want to thank all of you who've been here, who've thumbs up, who've liked, who've shared, who told your friends about me. I'm almost to a 900 subscription now. And so, folks, again, I just want to say thank you very, very much. And we're going to start with a little bit of music. And hopefully we have the volume at the right level and we get to hear this all from the start. We're going to take it back to the beginning. It's a very good place to start. So there we go. And here it is. Hopefully it will pump in here on my OBS and we can hear it being played. I don't know where it would be being played, but if you're hearing any Van Halen right now, let me turn on my speaker and turn it down. Oh, I can hear it over my speakers, no doubt about it. So hopefully you can hear it over yours. I don't know, but I definitely do, and hopefully you're picking it up. If you are, good. If not, that's okay too. Don't have to have it, but hey, I just wanted to try to put some music on for us and let us hear a little bit because I think we should get it. And let's get over here and see what my volume is on this. Anybody? Let me know, by the way, if you can hear any music. I just pumped in a little Van Halen. I'm gonna put on here on this, and let's see if we've got this up. And I'm not sure if I got it or not, but it doesn't matter. I just want to be here. Glad you're here with me, and we're checking this out, right? And if you hear it, let me know. Yeah, hey, it just come on, or no, it's not there. And then I'll know if I want to try anything more. But right now, folks, I'm concentrating on these numbers, SOFI, and the volume level, because we're gonna ring it when it breaks back past yesterday's level. And there we are. We're at 21.6 almost, so we're 100,000 away as the price begins to make its escalation. We say bye-bye to 813. We will soon say bye-bye to 814. Wave at that in the rear-view mirror. We'll say bye-bye to 815. Wave to that in the rear-view mirror. And we're going to say bye-bye to 816 because if they couldn't hold 813, they can't hold 814. If they couldn't hold 814, they can't hold 815. Can't hold 815, they can't hold 816, right? So there's no way. It's just a pattern. They're trying here in desperation. Let's go see how many shares they just dumped right there to try to stop that takeoff. You can see what's going on here. You see very clearly what's happening when we get in on this 1 day, 1 minute intervals. I'm going to refresh the page because I want to look at these green candlesticks at the bottom. And I want to thank you for being here with me today, folks. I really do. Somehow or another, I just made this, don't know what I did, but we're going to kind of pull this back a little because I can't move it over. What did I do? Let's get this bigger. There we go. Now we got it right. Now we've got it right. And then we want to move this where we can see down here at the very bottom. I don't know what I've done here to my chart that's not making me visible to the bottom here where the candlesticks are on the bottom. Well, I guess they are there, but it's just toggling and waiting. Do 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 do. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The sluggish Yahoo one-day chart is going to pop up now to show us what are the size of the candlestick to make it dies. Here we go. And we can see clearly, look at that 10-day moving average crossing right up over. Oh my God, folks, this is not what they wanted to see. A triple upside crossover happening. Excellent condition I got on my feed, it says here. I just want to thank you all for being here. Jay Reezy got a bunch of hearts over here and a lot of good times from picking up some good shares. And now we're going to see that what I say is going to be a nice run now from here to the bell. We will see if I'm indeed correct or not, but we can already see it starting to make its move. 8:14, soon 8:15 again, 8:16, 17, 18. On we go up. And in after hours too, folks. Yep. What's NVIDIA doing? Boy, they've certainly tamed that tiger that could have been, because this thing was at $513 last night and after hours after they came out with their earnings that beat. Crushed, they said. Yep. Hugging Face doubled down on AI investments with NVIDIA. Okay. All right. I'm over here. Sofi at 307, ladies and gentlemen. Why in the world isn't it staying at 813? Why can't they just hold it there infinitely? Well, they can't. And ladies and gentlemen, look at the volume. 21,727. Let's make sure and confirm. 761, and we're passing it right now. I'm going to be ringing the bell as it goes by. 21,761, and the price is at 813 as it happens. It'd be a good time to be ringing it as it blows past 21,761 in approximately 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh! I didn't even get to 3. We had a premature launch. And who would have guessed it, folks? That we would surpass the volume, and now we got a double whammy situation for these guys because they don't want to see volume increasing with the higher high today, too. That is just another thing they've got to report to their constituents that they are going to be in disgust about, because they're going to get on the phone and say, well, what was the low today compared to yesterday? They go, well, it was higher. Uh-oh. Well, we got the high, right? We dropped the high. No, the high was higher. Shit, you're kidding. Please tell me the volume wasn't that. There's people want, but oh no, the volume was higher too. A triple whammy, folks, for us longs against the shorts today. Even with this down 3.5%, folks, I got to remind some of you, the price here was $7 and whatever, $7.89 just 4 days ago. So being of no fear here, this is absolutely still moving the right direction. And all these days in a row with higher highs is horrendous for them. But it's what happened every time, so maybe it's not. Maybe it's by design, and maybe it's all by their plan. And maybe even after this try to pull back here, it's just, again, all just part of their plan, because they never going to let it just go completely straight up. This is the way they work it. And then tomorrow, mysteriously, what I tell you is going to probably be true. The Dow will end up being up tomorrow on a Friday, 350, 400 points. We're going to have a blowout Friday tomorrow after this accumulation today. Right? That's my call. That's what I think is going to happen. I could be completely wrong. So don't go get a second mortgage on your house, people. Don't do that. And folks, we have now seen another 250,000 shares pop at 814. All right. Look at it now, 815. You gotta. I'm saying this to you because you gotta pay attention to the numbers here. They can't hold this number at 813. They couldn't hold it at 814. They're not going to hold it at 815 because people are starting to come in on this thing in big numbers. 21,973, 563. As I just said to you, we've gone now 200,000 shares in a minute and a half. No way they can hold up to that. You'll stay. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. You will see what I'm telling you is true. There's 814.
That was easy.
Every time they hit another number, I'm going to tell you how easy it was. There's 814, folks. Cha-ching on 814. Now we're going to be cha-chinging on 815 in a second. You'll see it. And look at the time here. Look at the time. 3:13, 8:13. Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, ya, yippee, hippie, ya. And now look at that.
That was easy.
Yep, that's the 14, and
That was easy.
that's the 15, folks. Watch. Watch this thing. See if I'm not right about what they did all up until this time and where we're going to end up in the last hour. Power hour has begun. Here's my point. Folks, if they could, I ask this question all the time. We know how much 813 means to them. So being that the case, once they just got us down here just before at 8:11 and 8:10, just before the end of 3 o'clock, why couldn't they hold it at 8, 9, or 10, or 8:11, or 12? Or why couldn't they hold? I'm telling you why. They would if they could, but they can't, so they won't. Okay? I've said that to you so many times, and it's falling into effect right here and now again. It's proof that we, the longs, have the bull by the horns. We are in control. Bulls are in control of this stock. And this is proof of it here this afternoon. And you're going to see if it continues to climb, that it's going to be very much like the Thursday right before the earnings call came out when they drove it down to 954. Okay? I think it was, 894. 894 or whatever it was. 784, 789. I don't remember, but then they drove it down before they ran it to 1170. Yep, they did. It was 954, I'm pretty sure. We'll go back here and look at it. Where did they get it down to just before the earnings came out here? I think it was, here it was, 894. There it was. And then it went to 1170. And now 32% down when it got to this 789. And now the same repeated move. This is the last 4 quarters in a row. I showed people, folks, if you didn't see this earlier, you can go back to the beginning of my broadcast on today. I showed people over here that while this was going on over here with these beating estimates every time, and it's so funny how often I try to show you things they don't want me to show them to you, but I tried to show everybody every time the date of this date, I looked it up. This date was November, what was it? November 30th. November 30th, and they were collapsed down after that. 27% drop. Here on this date, that massive beat, this was on, I had this date too, January 30th, they released on January 30th, and they beat by the crazy, and again, we're down 35% within a couple of days, it's the same thing every time, and I went and showed everybody that earlier today. You can go back and change these dates on this here parameters, and they give you the dates you can go back to and start yours right here and go in on the date of that first earnings that I show you here. That one right there was on, as I recall, November. It was on November the 30th, 2022. They put that out, and they were attacked down. Every one of these, every single time, it's been identical result. Every single time. The same result. 35% drop after earnings where they beat. Or met this time. And now look at this. We're at already 814. Now I told you, if they could hold it at 813, why wouldn't they? They don't have the strength to. There's just too much demand. And they're just, like I said, right here at this stage of the game, they're feeding the volume. So what's going to happen today for a lot of people who come home from work even though they see the whole market was massively down, they're going to run over their SOFI perhaps and go, well, what happened with it? And they're going to see, well, the high was higher, and the low was higher. What do you know? Okay. And then they're going to see over here, that for the last 4 days, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high. Well, the one day, they're showing 847 equal to the day before, but this was actually 857 because that's when it went to in after hours. But at any rate, I'm just showing you here, folks, that what we're seeing on paper anyway is higher highs now for 4 out of 5 days in a row. And even on the day that it didn't go higher, it was still equal. All right, and that's also a very powerful signal for this based on what happened historically. All right, so now we're going to get over here and see what kind of volume they're using to try to contain 813. How much more good money are they throwing after bad? Right? How much money does it mean to them to try to hold an 813 price? Not much. They don't have much conviction here, folks. That's no conviction. That's no conviction. That is certainly no conviction. 20,000 shares? No, sir. That is no conviction. Very little of it. In fact, the greens are 1 buy equals the total of 3 teeny dumps. You see that, right? And I'm going to keep refreshing this right now because what I'm looking at here is this RSI. Man, it's already in the middle, folks. Watch out. You shorters are in a major pickle situation. A situation. How do you like that? A situation. Yep. And now the volume is at 22,154 and continuing to climb. And we have still 40 minutes left. They're not done with this yet. 22,157. People easily paying 813. 22,157.9. That was a 200 share buy at 813. 22,158. Another 1,000 and up it goes. 814. 22,183 on 2,000. They dropped it back to 813. And then up again on 3,000 shares back. Now we're seeing some big ones. There's another 3,000. 814. And here we go. 22,190. 572. There was 1,500 shares happily paid at 814. 22,192.096. Watch it jump to 816. 22,192.197. I see a big buy coming in here and a jump 2-3 cents right at once. 3:20 p.m. 22,193. 196. That's 3,000 shares. That's usually a dumping order. 26,000 at 814 they paid. I'm following this close. There's 5,000 for another penny up on a 5,000 wager. 22,233. This is showing a break and they're back. 22,233, 407. 815's the price. 22,230, 234, 235, still 815. And they're running out of shares, folks. 22,244, 763. Now 815. 22,245, 293. There's 1,000 at 815. These people are happy to pay it. 22,246, 896. 22,248, 198. There's 20,000 shares at 814. 22,273, 677. 22,273, 750. That was only like a 60 share order at 814. 22,274, 150. There was a 6,000 share buy, happy to pay, 814, 815 now. Here we go, folks. Watch this thing escalate. It looks very good, very promising. Yep, and Jay Reezy's part of the reason this is running up. He popped in here and bought 120 more. Yes, sirree. Woohoo, yes, sir. Following my suit. Everybody, just come right along here. The water's fine. Trust me. This is going to be one crazy cool run up tomorrow. Everybody's going to be shocked because there's no reason for this fall today. NVIDIA should be packing us forward and up. Instead, they've almost pulled it into the 0 point. But this will all be turning around because this is accumulation, people. I am 99.9% sure that this, what we're witnessing today, is major accumulation by people caught off by NVIDIA's great report. And they're just wanting in. They just want in at lower prices, period. It's all it is. It's always been that way. It was about, 8.15 now. And I told you, now we toggled to 8.16. And every penny up.
That was easy.
Right? And I just did it one fraction of a second or two too early, because here comes 8.16 now. And I guarantee you it's coming. 22,411. Look at the size. 3,000 shares. I've already told you about those numbers. There's a 416, 2,000 shares. I like it. Look at all the small ones coming in. 1,000 shares at a time. 8.15 won't hold. They can't hold up repeated orders of 1,000 by all these retail buyers. It just whittles away at their bid offers they're throwing out until they disappear. We're going to toggle to 8.16 next. It's coming within 1 minute. 3:23 is the time. Hey, we got 8.15 over here. Look at 8.16, 8.16 over here, 8.15. That one, 8.14. Throw that away. Get that out of here. 8.14. Oh, you got a silly bid there. You're way behind on the times. We got to get 8.16. You're not going to get 8.16. There we go. 8.16 over here. Hey, we're going to look at 8.16 over here. Hey, we got 8.15 over here. Looking for somebody to come up and step to the plate. We got to get up to 8.15. You're not going to get it. Hey, 8.14. Throw that out of here. Get that thing out of there. It goes. It's gone. Now we're back to 8.15. Look at 8.16. Here we go. We're going to be running up 8.14. Somebody still keeps throwing that flag up. Folks, we're already past that. We're at 8.15. If you want to get in on this, you're going to have to buy it at 8.16. You understand what I'm saying? 8.16, you're not going to get it. That's right. You're going to pick up this stock. It's going to be flying. You're going to be glad that you were the one buying it. At 8.15, you're going to see it flying. And there we go. There's no disguising. It's going up. It's hitting the skies. It's going to rise. Here we go. Watch your eyes. Look closely. You'll see it. It's going to rise. Keep on over. 8.15, 8.15, 8.16 is coming next. 8.16. Hey, look at the size of the volume. 22,446. We're having an increased volume day, and we're going to see the price keep going up from here all the way up until 4 p.m. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Just keep on buying, keep on buying, keep on buying. You won't be crying if you don't. You'll all be lying. I won't be lying. I'm telling the truth. 8.15, and we're all in your youth. Hey, we're going to keep climbing, keep going. Hey, I want to thank all of you, 18 of you, having some fun here with the auction and off the price. And you can see already, folks, exactly what I call for is taking place. We are going to see this NVIDIA that has been blown down here now, even into the close, only up 1%, even less now, as they try to take it to it. And what is SoFi doing in the other direction? Going up. 8.14, 8.15, 8.15, 8.16. Here we go. I'm going to ring the bell for you. I'm going to do the easy. Hey, we're going to make this thing. We're going to go. We're going to watch it fly. Everybody's going to buy. I don't deny. They're going to try. They can't run it down. They know it's a clown if they get 8.13, Nobody's going to be concerned about that. Nobody should be concerned about 8.13, considering we were. Hey, look at that. They dump in another 8.14. Love them, love them, love them. Buy it up, people, 8.13. I bought here every single time and made money. I also bought at 8.11 today, 8.10 today, 8.9, and there we go, back to 8.14 and soon to 8.15. Every time they try and throw in these lower numbers, people just swallow them up and go, yummy.
That was easy.
That's right. And they try it again. They try like desperation to throw it out. Let's look at these numbers and see what they're using. Come on over here. There's no excusing these kind of actions. Hey, the reactions are, these people are here with me having some fun this afternoon watching this thing run up as they can't even try to explain themselves as to how they're going to retain this thing over the next 35 minutes. Because I say power hour. I said it when it was at 8.11 and now we're at 8.14. And now we're toggling from 8.14 to 8.15. And you're going to see this continue. You'll see it. Watch it. Just be with it. 22,531. Look at that. 8.15. 22,535. 4,000 shares. Here comes the 8.16. Hey, we got 8.15 over here. Look at 8.16. We're going to bring it over here. Come on, 8.16. Hey, everybody. 8.16. You know, maybe I missed my calling. Maybe I should have been one of those guys that, hey, when I went over to 8.16, I'm going to get an auction here. Hey, when I'm going to get 8.15, 8.14, 8.14. I don't know why I even tried 8.14. That's not going to work. But I got to go 8.15. Got to go 8.16. They're not going to get it. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you get a buying opportunity in your lifetime. This is a stock you're never going to regret buying. Come on in. When everything's going to see it's flying. You're going to be trying and crying and dying if you don't get this in at 8.15. Hey, 8.18, 8.14. Hey, I already told you. We've already seen 8.14. We're not going to deal with that anymore. We're going to go up, 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 up. If you don't want to get in now, you're not going to get the chance to get it any lower, folks. So you better in now, or you won't get it any lower. That's what I'm calling right now. For the rest of the afternoon, 8.15 is going to toggle to 8.16. We're going to see it happen here within 1 minute. Within 1 minute, 8.16 is coming. Here we go. Watch with your eyes. You'll see it. 8.15. Watch it rise. 18.16. Hey, we're going to keep on pushing hard and dry, splintery. And there ain't going to be no oil. That's right. No oil. It's all going to be pain. And that pain insane in the membrane. Hey, they're getting in the pain. They're going to watch it run. Watch it go. Watch it blow. Watch it go right through the roof. Here we go. Everybody, here's the proof. 816, I'm going to see it. I told you within a minute, and here we are. We're almost within it. Oh, let's see it go, folks. Let's see it rise. Let's see it jump. Let's see it go through the skies, the blue skies. Oh, and the clouds. There should be no doubt this is rising highs, and everybody sees that it's rising, no disguising. It's going to the flies. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it, everybody. I hope you're enjoying it. It's really a good old time we're having, and everybody should be up and clapping, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to rise. It's going to 816. I hit the button. 816, here it comes. 816. I'm over here. I'm over 815. I'm over 816. It's coming, folks, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this volume. 22, 584, 422, and it's going to jump. Gonna jump, gonna pump, gonna go right up. Everybody gonna jump, 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 jump. Here we go, here we go, there we go. Don't you know everybody sees it's gonna grow, grow, grow. That's SOFI, flying high. There we go. You can't deny. Look at it rising. The sky's in 328, folks. We haven't even got to 330 yet, and they're having trouble keeping it at 813. What are they going to do after 330 when everybody really starts to pour in? And this thing hits almost 30 million shares by the end of the day. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do about it. I don't know how they can handle it. I can see right now they can't handle it because it's starting to break loose on them. It's starting to go to 816, and I've already told you it's going to there. And here it comes now. And Catfish Tyler, there it is. Cha-ching. That was easy. Yes, it was easy, everybody. Come on, easy peasy. No more greasy. It's all going to be dry and high and, ooh, in the eye. You know what I'm saying? To the sky, it's going to fly. Hey, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining in and all the fun we're having, all the joy, the happiness, it's just really a fun time this afternoon watching this thing continue to escalate, go higher. There's no way it's going to stop. They can't deny her. She's going to be going. She's going to be growing. And if they could have stopped at 813, they would have. They could have. They should have, but they couldn't, so they wouldn't, and they don't. They don't have the power. They don't have the ability to hold it at 813. You're going to see this here today, this afternoon. You're going to see it all unfold in front of your very eyes. We're going to see this price, and it's going to continue to rise. It doesn't matter how many they throw in. There's no disguise. It's rising. All right, it's going up. They're going to have to throw a lot of money away if they're going to stop this thing from breaking up and above 813 and heading right on up. They're going to have to throw a lot this afternoon. It's going to take a lot of money for them to make it drop here. I'm telling you, you're going to have to see some big, big, big red candlesticks because there's money coming in here and starting to buy in, and they're buying in big. 22,684 is where we are. 815 is the price and rising. 22,685, another 1,000. Happy to pay 815. Could have bought it for 810 less than 30 minutes ago. But instead, they want to pay $8.15 now, folks. I don't know why. It doesn't seem to make sense. None of the logical sense. None of this. Look at the NASDAQ down 204. That doesn't make any logical sense. But what really doesn't make logical sense, other than defense of the shorter positions, is this. The position they find themselves in is watching the tanking off of the entire market while SOFI starts to increase this afternoon from 330 to 4. And now 816 toggling. Soon 817 will be there for us as well. I promise you it's coming. You'll see it. You won't see it necessarily now, but you will in the after hours, 818, 820, 824, and on up. And the same thing's going to be happening here with NVIDIA. I feel, look at that. It's barely even up now. Barely up. Wouldn't be surprised to see them run it down even red, believe it or not, because they have that kind of ability, people. Because when they want in on a stock that's blowing earnings and beating the shit, we've already proven, SOFI's the supreme example of getting slaughtered on an earnings beat. And this is good for them comparatively. We are usually down 20 to 25% within a few days. So just keep track of it, folks. And look at here. There's the 816. Carlos Rodriguez. Tyler, you're going to watch Affirm's earning live. Okay. Affirm's is doing their earnings report after hours. All right, I got you. All right, I'm with you. And I can see they're down freaking 3.5% right here, equal with what we're down. But I tell you, we shouldn't be down, and none of them should be down. Everybody should be up to date on this NVIDIA news. This is all manipulation, all working it. I'm with you. I won't watch I'll be watching the after hours. I guess, Carlos, are you saying that they're going to announce in after hours, right after the market closes? It sounds like you are. So I will be watching it if they are, because we might see them also affecting the market. Affirm is followed closely here, and you can see where they are in price. And folks, I just want you to be aware of something. This looks very strong for us here, coming here into 332, 815, and toggling to 816. And because it's going to keep toggling to 816, 17, 17, 18, and I think we're going to keep on rising right on into the after hours, and tomorrow's going to be a very, very good day. If they tank it, it may pull us down. Yep, they might. They might, but I've seen SOFI, believe it or not, I've seen SOFI be pretty resilient to takedowns based upon other stocks. There might be a little bit of it, but it's been pretty resilient to that. So we'll just see. We'll see. But one thing's for sure, the Dow being down this much today, and the NASDAQ down, and the Russell, all these down, sure looks like a concerted effort to people get in cheap. To me, that's what it looks like. It looks like they were surprised by NVIDIA's earnings, and they got caught off guard, and the market's starting to improve, and gross and sales and revenues and generation. AI leading, NVIDIA leading the way, and the price should be up 20% today on that news, but they're almost flat because they've been worked down for these people to get in on it now. Look, they're barely up even 0.5%. I agree with that. We have held up better. Yep. All right, cool beans. Yeah, it's good to be keeping track of, and I will do that. I thank you for letting me know, because I was not aware, Carlos, that a firm was going to be reporting, and I guess I have asked, I don't know if you saw, but they're reporting in after hours then. Is that what you're saying to me, Carlos? Because I'm not sure. But you're saying right there, Tyler, are you going to watch a firm's earnings live? Well, I guess I could do a Google search right now, or do you already know, Carlos? When will a firm be releasing earnings? Is it in the after hours today? Is it in the market tomorrow before market open, or when? But I'll be watching either way. Even if you don't get back to me, I'll watch it this afternoon, because I think you mean this afternoon. Folks, this kettle is just starting to boil here. SoFi is. You'll see. I can prove it here because the high was 792 with the open. I can prove it here by the highs. The high was 829, 833, 847, 847, 850. This is just starting to ignite, folks. This is the beginning of the same thing we saw back here after May the 15th. And you can look at the run up. 482, 498, 514, 1 day down, up, 1 day down, up, and it continued to go up. 548, 605, 702, 726, a day down a fraction, and then off it went again. 760, 776, 8, 820, 881, 930. Look at it. You see all that, right? 1023, folks. Doesn't it look very similar to what we're seeing right here? It looks exactly the same, folks. This is exactly the same. Back to that date and to now, they're a mirror image of one another, folks, pretty much. So being aware of that means you can take advantage of that, because after they got that 445 price back on May the 15th, after they got that price, the doggone price 1 month later on June the 15th was 1023, June the 14th, not even a full month later. Up 55% after a 30% rundown. And the same thing's going to happen this time, I say. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I sure don't think so. But there won't be any congratulations being passed among themselves today, because I can absolutely guarantee you that they did not want to see yesterday's high of 847, today 850, and yesterday's low 806, and today 808. Shameful for them. And a proof of their weakness to me, which I've already told you I see, because the gains that we're experiencing now off the 789 to 808 was a 19-cent gain. Last time it was a 16-cent gain. So I've pointed all these numbers out to you, folks, because we're seeing a bigger strength gain than we have before. Faster than the last time, even on the May the 1st through the 5th, May the 15th through the 19th. We're seeing faster and better improvements, and I like that. And we're seeing a very similar pattern with this 4th day takedown, because that's exactly what they did the last time that I showed you here after the May 15th. And you can go back because I tell you, these things are so accurate. It's amazing how they are. And here we are at the highs. You can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down the next day. All right. So this is the day it dropped, and then 1, 2, 3, fourth day down, then up, 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 down, down, up and 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 up to 1023. All right. So this is very, very similar, isn't it? Isn't it ironic how similar it is? It should be very, very similar to see the similarities and then the mirroring of it. It's a mirror of what happened the last 4 earning call. 30% drop, big gains after. Then next earning call, 30% drop, big gains after. And you can see what the path is. The trend is up, folks, from 424 low to 812 now. $4 off of that. And it's not going to stop. I believe it's today after hours. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Good to know that. All right. Thank you, Carlos. It's weird. I'm clicking on these things and I'm not seeing hearts floating up there. I just see little circles. What happened to me? It says I got an excellent connection. But I want to thank you all for being here with me today. And that you can see, I'm showing you history is definitely in the process of repeating itself. And it's step for step, folks. It really is. It's like step for step. And it really is almost ironic how similar these numbers are and how similar the changes are from days highs to the next day's lows and so forth. So right here you can see 843 to 813 on the fourth day after. And now we go, that's 30 cents. And then here we are, 1, 2, 3, 4. And look at this, 507 on the fourth day to 493. All right, so that was 25 cents. So we're very close to the same repeating pattern again, folks. I just want to bring it out to you. Don't be surprised that tomorrow's close is up 493. That would be 7 plus 26, 33 cents higher tomorrow at the close than today's close. What I call for, 33-cent higher close tomorrow. We'll see how close that'll be. That'll be right where to put it, 33, 30, 46, 846 close tomorrow. Okay. We'll see. You can mark that down. Catfish says 846 close tomorrow. I sure will. And I'm going to keep it at 10 till. I always like to keep track of the volume. And we are 20 till now. Yesterday at 10 till, just so you want to know, the volume was at 19,400,000 yesterday. Today at less than, or 20 minutes, 9 minutes away from the 10 till, and we're already at 23,227. Gary, folks, keep some dry powder ready. Gary keeps telling everybody, keep dry powder ready. Yep, you keep dry on the lows every day. You keep buying it at $8.08. You're going to do very, very well. You're going to do very, very well. And we got some big announcements coming out tomorrow. Powell will be coming out with announcements, and we'll see what happens with his announcements. But what happened now is I saw the price just jump from 813, sadly for the shorts, to 814 at 19 minutes till. And I am going to write down at 10 till what the volume is today. And it's going to be considerably more than yesterday. And we're tracking this closely, folks. We've already surpassed yesterday's volume, so that's not good. There's 8:15, folks. Be ready. Be ready to cheer with me into this last closing 18 minutes. Because I say we're off to the moon here. 18 minutes and up it goes. There we go. Swinging to 15 now again. And we'll toggle past that soon enough, because if 813s have dissolved away and 814s are now switching to 15s, well, they'll dissolve away. And then 15s dissolve away to 16s. And then and it just will continue on up here. Here we go. There went the 14s. They're all gone now. 23,359. Oh, somebody else threw out another 1,000 at 814. They said, look, let me sell this in lower than the price that it is. I don't really want to get 815. I'll put my sell in at a penny less than that and see if I can make less money on my sell. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Yep, Gary says, folks, keep some dry powder ready. I'm looking at NVIDIA now, and how much is it up? Well, they've almost got it completely flat. There it is, 472.68. The low, what was the low today so far? I'm going to refresh this page. And they're trying so hard to buy this at where it was before it took off to 513 a share last night and after hours. And look at that. Look at them work their magic. I don't know how this whole market is dropping, or why, with no true explanation other than, in my opinion, pure and all-out manipulation. And it's you know, it's sad that almost that it shouldn't even be permitted. I mean, it seems like it should almost be illegal, but it isn't. It isn't. Let's go over here real quick and see why the market is crashing again. Finance Home says, what's the big sell-off over? What have they made up for this afternoon's reason? It changes periodically during the day. It always does. It drifts around. Reasons are always changing as to why the drop. So let's see what they say now on the Finance homepage, if we can get it to load up. And folks, we're coming in here into the 15-minute mark, last 15 minutes. And don't be surprised, because I've seen here before that for whatever mysterious reason, my computer seems to almost stop functioning at this time of day. And as you can see right now, I'm trying to get to the Finance homepage. Clicking on it now, and we're going to toggle for a minute, and now we're on to it. NVIDIA's blowout earning ripples across tech. Stocks reverse lower, NASDAQ falls, NVIDIA rally fades. Why? What do you mean by fades? Were all these people faded? Are they fading over people? Is it all faded? They're trying to make it faded so people can't clearly see it. But clearly this economy is doing better when NVIDIA is making that kind of statement, and they're making it faded. It's faded. You can't see it. You can't see the picture clearly. It's all faded out. Right? Interesting, huh? All 17 here. I thank you for being here. We've had 148 during the day popping in and out, making their comments or statements. Thank you very much for being here with me as we look at the closing, because my presumption is that we are going to see it increase, and they could just as easily try to, as what I've said before, splash this close and make it look like they made it suffer more than it did. And but the problem for them is this higher high today again, 4th day in a row. And really, folks, when you go back to May 15th, Shivrini Day, it didn't do that. Here was May the 15th. It was at 468, 479, 476, then 498. All right? So they didn't have as powerful a move off the 15th run down to 445 if we had this time. 468, 479, 476. The third day was a pullback before the 4th day jump up. Just so you're aware of it, okay? Make sure you're aware of that. Because here we got 825, 840. 792, 825, 840. 4th day pullback, and then there's the jump. It's identical, folks. You see it. The patterns are just unmistakable and undeniable. It's very, very clear to see it. And I pointed out to you so you can see it and understand why it's happening and how it happens and what to expect after that. After that, back here on May the 15th and the 4th day, 498, 507, brief pullback, up again, down 4 cents, and then off to the races, folks. Kaboom, kaboom, kabam, kabam, up, right? All the way up to 1023. So just so many people that so many times that my cursor could probably do it on its own just to get a memory. I'm going to get a memory mouse. That's not a bad idea, is it? Memory mouse. Just hit a little button and then it remembers every move that you made after that. Somebody might be able to use that and use it and make some money off of it. By the way, folks, this number you see here, this 812, 813, 811, where they tried. Look here across this chart how many times we've seen this. Look at here on Friday last week. Gary, Tyler, you might be right about the price being manipulated to the downside. Shit. I went back and I showed every time that they've come out with the earnings. Every single time. This date here on November, that was on November the 30th, 2022. This one here when they came out on January 30th. Every single time that they've come out. This one was on May the 15th, or May the 1st, and then this one was just now. Every single time I've shown people by going back to the historical charts that this has suffered a 30 to 32% drop after the earnings. Every single time. Every single time this happened for the last 4 times in a row. This is identical movement that we've seen now for 4 times back. Go look at it and see it on historical data. And if you don't know how to make it change, you can come over here and you can put down on here, you can change this. And you make the start date. You can make it, I'm going to make it October. We're going to make it 10/28. All right, I'm going to make it 10/27. I did last time. And then we're going to hit done and then hit apply right here. So I already went over to Google before and I did a search for when did they do their third quarter earnings report that blew away things, and that was this one right here. I wanted to know what the date was, and I got the date, and it was that date that I just told you. So that's why now I can go back to this chart and I can go all the way down and I'll show you exactly what happened. Watch it happen. We're still writing down. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. And here we go. Look at this. The price on November 1st when they came out with earnings spiked from 567 to 647. The low the couple days before was 529. 647, and then look where it was freaking a week later, 494, people. All right? So, Gary, you can see that, can't you? And look at the pattern. It's the same thing, and then up it started going from 494. Look at that, at 613. They've been doing this a long time, folks. They've been doing this a very long time, and they're doing it again in the exact same fashion. I just want to point it out to you, going back to this date right here on this calendar right here. It's every single time that this company comes out with an earnings report that makes it spike to a new high, they hatchet chop it down, right? They hatchet chop it down. 647 to 494. I think that was only like a 19% gain that time because the price was higher. They couldn't affect it as much then. 6.47 minus 494. 4.94 equals divided by 6.47 equals times 100 equals a 23.6% gain off of running it down from 647 on the earnings day to that number there. So you see the pattern? It's every single time they're using this, and we need to learn from this, and then we can make major money from it, off of it. Every single time we will. Everybody that follows me, they might even push the price of NVIDIA to about 300. Yeah, it was at 313 last night. Yep. It was over 313 last night. Now we're going to go over to NVIDIA and look at it now. 475.21. Yep. Here we go. That's the one-day chart. Hit the bottom again at that same basic number. Double bottom there looks good for a place to come in on it, to be honest with you, right here at the end of the day. A double bottom, you can see it. Right? But I'm over here. I want to see where I am. 811. And folks, this is the ironic thing that I've been trying to tell you, and I'm showing you now on these charts, and I want to show you the volume. Uh-oh, look here, folks. We're going to get in here now. That was up to 330. Look at all this green starting to come in here. $353. Oh, I wanted to write down we were at 10 minutes till. I missed it. Dang it. I'm going to guess a little bit here where the volume was. 23,615. I'm going to say 23. I'm going to say 23.5. Okay? I'm going to say it was at 23.5. By the way, that's a shitload more than 19.4 yesterday at 10 till. $4 million more, 4,100,000 more shares today purchased. And to me, that is not good for them. New higher, low, new higher, high, new higher volume. Okay? And this is exactly what I told you was going to start happening, folks. You need to just be patient and ride this out. And I'm going to change this now from August 24th to August. It didn't even go to August. It stopped at August 24th. I don't know why it wants to keep doing that when I change the parameter. We're going to make it the 25th, dadgummit. But done, and then apply. We want today's numbers, not yesterday's. There we go. And it's still not doing it. 824. Good Lord, what the... Here we go. Bingo. Done. Apply. Let's go. Show the real numbers to everybody. There it is. 850 high. 829, 833, 847, 850. Called it. Called it completely. And we're seeing it now. Seeing it come to fruition. Even though they're trying to work it down, it's a complete manipulation day on the market across the board. Everything's being worked down. Look at UPST down almost 7% now. And we're doing all right. Don't worry about us. Don't worry about us amongst all this bullshit run down today. 312 down, 248 down, Russell down, 17. I've seen this so many times. Wait do you see what happens tomorrow, folks. Wait do you see the surprise tomorrow brings. Wait do you see as soon as this thing is over at 8 o'clock what the futures are. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I can hardly wait to see where NVIDIA is in the after hours after the manipulation people are out. And the true sentiment of the stock is shown. 3 weeks ago, I showed a stock that was down 30% during the day, and in after hours it was up 37%. And they didn't have any news come out. They had good breaking news, and they got ran down 30%, and then after hours it went up 35% because everybody said, this is excellent news. This is a ridiculous fall. Gary says, according to some studies, in August and September, the market goes flat or down. Yep. I've seen those. You're right about NVIDIA. The manipulations might be pushing it down, the price that you just mentioned, and it's and then up. Yep. They have a target themselves. See, they got caught off by NVIDIA, I think, Gary. I think they were just like they were caught off by Sofi, and they ran it down to 445, and then within freaking 1 month, it was up 55%, mysteriously. And here's we're going to see the same thing, a repeat of the same old with this stock. I just showed you again what they did way back when, and they've done every single quarter. The method is a 20 to 30% drop after earnings. Manipulation, by the way, because the first time they dropped it to 424 was the low of the year and of ever, 424. Then the next time on the May 1st earnings report, they dropped it from 654 down to 445. And then on May 15th, Chia Panzini Day, they had 103 million plus shares traded to knock the shit out of it to 4.45. That was the day the CEO stepped up to the plate and said, thank you, I'll take it. He bought it on May the 1st. He bought it on May 4th. He bought it on May 5th. He bought it on May 15th. He bought it on May 17th, May 18th. He was buying the whole time. Mm-hmm. Folks, look at these other stocks here. PLTR down almost 8%. We're fine. This is another sign of strength compared to others in the market. We're right here where we should be. And to be honest with you, I'm going to be completely honest with you. The shorts are quite lucky that this manipulation move is being made today on this Thursday, because this gives them an opportunity to get out of this damn thing as low as they can get it down. They missed their opportunity when it was at 789 3 days ago, but they're going to take advantage of this day and this drop to try to drop this thing out and get the shit out of this thing before it goes to those numbers everyone is predicting. The targets are all right. They're right at 12. They're right at 13. They're right at 16. They're right at James Ford is right at around 20. They're all right. It's just a matter of time. They're all correct. So here we are. Watch them here at the last 10 minutes of the day. And they're trying, and they look at this number here, 33. Told you that means to them too. I want to thank you for being here with me as we start to close this out. We're going to be watching Affirm this afternoon in the after hours. I'm just going to be clicking onto it and keeping an eye on it here for a little bit, and then after we see where it ends up. And where did I put in for Affirm? AMC. Oh my God, that's just completely unbelievably horrible. But in a way, not so unbelievable. Still descending here, end of day. Not looking good, PLTR. But I don't see anybody that's really looking very good here today. Aside from my RBX, was actually up a little bit. They came at it again and hit it hard here in the afternoon. Gary, yep, they're being lucky. Yep. Or this is all part of their dirty work. I understand it. Yes, I agree. I've already said, to me, looks like the Thursday before earnings came out. This was the Thursday before earnings came out. I'm going to show it to you on this chart right here on this 1 month. The Thursday before earnings, look what they did on that Thursday right there. July 27th was a Thursday before a major pop. And then the Friday, see, it started to recover because others knew, including me, and boom, then it went off. And this is the one time I didn't sell on earnings day. I had a different feeling, and I told everyone, this time I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to ride with it. And sure enough, it went to 11.70. I sold at 11.66.
That was easy.
Right? Along with many others who I advocated and said, look, we've made a very good profit here, folks. Let's take some. And some did. Many people did with me, and they said, you were right, man. I'm glad I sold. Because then it dropped right back down, and man, we got it in at 7.89 now. I picked up a couple thousand shares there. 7.89 and 7.90. And I'm glad I did. Because we're going to see this thing run, folks. Look at here. 356, 810 is not a number they want to see. They're trying to beat 808 to the downside. They don't want to see this number that we're seeing on the screen right now. They don't. They don't want to see higher highs, higher lows, and higher volume. Nothing could be worse from them. It says error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Folks, I saw this yesterday. We saw this at the same time. It's 4:02. And there we go. Take care of Cookies Code 51. See y'all tomorrow, Cookies Code. Thank you for being here. I hear what you. And yeah, be cool. Have fun tonight. Whatever it is you're involved in, get there and have fun doing it, and enjoy. And folks, it's interesting. I'm seeing now an error that YouTube is not receiving enough to maintain smooth streaming. Same as yesterday at this time, right at 4 o'clock. And it'll tell me flat out, we're going to end this stream if you don't restart it. And but I want to stay here because I want to see this thing all the way up here. All right, there we go. This is very odd. Yep, I'm going to keep an eye on this for Affirm. Let's go over here now to Affirm. And all these stocks, I expect to see them recovering in the after hour. I do. I absolutely do. So let's go to Affirm. AFFIRM. And it is saying, we're update this. Affirm Holdings. Here we are. We're going to watch them here in the after hours. Time now is 4:03. Because apparently it's supposed to be releasing retail earnings. Trump indictment, what to watch. Affirm reports. That was yesterday. Affirm to participate in an upcoming investor thing. See what they say here. Stocks were rallying on Wednesday ahead of this weekend's much anticipated meeting of Federal Reserve officials in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Somebody mentioned Affirm today. That's right. They're supposed to be releasing earnings here. They're supposed to be releasing earnings in after hours, it is believed. And that's why I'm trying to look over here at Affirm right now and see if they are reporting. It says here, so I'm going to read what they said, what time they're going to be reporting. Stocks were rallying, said Fed Chair, German Parent Powell, blah, blah, blah. Dollar Tree. Affirm reports. The buy now, pay later fintech Affirm holds is expected to report a per share loss 86 cents on revenue of $461 million. And when is it going to be going on? Doesn't say. But we had Carlos Rodriguez here saying he thought it might be in after hours, so keep an eye on it. So I am, just for a little bit here. I'm just watching it just for a little bit and see what happens here. It's not doing well so far. 210 now down, 2% down. But we're watching it because I guess right now they're doing their earnings, so we're going to see. We'll watch it close and see what happens. Oh, look at that. It just popped to 2% up just like that. Here we go, folks. Watching close here. Stay with me. Affirm might be a good time to pop in here. We're going to watch and see. At 4:05, something must have just been announced, and they must have said something right out of the bat that sounded good to people, because that was certainly a very swift increase off that 2% drop. And I don't know what this open widget is. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain. It says OBS disconnected. No, OBS reconnection successful. Look at this, folks. Up 7% now. Affirm must be releasing good earnings and good guidance, perhaps. Up big time here. So watch it, watch it, watch it. That's what's going on, Gary. They just reported earnings after the close. This is another company that a lot of people keep an eye on that can influence the entire market. So watch what happens across the board. And that's why we're watching Affirm right now. Thank you very much. Carlos Rodriguez said, watch Affirm. He's the one that brought it up. And look at us now at 8:17 in after hours already. And folks, this is exactly what I called. Exactly what I called. I said we're going to see a run in after hours. And we are. The fakeness has all gone away. And watch every one of these start to recover in after hours now. Because this has all been manipulation all day long. That's my call. I'm going to go across every one and look and see where they are now in after hours briefly. Because I think there's still some buyers coming in. There won't be any on that one anyway because the price is too low. Got it. Okay, yeah. VFS, let's see where they are. We're watching all these. NVIDIA, I expect to see them popping here now. Let's see if I'm right. No, they're still being held down, and what do you know? 33 cents. Whoop-de-doo, won't matter. But Yahoo, Amazing, this drop today on NVIDIA blowing out earnings. Crazy. All right, I'm watching you going down now. Was that a pump and dump? I'm not sure, but I'm going to watch it. Watch it. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Wow, what the hell? And that's what happens when I click back over at the screen. It jumps back onto it, and it starts to update it real fast. Well, that's all right. Hey, we're watching this close. We'll see what happens, because regardless of what it does here, it's going to be all about their guidance, not about what they've achieved. We've already learned that. It's about forward guidance. Hold on. Here's my wifey poo. Hello, beautiful. Are you almost here? Okay.
So I thought I'd try to get at least a head of start before 5. But I did help her back when I helped her. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Oh. Okay, well, I guess I'm on my way home.
Well, you can go ahead and talk. It doesn't matter. Everybody doesn't care. There's not the whole world here listening. It's just me and you and a few other folks. Uh-huh. Well, we're going to give Cheryl, King Cat Cheryl then today. You'll be Queen Cat.
Yeah, my own house is probably a mess, and my daughter.
Anyway, I'm only staying up and running because this afternoon is a big announcement by another firm called Affirm Holdings, and we're trying to see if they're going to break to the upside, because they will influence again just like NVIDIA did, and who knows. So we're watching it right now. It's up 1.5% in after hours. And we're only going to be here watching for a little bit longer, because we'll know within 10, 15 minutes where we really are on a firm, and then we'll know what to do. But all right, so you're headed home now, and you'll be home in an hour to an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Good. What do you want to have for dinner?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
Let's talk later. All right. Love you.
I love you. Bye.
Bye.
Well, look at that thing pop right back up to the upside, folks. My goodness gracious. See if it crushes RSP. What do you mean crushing? It's going to crush it upwards. We're pumping, man. We're pumping, popping, pipping, plopping, blooping. We're going to go higher, 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 higher. There's not going to be a whole back of this thing this afternoon. It's going to keep going up, and the whole market's going to go up tomorrow as well. Today was just a big manipulation day. Run it all down, scare everyone out, freak them out, make them think there's horrible things happening. In the meantime, just the same thing with the firm. Up it goes. Poopity poppity poop. Thank you for being here with me, everybody. I'm just going to have a little bit more watermelon and a couple grapes. I'm hungry here. This looks good, people. Yep, this looks very good. And again, thank you for being here with me and sharing a little bit of time here as we look at this numbers after the close. Affirm is releasing earnings right now, and they look good. We saw the same thing happen last night when NVIDIA announced theirs, and they shot up to 513. And look today, they got massacred down, and actually they're red today. In the after hours, they've now taken this thing down a percentage point. Good for them. Whoever's buying this up right now, running it down, good for them, because this isn't going to last long at this, and neither what did it when. But this is nothing of a down. They crushed earnings, and they're down. They actually ended up green today. That shouldn't be happening if that was our stock, if that was SOFI. No freaking way, man. They don't let that happen. Earnings come out, And this last time they ran up with it because they'd already done 3 times before, down, down, down. It's interesting because the first time I noticed back on November the 30th, they actually ran it up a little bit and it only went up like 4 cents and then boom, they came at it. But then the next 2 times, they just attacked it right out of the earnings. Right after earnings, they just slaughtered it down. You know, and then this last time, they ran it up, made a nice 35% gain on it to 1170, and then they did it again, 32% down. And now 55% up. 4 days in a row with the higher highs and lows rising just as I called, exactly as I called them, folks. I called them, I told you. I told you this was going to happen, and you should have been, hopefully you were paying attention like you were when I came on the first time on. I started talking about SoFi back 2 months ago when the price was under $5. When I came on that day, David Chia Pet Day, man, that made me mad, that guy. But, see, it's from your, as Gary said, or Sean, it's from your largest losses that you learn the most. You learn the most and you adapt and you change. It's those crushing blows that make you stronger. Whoa. The market likes what they're hearing from a firm, folks. And look at us now, going green in after hours. Gonna follow suit and run it on up. Wow. Very nice. Is it going to break 15? There's a 1-year chart I'm looking at. You can see right here before. We've been here. Been right here before. Right there is where we were, 1462. And that was resistance on an upward move up, 1462. And we blew by that, folks. I see we're going on up over 15 here. We will see if that happens, but I think it will. Especially with this happening to it now. I'm watching the amounts of the pullbacks, 1492 to 1485 to 1480. Now 1497 will come next. Maybe, we'll see. Uh-oh, then we're going the other way a little. But folks, this looks strong. Now 1480, 1466 backwards. Here we go. 1474, but like I said, doesn't matter about all the money that they revenues and all that stuff and good stuff. It's all about forward guidance to see what happens here at the end. Looks very, very good here, folks. Very good. And then what's SoFi doing now? Only 813. I don't know. We're gonna go higher. No way. They're not gonna hold that there. But man, look at the volume today. It hit 25.6. More than yesterday by freaking a lot. All right. They didn't want to see that, folks, today. I can guarantee you they didn't want to see that. Let's move this up to 825. It's supposed to be there and done and apply. Now let's look at it. Yep. 833, 847, 850, just escalating up. 829, 833, 847, 850. I told you, folks, it's not just a guessy game here. It's history now for the doggone 4th time in a row on this stock. Looking at a firm toggling 1492, and folks, and it's only dropping to 1490. This is going over 15. There's their number they love. I've already told you about that one, 1488 and 84. Dang, man. These companies are doing well, and SoFi is well too, as doing well as well. We'll see the equal gains. You'll see. This is just showing still great strength in the market. Now they've got this thing down. It's barely red in the after hours. They're still trying to hold it down $1. I honestly did expect to see most of these recovering here in the after hours because I think today was a lot of manipulation. It's still like it might be happening across the board on some, but I'm a little surprised to see that because I expected to see a turn. Might just be fear on tomorrow in the announcement, Jackson Hole. Speaking about a hole, wow. Well, they're in a hole. The shorts are in a deep, deep hole. They don't know what to do about this. How come this thing won't drop below 811 or 808? They've thrown so many days of it at it, and it just keeps being so resilient and bouncing off of it. And they'll get sick and tired of it here fairly soon. This number right here, it'll go away just like the 955 did when we ran to 1170. You'll see my what I'm telling you is going to come true, folks. I do believe. Well, listen, I've been on here for all day today. I'm going to call it here. I've been watching a firm, and I feel, oh, yeah, they broke 15, cha-ching, and I said that would happen too. And now they're at 1521, folks. They're taking this very nicely upwards. And we are going to see this come across to us tomorrow. And you'll see all this. This will be some sort of very strange and mysterious turnaround with the Dow up as high as it went down today or higher. That's what I'm calling on tomorrow. I could be completely wrong. Gary Tyler, the dollar DXY just broke to 104. That's a good sign, Gary. Up is good for us. Ah, sweet. Excellent. That will be good for us, correct? Am I not correct? I think I'm right. I think I'm definitely right on that one because I think that's what you had said in regards to the DXY going up would help us. The dollar going up. Awesome news. Gary. Ah, yeah, that is awesome news. Very good for us. Gary, if it continues up, it's not going to be good. Oh, I thought you said it was going to be good if we saw it rise. I must have misunderstood you. Well, that's okay if it just broke to 104 because we often see things break over the 100, over the 1, and then they pull back to the 97, 93 even, 88. We don't know. We'll see. But who knows? If it continues up, it's not going to be good. Well, I guess, there's a lot of people that are questioning, the relevance and what is going to be the parallel and why it would be so negatively influential to the market that the dollar's going up against the rest. But maybe you could share some more light on that. But I sure like to see this affirm up freaking 1536 now, up 11%. It's awesome, awesome, awesome news. So, there's a lot coming out of you, Gary, that a lot of time reflects. And I thought you said yesterday that NVIDIA was going to carry the market, but NVIDIA did not carry the market. It actually got slaughtered down from its gain of over $513 last night. And that was a very, very depressing thing to watch happen. But in my opinion, all of this today's action was very suspicious and looked very, very manipulative and very, very executed. Okay, it looks like it was executed out. There was some execution going on today. And what they were doing was executing a lot of people who were taking their heads off, who were thinking they made good buys in certain things, and then they start executing people and chopping their heads off today, and it all looks like it was all executed. All right, and that's a perfect word for me to use today, I think, is execution, because I think that's what they did, and I think that a lot of people are going to be very surprised tomorrow when they get up and see where the price is on everything, and everything suddenly starting to mysteriously gain, just like this is doing at firm, up now freaking 10.35% in the after hours on good news, good guidance. Carlos, thank you for being here and telling me to keep an eye on this one, because there's a belief that tomorrow we might see them do the same thing with it that we saw them do to Nvidia today. You just freaking don't know. Gary, we'll have to see what happens tomorrow and the next week. Nvidia did carry the market down. I said that it would affect the ups and or to the downside, but Nvidia had a great earnings report. So this is what contrasts logic, and what makes me so believable that we're seeing a manipulation all day today. It contrasts logic, and when you see that in the marketplace, usually we see a revelation just days later. Okay? Yep, and Nvidia went down, the market went down. That's right. But did it go down because people were scared about their earnings and how well they did and beat and everything? No, it didn't. It went down just because of the same reason that our stock, SOFI, goes down on beating the street, and beating the street big time. You know, I laugh because they say a firm crushed. Well, look over here. That right there, folks, that's not crushing. That's a firm I'm talking about. I didn't mean a firm. I meant Nvidia, right? They talk about Nvidia crushing right here. Look over here. This is crushing. This right here is a crushing the street, a crushing estimate. Right there, that's crushing. No, that's not crushing, folks. They beat the estimate. Let me show you what crushing is over here. This is crushing the estimate. And it didn't fucking matter, excuse my language, that they crushed it by 3 times as much as Nvidia just crushed it. They still fell 30% after this date. I showed everybody on the historical charts, and I've shown everyone time and time. And this is crushing it, folks, not what Nvidia did. This is even more this last time on the earnings, not the one we just did, but the one prior. We crushed it by more Nvidia on that one too. But wow. If Nvidia crushed earnings, what did we do on this one? We slaughtered them. Right? Anyway, it doesn't matter. The price still fell 30% afterwards, and as it always does after earnings. So you can take it, you can believe it, you can not believe it, what I'm saying to you folks, but the pattern is over and over repetitive, and it's going to repeat it again today, repeat it tomorrow, repeat it the next, repeat it for the next month. The price dropped all the way down on every single earnings report, 30%, and it's always gained from there. Every time it has gained. And proof of that is that if you go back to way back when, the doggone price was down in the 4s, down here, 424. See that? 424. And now look at how much it's gained. In spite of all of the efforts and all the BS, it's doubled from there, folks, and that's not long ago to have doubled your money. You couldn't put your money in a 10-year CD and double it, right? And that's in less than a year and a half, folks. So I bring these points up to you just so that you know. And to see this down 1 penny after hours, SOFI, this is what we see every day in this stock that they try so hard to do. It's just every single day. There's no surprise to it at all. This is an everyday routine. Just like the everyday lunchtime drop, where everybody bought it today and got it at the bottom. Right? Congratulations. You made 4 cents if you bought with me at 808. And that's why they, and the reason we come in at 808 is we don't want to see it get to the 806, so we just pile in and say, no, you had your 806 day, that day's over, which was, by the way, 19 cents higher than the low you had it just days before. So just keep with us, folks. Stay with the faith, and watch what's happening here with the firm and the after hours. It's going to reflect to the rest of the market. Look at that, up 12% now. And folks, there's fighting all of this. Everyone here, whoever did this today, is fighting NVIDIA's rise, affirms, acclamations, and they're just trying. And this is just, well, I don't know what to call it other than that. It's disgusting, really. It makes me sick to know that how many people are getting taken advantage of here by selling out today in fear. But they did, I'm sure. A lot of people did. So that's going to be it for me for now. I'm going to be done today. I appreciate those of you that dropped by today. All the people, we had 161 total. Average view duration was about a half an hour. A lot of people came by and stayed even longer, and many of them just a few minutes, but they got in their 2 cents, said their things, fed us some good information. Boy, we got some good info on some stocks, and some to keep an eye on, some to keep away from, and we're going to keep coming back and keep looking at other ones. We want to thank you for being here today, and now I'm going to turn it over to somebody else who's going to say the closing for the day. So that's going to be it, folks. King Cat, Gary says, King Cat will be back soon, but that's not going to be today, folks. That'll be tomorrow, and guess when that will be? That is going to be when the price hits the lowest price of the day, just like we did today, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for being here with me. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Gary, thank you for commenting over and over and saying so many good things that make perfect logical sense. And closing out, he says, Gary says it did have a great earnings report earlier. Wrote down a quick summary of the theory of the price movements. Okay, gotcha, my friend. Well, listen, my buddy, we're going to get on our way out of here. We're going to wish you all a beautiful day, a beautiful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.